Okay. Now, as far as during your presentation, how much interaction would you like to have? Because I'm happy to bring people up on stage, but really, I'd like you to do most of your presentation, or if you would like to pause and say, invite people up, like at certain portions or something. Or I can just add people to the stage to eventually let them ask their question. I don't know what you want to do.
I think I'd probably prefer that we start with like I'll start with a section on when I deem that I believe that I've reached the end of a pretty like clear line of a
Uh-huh.
of a point. Then I'll just
Okay.
take a moment and say, hey, if anyone wants to ask questions on that before we carry on. Simply
All right.
because I this is ultimately going to be in about two sections. One where I'm going over videography, and then the other one where I'd like to go over refraction science and what we've uncovered in that part of the arena.
Sure. Okay. In that case, I will double check, make sure the stream is functioning, and then you can go ahead and start whenever you'd like.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. Yeah. It looks like it's free and clear. Go for it.
All right. So um, I think it's really important when looking into flat Earth to have two very fundamental understandings that there's two that I went into because when I was introduced to the topic of FE, the most important things to me was um, one, does light refraction lean towards the Earth being flat? Like, does that historically prove to be true? And then two, especially like, can we prove it to be that way? And then two was, did they have the means to fake documentation earlier than what is claimed, earlier than what we've been led to believe? I felt like these were the two most significant questions because the world is a very deep place and it's, each topic goes very far. So if one's going to familiarize themselves with every topic, they will never ever be deep enough into that topic to have a true understanding if they're at the bottom of it or not. So let's get started. Um, I would like to start with specifically what does it take to fake a moon landing specifically? Because uh, there's certain technologies that need to be in place for one to do this. And if people are not familiar um, with mat technology, like traveling mat technology, I would like to try to get to where I can show you what I'm talking about when I talk about what is a traveling mat. Um, so I'm going to take you to a guy who did an entire blog, and this is a guy who worked in the industry. Just to give you a quick recap of what a mat is. It's a means of compositing several different layers of I'm scrolling down to a particular section here, several different layers of a scene onto a single negative of film. So then it can be played back later and look like a single piece. So it's just the methodology of taking pictures of different sections of the frame at different times and stacking them at different times. So that way you get one unified picture like this. So, this is one part of the mat, and this is the second part. Now, in this rendition we're watching here, this is a two-piece mat, meaning there's only two elements, element one, element two. And element one here would appear to be just one of the two elements building this scene. However, this element here is very well, and it seems to be more than one element already composited to make a mat. So this can be several mats, whereas the beginning could have very well just been this very center area of the frame. And then this area was composited in later. And then we now have the second part of the mat. And then we have this added in here later. And this would have been a finalized cut where it's all painted or another picture or what have you, depending on if you're using a painting or a miniature. One of the most important parts of having a convincing matte is the edge gradation, meaning it has sort of a soft line to it. It it's kind of variable on how you're blending it together. These appear to be somewhat harsh, although when they are combined together, they obviously don't look very harsh. It just depends on what you're working with. So there is a way to do this automatically. It's called a traveling matte. The way one goes about doing this is taking a picture. Let me show you kind of let's see if I can find very quickly. One would take a picture of an actor up against a blue or a black screen, and by doing this, you can separate the foreground from the background. It's not the right one I'm looking for, but you can separate the foreground from the background. And what that allows you to do is um, always in each individual frame have the blue removed in post through color filtration, meaning uh, you don't have to do this by hand. Like the idea of like, oh, you'd have to blot these out with each and every frame. It does it for you. And the way that you get the edge gradation you're looking for is by changing the focus onto the matte. So let me come down here. This is a pretty good example of what I'm talking about. This would be your blue backing, your actor. This would be the film gate in the camera. So this would be the your color or your plate. This is technically making it appear as though it's looking through an optical printer, but the idea is the same. You have a color stock here. You have a uh, sensitive it's going to be your traveling matte, but it's a film that is sensitive to the blue that you'll be using for your matte. So yes, this is particularly the dunning process being described here, but not the Handschegel process. So what does this allow one to do? I'm not sure if anyone's asking that question, but I think it's important to know what it would allow somebody to do. This allows somebody to make very convincing, as in when I say very convincing, I mean that which defies detection to the human eye. Mattes that completely wouldn't let somebody recognize that they're in fact traveling mattes. So for example, this is a movie that was made in 1926. This was done using what's called the Handschegel process. The Handschegel process was a process of putting in two types of film into the camera to where you're not just having like on a traditional single lens reflex 35 millimeter camera that your parents might have had or maybe you've used yourself. You only had one color piece of film running through it at a time, and you would have one negative developed upon taking a picture. But cameras were able to run more than one piece of film through the camera at a time. And cameras were specifically built to where you could have two pieces of film pressing onto each other at one time. So they ran through um, the film gate as one. And so you could have registrations that were perfect between the two pieces of film. So what we're about to see is as he scales the wall in this, we're going to see him climbing up a wall that is a very intricate piece of work. I mean, this looks like a wonderful piece of architecture, and yet most of it is completely made up, and he's crawling on it. In fact, the whole thing is likely a blue screen where he is grabbing pre-built sections. And the reason why I'm saying most likely is because this entire movie was shot on a backlot without a complete boat. They did not have a full-scale boat. They had portions of a full-scale boat they had built, but they did not have the whole boat. And so I'll try to skip to some scenes where one might be able to more easily ascertain that shot this than one might perceive. So, for example, this shot, they didn't have a full deck to be able to shoot on. So we're seeing multiple layers being composited into one scene. Once again, and it was a silent film. It's 1926. And the reason why I'm saying this, and you won't be able to see it, like to you, it's just probably a standard. It looks like who's to say they didn't shoot this for real?
I mean, it looks to
maybe
me like it's all one shot. Like
Yeah,
I'm not seeing lines or a set or anything.
right, and
It looks like one set that they're acting on.
right. It does, and I'm trying to bring you to a particular scene. It's right here, where this here is a matte shot because they didn't have an ocean for boats. This one's a lot more obvious, but the guys in the background, that's a different shot.
So they
There's
did
actual
this.
several.
That's not real ocean then.
No, that's. I mean, that
That
water
looks.
is there because they had a 5,000-gallon tank, but they didn't have two full-scale boats.
Okay.
And so the guys who are looking towards the ship in the background, they're looking at nobody in reality whatsoever. And the guys who are standing on the far ship, most of them are just standing on platforms where the boat is then later added around them via painting. That's why a lot of the architecture looks somewhat painted, is because it literally is painted. If you were to watch this movie in your own time, you'll recognize, why does so much of the architecture look painted in the background? It doesn't feel like real wooden architecture. I mean, just to have a craftsman who would come in and do a lot of this work would be an absolutely absurd amount of time to be able to reach this kind of fidelity. But in reality, it's because most of the scene is them climbing on structures which are in fact blue, and then the painting is later added on later because it's just so much cheaper than building it. So you'll notice a lot of these scenes are locked off camera shots, and that was pretty important because in fact, all these scenes are locked off cameras. When I say locked off, I mean the camera's not physically pitching to the left, right, up or down, anything like that. And it's because motion control would have been required to have what's called a dynamic traveling map, meaning the camera is changing positions during the scene. That would need repeatable camera movements to match the scenes together. Otherwise, you'd get what would appear to be like a jello uh, movement, things floating, not staying in the camera precisely. So I want to show you the paper of the guy. So one of the guys who worked on this movie, I mentioned him earlier. His name is Max Handscheigel. He came up with what is called the Handscheigel process. Again, I've mentioned it before already. And it can be seen in this paper here, in this newspaper article from August 1926, American Cinematographer, where it is mentioned that it was announced that such a system was created. And just to briefly give you some overview of what it says, this can be found online on archive.org. It says, two negatives filmed at once, but record embodied in single negative, no duplicates. Okay. So claim that studio shots may be incorporated with any background shadow shown. Specifically, he started filing patents. It says 1923. He actually started filing his patents in 1921. 1923 was when he filed this patent, specifically the one for what he's doing here. But what it allows one to do is the camera, which takes the two negatives, is one of Handscheigel's own device. The two negatives are both taken in perfect registration and in the same operation. Okay, perfect registration, meaning when you're shooting this, you need two pieces of film, both in the same camera. It's a bipacked method. It says, it even mentions it in here if somebody wants to read through. But perfect registration means there's no fringing. So this is something that a lot of people are familiar with in watching older movies, where they see, for example, In The Thief of Baghdad 1940, you can see like blue screen fringe lines. One can see in some of the Indiana Jones movies, the early ones, where there's blue fringe lines present. It's because they were not taken in perfect registration. So the characters and action in question are shot on two negatives against a blue or black background. A mask is made by the special development of one of the negatives by employing suitable filters. The mask negative is made white and the other negative is made black. Um, the reason why is, in essence, what you're doing is you are creating a silhouette of your actor when he is in front of the blue screen. You are creating a zone in which you can cover the actor who is standing in front of that blue screen, in so much that when you go to impose him on another piece of film, every movement the actor made is a completely black area. So that way you can stop the exposure from one film onto another by putting this black silhouette in front of it in that particular area. So that way later you can impose them onto that image and you end up getting scenes shot like this, or more complex ones where because Max Handschagel, he worked on this movie. This was the last one he did before he was killed. It was, or he died. It's hard to say what happened to him, but they weren't on a beach, obviously. This was, again, all done on a Hollywood backlot, and I'm sure they didn't have time to grow palm trees to
Hmm.
full scale, whereas shooting miniatures is much easier, if you know what I mean. So,
It boggles me
um,
how much technology they really did have back in the day to make film and edit footage, edit photography. Just the overall
yeah,
artistic creations that they have are just really practical. Like they just don't do them like that anymore.
yeah, it's really a lost art.
Hmm.
Most of what goes on today is now rotoscoping or renditions of blue screen. There's a lot of blue screen going on, but like for example, I'm pretty sure Mad Max Fury Road, they just did rotoscoping for basically the whole movie, which is kind of insane to think about, but they did. Rotoscoping is like a hand. Um, Basically, you're doing it for every single frame. You're just creating a map for every single frame. So the 1926 patent isn't the only one. Again, I mean, there's multiple redundant patents here where in this one it was filed in 1937, so pre-World War II, method for the production of images which are geometrically equivalent, applicable to photography and to cinematography. Um, this is just basically a repeat where one can, again, get a image that's matte or compositing. And yeah, so I wanted to show a movie from 1946 where it's a little bit easier to show people 1926, I'm sorry, another movie from 1926, because I think it's a little bit easier to see the to kind of get what I'm saying, mainly because it's obvious that there's a lot of special effects being used in this film. So this is called The Johnstown Flood. It's also a black and white movie. Um, and before we get started, I would like to mention that this guy was actually going over a lot of the effects. This is, again, somebody who worked in the matte department. A lot of people that he worked with actually gave him original matte paintings that he included on this blog, who worked in the industry with him. And he went over this movie in pretty good detail, trying to show off some of the matte processes. I'm going to show you one that's very easy to see because they made a mistake with the burn-in operation, of burn-in being when you develop multiple mattes onto a single scene. Um, there was an error in that scene where they just did it and didn't care to correct it. Ultimately, film costs money, time is money, and when you're trying to show people stuff in 1926, Obviously, it doesn't have to be to perfection, because a lot of people aren't looking that close in 1926. They have no idea how one would even do this. So, so here's a scene where the train gets wiped out by the dam as the dam breaks, and I'd like you to pay attention to the chairs here in the foreground. One would suspect that these chairs would have been shot at the same time as all the other chairs. However, if you watch closely, the arm of this chair is going to begin to move and the outline of the burn-in is going to remain. See that? And so now that burn is still there because that mat was never updated correctly. The top of the train is also a mat. The conductor appears to be, in fact, matted in. The people are obviously matted in. The deluge coming through the side of the train is obviously a composite as well. And that makes for a really nice scene there. Another thing, so this movie likewise was also shot on a Hollywood backlot. It's historically known there was only a few scenes that they shot, one of them being the church. There's a moment where they shoot a church and they shoot a church bell. That was one of the few scenes in this movie where they shot on a location so they could have a really nice bell in their movie. This dam shot is a composite. We're looking at a combination of a miniature hillside in the background. This dam is a smaller pool of water. And the dam she's riding on itself is, in fact, also in miniature. She's riding on a synthetic surface right now. It's not a true surface. And that would be an example of a flawless composite. So we're going to skip ahead a little bit. All this, by the way, is in miniature. This is not a real dam they're filming. This is a miniature that they're shooting. They shot it in slow motion and then they sped it up so they could have the water look more violent. This is back usually they would have been using hand crank cameras at this time. However, it was a time when they started using motors on their hand crank cameras by this time. That train is a miniature model that they were shooting. Not a real steam train. We're about to see the deluge wipe out the train again. This is not her running through a true building, although everything in this shot is going to look great. This again is a miniature with her being composited in.
It looks,
again, close up of water.
I mean, it
Yeah,
looks a little bit off, probably because of age, but it looks somewhat believable.
Yeah, especially when she ran through the building.
Like this shot right here, the way it's gushing is
obviously water is. I would like to articulate that water is the hardest
right.
effect to scale, because when you go down to miniature, the size of water droplets doesn't change. So it's historically been the most difficult effect to fake, and that's kind of why, like, if you are looking at large scale events that one would consider faked, there's no use of water in any of them. And anytime that water is used, um, there's really no purpose in faking them. So again, I would like to show some more practical examples. So this is a miniature getting knocked out. Obviously, they don't have a dam to wipe this thing out. So we're going to watch the destruction of the miniature with composited water. We're going to see people running. Now here, this is the, what we're watching is the Williams process. This process was invented in 1918. This is a significantly worse composite process than the Handscheitel process, which was what was in the Black Pirate, where we couldn't see any signs of compositing. In this, it's a lot easier to see them because we're watching the Williams process. You're going to see that the people seem to almost be burned in. You could see them get swallowed by the flood. Again, that's going to be layering problems. This tech does have limitations. Like if you're getting covered by something that's a composite, there's no way to add physics to the composite that would interact with another person per se. You can add in effects like dust and whatnot, but you can't cause water that isn't physically interacting with something to begin interacting with it. So there's limitations to this tech. Bridge getting wiped out. Obviously, the scale looks a little bit off. It feels slightly miniature in these scenes. This would have been This is a real bell. This is the bell I'm talking about where they went to location to film that. Hop ahead. Okay, this is going to be a great scene here. I'm going to pull it back. So this is a very good case study right here of this would look like a fairly believable shot, except the carriage gives it away. Not because the carriage doesn't look like it really belongs there, but because the mat itself is see-through, meaning the traveling mat didn't have a high enough density. So when we're talking like you have a black and white mat, the black is supposed to cover the section of the frame that this carriage would go over. Okay, well, that mat, that black silhouette that would have been covered and then this carriage added in later, was not dense enough, meaning um, it didn't block the background light on the film to its full. So we're going to see if we go in slow-mo here. I'll just play it in full speed. You'll see that it's actually transparent. We're going to watch it one more time, and I'll let it play in full speed, and we'll go back frame per frame and show you. So it does look like it's running across that bridge, but in reality, it's composited to look like it's running across the
Right.
bridge.
It looks like it could be very close, but when you do it slowly, it's passed over.
Yeah, you'll be able to see that you can actually see through it. The bridge you can see the line of the back of the bridge going through it. The shadow is actually being projected over the side of the bridge right here. If you see, it goes over the rail,
Right.
ends up on the ground, right?
Huh.
So you don't actually see any lines along the side. The only problem that we had here was the mat density wasn't heavy
Yeah.
enough.
1926. This is clever.
Right? Yeah, they were incredibly more advanced than one would believe for visual effects at the time. This shot here is also
Is that Gene Wilder? No.
You would probably know better than me. I'm not interested in the actors. I love special effects, not the people, not the players involved. So this again is a composite shot. They didn't have these massive locations. They are confined to a small Hollywood backlot. If you look careful in this shot, these people are also composited on, running across this bridge. There is no bridge here. They are just merely being recorded in the camera at the depth from them that they should be to make them appear as though they're at this distance. They are later composited on. And that is fairly flawless. There's actually a slight moment where if you look near the end, the man's head as he runs across this area right here appears to be slightly transparent. His house being destroyed looks, oh, I just want to play it one more time, because if you just pay attention to the house, oh, it looks so good. Like the destruction looks so convincing. Not the people, but just the house. The deluge is slightly off, but the weight of the building, even though it's miniature, is done incredibly well. And we're going to reach the end of the film here where the effects really get pushed to their limits, and you'll see what I'm talking about. That looked like a miniature town. And this is what I'm talking about with physics. You can't make physics interact correctly with the scene. So this right here shows how poorly the limitations are when it comes to trying to do things that are outside of the scope of matte technology.
See, like right here, that
because
looks pretty believable a little bit, where the water's coming down, but some of the shots, not so much.
Yep. Right, not so much. That's why the Black Pirate is such a good movie to watch. It's not as FX heavy in the sense of trying to scream, look at my visual effects. This is obviously a movie, what we would call a disaster movie, where in disaster movies, this is like one of the first, one of the biggest parts is the visual effects, and it's calling lots of attention to the visual effects. Whereas when you watch something like 1926, The Black Pirate, it's not so much trying to call itself to its visual effects, it's trying to call you more to the story. And that's yeah, that's pretty much the main premise. This here is looks pretty
scaled
real.
model.
Yep, this is a model, and it looks very convincing. We're gonna have the water deluge coming in, and Obviously, they're not going to get to kiss the bride. And here comes the deluge to wipe them out. So, all right. So that is a movie where you can see composites being used to pretty darn good effect, although we're using a composite process again from 1918 in that one, not using the Handscheitel process, where it's very difficult for me to show you a film like 1926 The Black Pirate and be like, hey, look at all the traveling mats, because you can't see the traveling mats. That's kind of the dilemma here. Um, so I want to cover some certain things. So this is 1926. We have perfect registration of mats, and it can be seen in 1926 The Black Pirate, like I was saying. And then if we come down a little bit further in time, we can see that in 1946, so just a year, not even a year, it's actually, I think, 3 months after the end of World War II, we get the infrared traveling mat. So the infrared traveling mat, you are still wondering what I'm trying to talk about silhouettes. This here is showing the very first example of reverse blue screen. It's showing it right here. So if you want to have areas of a mat that are going to be removed, like these pieces right here in the center of your figure, you can cover your foreground or parts of your foreground with an infrared light. You're shining infrared lamps onto the foreground or onto a back screen. This is trying to tell two different things at one time, so I'll just focus on one lamp at a time. You can use it just like blue screen, where you have a infrared sensitive screen behind you. You are in front of it in full color, so you would have one strip of film here, which is color sensitive, and another strip of film here, which is infrared sensitive. And this only reacts to the infrared light. So when you're blocking the screen behind you, what gets exposed is your silhouette onto this infrared sensitive piece of film. And on this one, the color of you in the front is recorded. Okay. And so then you will use this strip to create the the blocking of the infrared screen on the color side. And then you can now composite your actor onto the the master reel. I don't like using the word master, but the final composite, or the single cut, the single negative, the one that gets shown, the presentation negative. So this lamp is demonstrating a different purpose. This would be one use case. The other use case this patent is showing is the means of running separation from blue screen. So in this case, this would be a standard incandescent lamp. This would be a blue screen instead, and this would be an infrared light, and this would be a infrared coated surface. So, for example, if you want to fake the astronauts in Apollo, their lens visors, um, you wouldn't be able to make their face mask blue and also a background behind them blue. Because if their face mask is blue and the background is blue, then you won't be able to have two different layers required for putting the mirror on the face of them and one on the back. You have to have a way to separate those two channels from one another, because if they're both blue, then when you go to composite your background on, your background will show through their face mask, and that's not what they want. They want a reflection showing on their face mask. So instead, you run it with an infrared light. And
because you can't see that.
what's interesting about this patent here is that this patent lets us know that in 1946, although that's a very suspicious year because it's coming after World War II, so this was likely a wartime technology, where the patent was then published after the war, after its classification was deemed no longer as important. But besides that, you don't need it for any compositing. But I just wanted to note that that is very suspicious. What's important about it is that this also allows them to, for me especially, to immediately recognize that if they know you can do this with infrared light, Already, it's immediately obvious that one can do this with ultraviolet light. Meaning you can have several setups where you're running a blue screen, you're running an infrared sensitive film, and you're running an ultraviolet sensitive film. And that would have been a tri-pack camera, meaning in this instance, you're running color and you're running infrared. But you could also have ultraviolet being
Wow.
ran through the camera as well. And that would be tri-packing. And if you modified your camera to allow so, you could even do a 4-film strip. You start running into issues if you go much beyond that because you're going to be sucking up the light. The light does have to
Right.
travel through each one of these progressive pieces of film. So you would need brighter and brighter sets for each one of these, but it was done to great effect in the past. And I would like to carry on. So infrared traveling films. I wanted to show the significance
Um,
of this because this
is
is
it okay?
obviously a very military uh, powerful technology. So this is a CIA document that you can find on the CIA reading room where several CIA delegates were brought over from America to Russia and were paraded around Nikki, I think is the acronym for it, but it was the brainchild cinematography lab of the USSR. And it's during the height of the Cold War. This is in 1963, but it was published in 1964. I do believe it's either 1963 or 1964. I believe they went in 1963 and published this in 1964, but it might just be 1964. So they were shown during their stay among the equipment which drew attention: the new camera, the Mir with the mirror shutter, which is considerably lighter than the Mitchell, the line of cameras for wide format exposures, the series of camera lenses, light filters, combination photography by the traveling map method, infrared
Mhm.
screen, and camera timekeeping system, which guarantees complete absence of outlines. Equipment for it. Yeah, so I'll just stop it there, but they're also working with universal editing printers for 35 and 70 millimeter films. So they're working with up to 70 millimeter films is something I wanted to distinguish because the moon landing pictography exclusively uses as its max resolution 65 millimeter film,
Mhm.
meaning that you can create composites in 70 millimeter 10 perforation widescreen format film, and you can then reduce them down to 65 and have no loss of fidelity because you're reducing your resolution. So
Right.
again, a lot of this is just going to sound like
It would actually be like
it's like trying to explain a movie to somebody who's never seen it. Sadly,
I just want to. Can you hear me?
we got a lot of bridges to gap, and we're looking over a
Hello,
lot of
hello.
documents. That's really boring, obviously, but um, it's important because it shows that on paper, they're there, and then we can see evidence of them being there as early as 1926 to immense effect.
Oh, this is
So,
dangerous. I don't think he can
this
hear me.
is a super weird thing to be seeing that they're showing us infrared traveling mats during the Cold War because, again, with that tech, you can do a lot of fakery. And even till today, I don't think anybody, North Korea, um, Israel, China, um, Vietnam, um, World War II, Germany, none of them even mentioned to try to even propagate the message that we're making fake images or fake images could even be made. Historically, none of our quote unquote enemies have ever propagated such an idea that this is even possible. So, this is the Journal of the Society of Motion Picture and Television Engineers. They have been around for a very long time. Um, In fact, they went under a different name called the Motion Pictures Research Council, which was the very people who were talking during the composite process, which I was showing on this site here. Here, even though this is on the American Cinematographer,
Hey,
The Motion
Lanolin, can you
Picture
hear me?
Research Council talks about it here, and they are also present on, um, I believe if I go to the, might have the site closed, but that's okay. I can find it really fast. The illusion, oh, not right there. Um, Here, this is another example of Handschigel's process. So in this is a guy who obviously works for the Society of Motion Pictures and Television Engineer. This is obviously somebody who works for them or is part of their organization, because one cannot access their literature without having access to it on their own site. It used to be available, but it's not anymore, and it was only partially available. So these are like classified documents per se, and I have a couple of them that if you try to get them now today, unless you got them probably from me or from somebody who had already copied them, you won't be able to get to some of these documents. They're restricted. They are classified behind memberships, um, basically a private military contractor, and therefore they are going.
Okay, we're gonna get your screen share going. I'm clicking on that. Clicking again. Um, Question: is there any way? Because I don't know if you're having connection issues. There might be a way for you to reduce it to 15 frames if that helps you. I don't know
No,
if you have like a.
I suspect what happened was my tab that I had Discord in went into hibernate mode while I was talking.
It did go yellow. It did go
Yeah,
yellow.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I suspect that's what happened.
Do you think that's going to happen again?
No, I have it. I have it open in a separate window this time, so I'll be able to see if anything occurs in real
Okay.
time. Whereas
All
before I
right.
was reading in the background.
All right.
So,
Well, we'll go ahead and give it the best shot. If you want to speed through some of it, go right ahead. And oh yeah, it's your show. Let's keep it going.
so Riggs, did I get? I'm gonna need some input here because I'm not exactly sure where it dropped off. So was I talking about the projector lamps? What did I like? What had I? Did I mention that these films that I go over, like which film is going on here? Because I would probably just carry
Um,
on.
you were you were basically just showing that there was four different types of film at one point.
Oh yes,
I
okay, I
forget.
did cover it. You did tell me that the film that I had gone over the fact that you get up to like 4 strips of film and
Right. And that
more
you
like 2.
needed a brighter set and that it was possible, and which I'm not even sure, like what, just curious. And the reason I found out you were disconnecting, because I was trying to talk to you, and you couldn't hear me like at
Yeah.
all. So I wanted to make sure that people that are in the audience can actually maybe ask a
Yeah.
question or something, because some of this
That would be
stuff is super interesting. What, how would somebody, like how would this be applicable? Like if you have four different masking techniques, what are the benefits or the contrasts, or how would you apply something like this?
okay. So I was trying to cover like how, for example, how one would apply this to a situation is let's just use the moon landing as an example. So there's several instances where it would be desirable to be able to separate the background from elements in the foreground, but be recording that foreground with an element that should be removed later, but you wouldn't be able to use blue. So, for example, if you have a blue screen behind you and then you have a, for example, a face mask, um,
Mm-hmm.
like a Apollo visor, for example, one would need a way of taking out the visor independent from the background. So they
Right.
had a
Okay.
yeah, they had a very large, I think it was like a 15-acre simulated moon surface with for them to roam around in these suits. There's not a lot of pictures of it, but there is a
Yeah,
lot
but
of
that's
document.
common. Like most people keep those around, for kids and events and stuff. It's for
And
fun.
so your 15-acre surface, it doesn't have to do with getting the lighting right, because what it's really for is for the very near field. We're talking um, sections that you're literally going to be walking into. Things on distant like this, even as far as back here, are not going to be real. You can have your set up here with your blue backing or an infrared backing, because once you have infrared um, traveling that technology, it's very common sense to recognize that if we can do this with infrared, we can do this with ultraviolet as well.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Wavelengths that cannot be seen by the color spectrum, and therefore you can record them independently from the color spectrum. So in this sense, their face mask would have been coated with a like sprayed with a infrared sensitive paint, infrared sensitive coating, and therefore when you are recording them up against the blue background, the infrared light is illuminating their mask, and therefore you can have a matte
Mm.
exclusively for their mask, and it be recorded through the same camera as the color channel, as the blue channel for the blue screen, and the like I said, the infrared. And in the
Or like
very, very
any of the reflective surfaces, it could be a completely
right,
different dimension.
right, anything that needs to be composited with a reflection later can be done with a infrared coated mechanism. It's the same thing. Like um, if you're trying to change things that are needing to be composited later, the surface, like let's say like wheels on a rover, you could spray those with infrared um, spray and like paint, infrared paint, basically, infrared sensitive paint, and could do things like that. But particularly my field of focus is because it's very easy to understand. The use case is the mirror on the astronauts. So that lets you have your blue background separation and your foreground separation independent. So then the reflection can be composited on later and it not interfere with the blue separation of the background. So there's that. That is the idea and the use case of infrared traveling map technology. I don't want to get too hung up on talking about the maths so much, because if I showed the Johnstown flood, and I did, and I showed some of the Black Pirate, which I do encourage you after this, perhaps go watch the Black Pirate. It's actually a fairly decent movie. So is the Johnstown flood. Um, they're pretty good watches, and they're very telling. I wanted to show off more of the models. Um, and I'm just covering all the bases of a previous presentation that I gave kind of spontaneously. But I would like to get through this before we get into light refraction. So they had a lot of models. They built, historically, it has been said that we did not have the means to fake it. Therefore, we just went. Um, However, simulators were made that were incredibly true to life, in so much that actually I didn't show this before after I broke up, but I'll just show it now. Um, some firsthand accounts. This is a firsthand Grumman engineer, um, John H. Jack Shablin, okay, or Shalabin, or whatever. He was working on the Lunar Module Full Mission Engineering Simulator. So this was a full mission, man in the loop, out the window displays, and the ability to substitute flight hardware for computer modules as needed. So this was a full simulator to simulate landing, to simulate a orbital around the moon, any type of orbital actions around a moon. Yeah, so it was the whole shebang. So they were given an infinite budget for this. They had literally no budget whatsoever. I'm just going to read a short section of this. One day, early in the LM development of the Grumman VP of Engineering, in the LM development, the Grumman VP of Engineering addressed a group of about 30 of us engineers and stated that he had an impossible job for us with no money limitations. We all laughed out loud and told him under those conditions we could do anything. He then explained we were to design and build a LM full mission simulator, including man in the loop with out the window displays, that was also capable of including flight hardware in place of computer models when the hardware was available. So they got to work. They started building it. I would like to point out a particular part of interest in his testimony. So they were getting ready for the day, the day of the flight. And he says, as the different components came online, LM system testing began to help answer questions concerning pilot workload, visibility during landing, etc. We were reassured as we watched the first televised close by flyover of the moon and compared it to the display in the mock up cockpit and could not tell the difference. So, all these Grumman engineers who had made this simulator were very reassured with themselves that they had done such a good job that when they looked at their simulator and compared it to what was being shown on the television, they could not tell the difference. So we're talking about models that have incredibly high fidelity, which are simulating realism to an extent that one could believe they were real. So obviously, a simulator that's supposed to be operated in real time does not have the same plausibility of being able to dupe somebody as when you set all the lighting yourself for the very specific shot that you want. Control over lighting is huge. So if you want to have the best means to dupe somebody, you would do it set up exactly the way you want. I mean, just you're not gonna just try to do it all in one take. You do it in several takes with several composites.
Mhm.
Now, this was presented as a CRT tool. So I'm not sure if I showed this, but this is a use. I'm not sure if I showed this prior to the to my disconnect earlier, but I'm showing it now if I didn't. But this is a motion control camera being operated over a giant moon model that is positioned overhead. It's looking with a periscope lens similar to a submarine where there is a mirror.
Mhm.
And that mirror lets you get really close to the surface and then you project it onto a sensor that's further away. And this is a man in the loop display output to a CRT television, which simulates the lunar rover traversing over the surface. Okay.
Mhm.
And so we're looking at a very near surface, incredibly high resolution. I would say this is, we're looking, by the way, at a digitized copy of what appears to be a 16 millimeter film recording, and we're watching it in DVD definition with a very low bit rate because this was extracted from Apollo 16 Journey to Descartes' collector's edition because it's basically the only footage that one can get of this scene. Because if you go to the National Archives and you try to collect this footage for yourself, you'll find that it is a multi-year process for a team of like 7 people. And there is hundreds of reels that you would have to pour over, and most people have no idea what's even on these reels. So you would have to scan them yourself. You also have to have very special permission. If you're going to do it at the National Archives, there's only a 7-hour visitor um, time that you can be there on the days that they are open. So this is a very inaccessible thing to go do for yourself. They don't have this stuff published online. There are scans of it available to those who are in societies like the Society of Motion Picture and Television Engineers, but they are held in their hands and not.
Can you hear me again?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just letting you know I am getting that experiencing there. Okay, it's back. So I guess you focused the screen, gave it some attention.
Sure, I did.
Okay. Yeah, it said there was a connection issue, so I guess it's solved since we. Okay.
Did you hear me before? Like the one.
Yeah, no, I hear you fine, but every so often I get this yellow exclamation point at the top right, and
I'm seeing.
that's when I'm worried that maybe you can't hear me, and
Oh,
then we're in an issue.
in a pickle. So
Yeah.
thankfully everybody can hear me. Okay.
Yeah. No,
So
you're good. I just wanted to make sure.
all right. All right. So moving forward on that note, we'll just carry right along. So that is an example of a man in the loop recording. Again, I just want to emphasize we're not looking at super high resolution footage. We're probably looking at a 16 millimeter camera, which is approximately the equivalent of 1440p on a digital screen today. That would pretty much encapsulate all that a 16 millimeter piece of film will show. And so maybe that'll give you an idea of what that scene should have looked like if it was in crisp detail.
So they had DVD level resolution back in the 60s?
Oh shoot, man, they had they had more than. So let me try to give some apt comparisons because I understand. I was taught this as well. If you grew up with a VCR player, right, we would have learned that, oh, I mean, this must have been really high resolution back in the day. But film is a completely different tool. It's very hard to kind of fathom if you've never seen film, like original film screenings of movies back in the day. So when our parents watched Star Wars, for example, in theaters, they were watching 30 either 35 millimeter projections or 70 millimeter projections of this movie. Now, what does that even mean? Well, what is a 35 millimeter piece of film? Well, 35 millimeter is pretty much the equivalent of, if you know what 4K is, right? 4K is really high resolution. And then you
Huh.
probably have never seen 8K because there's very few 8K monitors that are in existence, and they're very expensive, but you can buy an 8K monitor these days. You just might not have anything to run it. But 35 millimeter would have been about the equivalent of an 8K or 9K image.
Whoa.
Um, yeah, in resolution. And so an original 35 millimeter print in the 40s and 50s would have been the equivalent of a 8K output today. And then 70 millimeter, it's really hard to fathom this, but 70 millimeter is 16K. In fact, I'm not even sure 16K is fully capturing 70 millimeter 10 perf widescreen format. But this is one of the advantages of film is that when you're working with film, you're able to, and it's why film is still used today, you're able to work in resolutions that you can't work on digitally. Um,
Mm.
or at least you would need a very powerful computer and software designed for it. So you'd have to be the military. There is no consumer products today in the consumer market that would allow you to edit 16K video
Mm.
um, in any efficient way whatsoever. You'd have to work
I'm curious if they use FFmpeg or not.
well, I mean, shoot, like I use
I know, but I wonder if
FFmpeg.
they do
No,
because it's
no, I'm
amazing
sure.
software. That's why.
I'm sure they're using military grade internal house, not released to the public. Absolutely not. We are getting the strap. So this is pictures of motion picture control. Motion control camera, simulated lunar surface. This is one of the out the window displays from one of the simulators. This is not from the moon missions whatsoever. This here is a picture of the SMK-23 simulator. I'll show you the video here in a moment, but this would be the lunar rover, how they're simulating the suspension. Uh, they're simulating the suspension so you can feel the pitching and the rocking of this while you're moving the simulator. But it also has
Mhm.
the added benefit of you can record all of these motions. They did these with flight simulators, um, man in the loop flight simulators, where they were recording all the telemetry on flight simulators so then they could improve training. So this is a conveyor. This is one of the earliest rover simulators. This was changed to a system like you see here to where they can make full 360-degree turns. Let me move along here and get to some of the other well, I'll show you the SMK-23 simulator here, that rover simulator. So we have one of the simulators here where he's going to be able to have a out the window. Let me see if I can. I'm not sure if this is the one that shows it. It's not. Um, this here is the SMK-23. There's one I'm going to show that's man looking out the window, and it's the simulator, but only get a brief shot of that one. This is the conveyor in action for the SMK-23 simulator, one of their
Mhm.
earliest renditions of the simulator. This is it recording the
Oh, and
movements of,
there's all the movements. Wow, look at that.
and that's each wheel independent for the suspension that you now have motion control inputs for, to where you can now take this to a separate motion control interface, a different camera, and you can use that data to know exactly how the camera is going to pitch up and down, left and right when
Right.
it traverses this part of the terrain in the video. And you can synchronize all your movements and all your mats. So like your background, you're just going to be shooting the background with all these movements totally separate from the foreground. But every time you record your foreground and background, you're just replicating these same camera movements, which you have now gathered from this here. So the 16 millimeter footage of the traversal from their station to station, they now have a means to replicate that. Now, something that I mentioned was that these were CRT systems. And the thing about CRT
Hmm.
systems is, well, you would need film. You would need to be able to do this on film. Well, what's really interesting, there's no explicit mention of this. But for some reason, I found, which this should have never existed if these were simulators that were intended to be simulators. This is a view from the module during lunar landing, and it's a lunar landing simulation. And what we're about to see is they have been hooking up film cameras and doing just test runs with film cameras hooked up to these things. That's why Eastman Kodak would be developing these. Is all of a sudden, why are we hooking film cameras up to these simulators? This doesn't help you simulate anything in real time because film doesn't give you a real time output like a CRT. This would be strictly for compositing purposes. There's no benefit whatsoever. It's very
Hmm.
interesting. Notice this being turned on over here, but there's literally no
Well,
purpose whatsoever.
propaganda could be one reason, right? Like they would want to make sure they had the technology for propaganda. It doesn't mean that they faked, the moon landing. Could just mean that they wanted to fake, all kinds of stuff that has to do with space travel.
Well, I would like to assert very quickly that I brought up these mats being possible in 1926. In fact, I showed a movie, like I said, 1926, The Black Pirate, where you can go watch it, developed by Max Handschagel, where there are mats that are being used and you cannot tell the difference. If it was shot on location, it will feel like it was shot on location for so many of the scenes, and you'll be like, I don't really see where a mat needed to be used in this movie, but they were
Hmm.
used extensively. Um, and that's what's so compelling is that it's like, whoa, what if this was shot on a Hollywood backlot? They didn't have a full boat set up, and they obviously show several instances where it's like you would think they're on full boats. It's just immediately obvious that okay, obviously I'm looking at composites that I cannot tell the difference. And I can show again some of those composites, but I think I already went over them. I wanted to show other instances that people would just have no idea. Like, for example, the blue marble image is famously held up as this um, picture that's
Hmm.
embodied on a single negative, and that's a huge part of it. It's on a single negative, you guys. This isn't a composite. Well, that just lets me know that people who say that have no idea what um, a composite is, because the whole idea is you composite these onto a single negative at the end, and then you show them in a movie theater on from a single negative, from a single. Actually, it's ends up being a positive, but um, when we go check out a report from 1965, this globe model is they made several of these, by the way. Uh, I know that because I have two recordings. In this one, we're looking at a 6-foot globe model with a huge topography relief to it. You can see that it's not smooth. Okay. This one has topography. This one was simulated to be from 100 miles up. Um, and then I'm going to hop to another one. And this one's in black and white. And this one was for much more distant captures. It doesn't feature any topography. And this one also shows the camera, the motion control, 6-degree axis of freedom camera that they had to be able to encircle it. And if you had looked very closely, you'll see it come into position right here. Any moment, it's going to come slide in right there. And then we're going to fast
Hmm.
forward just a little bit, and they show it off right here. Right after they show some of their simulator inner workings. And here's their globe model. And here's their 6-degree axis of freedom camera, where you can go around this globe in a circle and move forward and backwards from it. simulating what you would see as if you were in orbit. So it can rotate. It uses, as I mentioned before, a periscope lens, which we will see part of the periscope lens feature right here. This is the chamber where the light's going to come through. It's going to reflect off the mirror and then move up towards the sensor. And we can get views such as this.
Mm-hmm.
High altitude imagery. Now, of course, we're looking at lighting, which is not set up to replicate the lighting from quote unquote outer space as they would. That's what I'm saying is obviously when you go to make your composites and get your base plates, that you are going to do so in such a fashion where you have the lighting you want when you record them.
I want to recommend if anybody has any questions, go ahead and just raise your hand. That way I can, at some point we can just let you guys up and we know when there's enough questions to make a pause. Maybe that's the best way to go about it because we could probably go forever.
So this here is just higher quality pictures of them at the Man in the Loop simulator. However, sadly, we never get a really good angle from a higher quality picture. These are some of the models that will be suspended from the ceiling. The lighting is obviously not set up yet. It's not raised into position yet. You can still see they have the crane where they're still setting this up. This is after it's been set up more accurately with them putting lighting on to get their harsh shadows, their lunar shadows, where we can see that they have very good replication. It's another picture of the simulated surfaces. One in color if you'd like to see it. And yeah, so let's just carry on. I would like to kind of give a slightly better idea of what I'm talking about when it comes to mats and traveling mats. So this was done by Jonathan Erland, but this is a example of, for just more of a visual idea of what I'm talking about.
Baseballs.
That's baseball, where you would shoot the
Love it.
windows with a blue screen behind them, and then this would be the original orange negative, and then you would run a blue filter over the over it, and then you would change that to black and white, and then you could take your negative after the orange cast has been removed and put your red over it, and then convert that to black and white for this. And when you line these up, when you line up your blue and your red, and you put them over the top of each other, you're going to end up with an entirely black frame. So the way you do this is it's a color subtraction theory mechanism. So you got your red, green, blue, magenta, yellow, and
it's
cyan.
not a real color.
Basically it's a very sophisticated way of removing and reducing the splash of surrounding blue elements and only taking out this to where you end up with a final product that looks like this. Okay. And so once you get your product here, which is your matte, your alpha matte, this here would be transparent. Everything that's white on film, the reason why it's white is because when you're projecting film, you're projecting a white light through the film, and it's going through a projector lens, which then spreads the light out in the format that you want it to be. Whether it be like a widescreen film or whatever, you're using the appropriate lens and you are then throwing it out onto the wall. So anywhere that's white is where there's no color information and it's just the white light coming from the bulb going directly through the film. Okay. So this is transparent. This is completely black. So when you're going to and this would be your inverted. So if you take this and you invert the colors, it'll look similar to that. You invert the colors and you'll end up with a white matte. Now, this is not a finished white matte, neither is this a finished black matte, because there is still splash on it. You would be overlaying multiple renditions of this to increase the density of your matte, meaning once you have this matte, if your matte hasn't reached full density yet, you would just continually take these copies of your matte and you would lay them over and then redevelop it onto another piece of film to have a darker density matte. And you would take that one and lay it over, and you would continually increase your density if there was any remaining artifacts until your film was completely silhouetted correctly. So that is how you come to there. So again, they have models that can replicate this. Like I said, here, this guy said he couldn't even tell the difference. Neither could a room full of engineers when they saw the first flyover. So we know these models are incredibly convincing just by firsthand testimony. I don't have anything to show you when it comes to what I'm about to say, except that in Gene Kranz, who was a flight director at NASA during this time and was working on several of the missions, Gene Kranz, in his book, Failure is Not an Option, noted how flight control had simulations that were so real that when the mission came about, they couldn't tell the difference between the simulations and the missions. And
Mm-hmm.
that's because they had the means to simulate all the telemetry data for the entire mission down to the fuel sloshing in the fuel tank. They had um, computers that filled rooms and rooms and rooms to be able to perform these calculations and to simulate these. They had full mission simulations um, where they went over these and did trials to where that way, when it was supposedly the real mission, they would be able to identify problems as they came and do it perfectly. So, if anyone would like to hop in and ask a question, this would be a pretty great time because um, the only thing left that I would really like to talk about with mats, because I'm sure I'm missing something considering I um, made a mistake and spoke a long time without anybody talking. Um, this would be a good time for that. Uh, Before we do it, I just want to give a quick rundown because I believe it is a very strong case to be making for how sophisticated fakery can be. This is, if you're not familiar with it, this is on the Stanford website or the Hoover Institute specifically of the footage of the Enola Gay, so the Hiroshima bombings, right, and the Nagasaki bombing. And this would be the Nagasaki bombing we're looking at right now, which is terrible footage. And the cloud looks oddly weird, but it's really terrible footage. But the Nagasaki isn't what's so um,
Hmm.
interesting. It's the Hiroshima. The Hiroshima footage is the footage that most people would say, oh my gosh, this is so real looking. And it would have been shot in 1946. And I'm just going to lay it out for you. In 1946, even by my own testimony and my own research and whatever, I do not believe motion control had reached a point where you could replicate camera movements like this, um, where one would be able to just have a computer replicate this so you could have a dynamic matte. So I'm going to articulate very quickly as a cinematographer how I would go about faking this scene. And because it's actually quite simple using the tech. So we are looking at a 16 millimeter piece of film that is presented us as reality, and it seems to have really good depth and really high believability. And one could say that is exceeding the tech at the time. However, we do know that the Handscheitel process was already invented by this time, and it is truly the only process we're really going to need to be able to do this, with some other tech that was also available at the time, which I have not presented yet, which this is a good way to segue into that tech, to bring up other variations of imagery. And that is going to be, so I can get to it. Where did I put it? Here we go. We're going to be talking about Fred Waller. And Fred Waller created what's called the Waller Flexible Gunnery Trainer. This was a fascinating 11 projector setup where all 11 projectors were synchronized together and displayed onto a giant spherical screen. Some of them were 40 feet wide, some of them were 20 feet wide, massive hemispherical screens, and they were designed to
Hmm.
simulate your field of view. Okay, to where when you're inside of it, you kind of lose sense of depth because once the image is in front of you, everything looks spatially correct. That's what happens when you put on VR. It's the same idea, is the spatial correctness is there. This is basically VR, but in the 40s. Um, your parents may have been familiar with a process known as Cinerama, where they had 3 projectors set up, where they were watching 70 millimeter film projected by 3 projectors that were then synchronized, put together in such a way that you had this huge picture. They were shot in 27 millimeter focal length. So you basically just got this massive widescreen picture. There's nothing like it today that you'll be able to reference. You can't even just go watch a Cinerama picture because you don't have a screen to really display it on. So
They
there's
don't
really no way
exist.
for you. Yeah, they don't exist anymore. And so you can't even experience what this was like. It would have been completely immersive. It's a very immersive experience. This is even more so. So this Wallery gunner system was set up to where pilots who were going to be shooting in the war from their positions would be able to practice shooting down airplanes. And so they actually had, if you've ever played laser tag, they had systems in place where if you aimed the gun during this part of the film that you would be watching, it would actually tell you when you hit the plane. It had hit registration. Back in 1939 is actually when this started getting worked on. But yeah, 1941. So was when this was the first installation. He actually showed this system at the World's Fair in 1939, though. So why do we need this screen? Well, we need a screen like this because we're going to be creating a composite on a still plate. So we would use 70 millimeter 10 per film or 35 millimeter film. They were using 35 millimeter for these screens, but there was 70 millimeter, so I'm sure they loved using it. And they did. They used it for a lot of aspects. They
Well,
even
if they
filmed
could, they
Vietnam.
would, right?
Well, yeah, and I'll show you. So, and I would like to cover one more thing. I know I'm about to take questions, but I'm recognizing there's so much tech that I'm leaving untouched because I lost track of where I was in this presentation when it died before. Um, so we need this screen. It's pretty important because we need to be able to move our camera around, and we need to be able to look at a scene and have the appearance of depth and be able to move the camera. So what we'd be doing is making our composites on a locked off camera. So that way we can have perfect registration with our mats. Um, Fred Waller actually talks about, this is the guy who came up with the system, and he talks about a time back in 1925 when he was working on a picture called That Royal Girl. This movie doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist, not because it didn't exist, but because there is no negative of the film left in existence that anyone knows where is. But in the movie, he describes how they were supposed to make a cyclone that was indistinguishable from reality, um,
Hmm.
because that's what the guy in the movie wanted. He wanted a cyclone so real that you wouldn't be able to tell it was not a real cyclone. So they went through a very large process in a football stadium of scaling houses in such a way that they were indiscernible from reality. Uh, so that way, you wouldn't be able to tell you were looking at a miniature set. So they were spaced specifically and scaled as they were moved away. So, for example, a complete plan of everything to be done was drawn to scale on a drawing board 4 by 12 feet. With my assistant and my head scenic artist, I worked for 48 hours with only time for meals. On this plan, even a miniature set, when it depicts a countryside, reaches some proportion. If the scale of the buildings is too small, you cannot get good effects on breaking away, and it's hard to get everything in perfect proportion when some objects have to be so minute. Therefore, in scale space, the foreground buildings, trees, roads, etc., were made half-inch scale. The middle distance is 3-inch scale, and the distant village is 1/4-inch scale. That means 1/4 inch representing 1 foot in the full-sized building. The connecting scenery, roads, etc., gradually stepped down in scale so that no difference in size of buildings was visible. It only made the small one look that much further away. With all this scheming to save space and expense, the set was 180 feet long and a smooth gray sky backing 90 feet. Okay. So they had made 80 buildings, and they had the houses all rigged with wires and whatnot. This is, again, one of those super disaster films where VFX is the main point. So um, they shot this. This is what's fascinating about this is they were shooting these cameras to bring this action down to the proper screen speed. Cameras cranking from 10 to 16 times normal speed were used, and months of work was torn to pieces and was either a success or failure in 75 seconds. We're talking about cameras that when he's saying 10 to 16 times normal speed is considered 24 frames per second. We're talking about in
Hmm.
1925, they were recording at over 400 frames per second um, with hand crank
Wow.
cameras. Yeah. So not something you hear about because we're told that blue screen was only in existence in 1940. That's a very significant thing. If you go ask AI today, it will tell you that 1940 is the year that blue screen really came into effect, um, and it's wrong. Okay, totally wrong. That's what I was taught in school as well. And in fact, if you just go type in anywhere, almost everywhere will tell you 1940. It's not true. It's a lie. The industry knows it because the industry is the people who made this. So they know better than anyone that they're lying straight through their teeth when they tell everybody it's 1940. And I'm not saying everybody, like people who are working on small films. I'm talking about the presidents of like the Society of Motion Pictures and Television Engineers. These people know. Um, because this is basically the CIA, but in a like Lockheed Martin, private military contractor. But in reality, they might as well be the military. So um, on the day that they had built this, okay, the quarter reel was run, and Mr. Griffith said to Miss Dempster, "We've waited 40 years to have a real cyclone to destroy this particular countryside, and here it has been done just in time to make our first night." So I became a trick photographer. So you can take that with what he's saying, and you can take it at face value, which I would say I take these things at face value. When somebody says that we've waited 40 years for a real cyclone to destroy this, and here we've done it just in time for our first showing, I'm going to take his word for it that Fred Waller was bragging about this and how real it looked when he wrote this. Um, and this guy, having worked for the military, going to work for the military, sounds like somebody who would have known how to make propaganda, not just make propaganda, but fake things. So
Hmm.
again, the clouds in the Hiroshima footage could have either been painted or they could have been shot up against either an infrared screen where you're using smoke emitters and high-speed cameras to then slow down the smoke to make it have the appearance of like smoke grenades, think smoke grenades or something like that
Right.
uh, to have the appearance of a slow-moving cloud. These could have the footage of Japan below. Honestly, we are so high when you look at it that there is so much haze. This is known as recon haze. There's so much haze we really don't know if we're looking at a painting or Japan from the sky. So this could have been collected by either one, true recon footage, or two, just a painting. All the movements of the camera. So these explosions here could either be one single frame explosions. These can be small explosions that have been enlarged in size, recorded in high resolution, and they're just appearing to be large, and multiple composites to create the explosion you want. Again, you have slow-mo to slow down explosions to make it look like they're happening for a really long time, when in reality, it's happening really fast, but it just has the appearance of it. The camera moving would have been after this scene was created using the map process. Would have been a man literally standing in front of this screen with a mock-up bomber window, so that way you can get the glass reflections that you want. You can get the feeling of looking through the bomber window. Even the wing here would have been composited in onto this scene, so the wing isn't truly there. All you're looking through is a true glass window to replicate the glass effect to high fidelity. And this is just simply part of the composite, and you're just literally moving the camera left, right, up, and down, and looking at different sections of the large curved screen. And by doing
Mm.
this, you now have a method of faking Hiroshima because this is the best footage we have of all these bombs to date. And the survivor testimonies are that of flash and fire. Nobody talks about seeing mushroom clouds. It's always flash and fire. I'd like to remind everybody that napalm was invented in 1942. Nobody had really ever seen it before. And the Grand Slam 22,000 pound bomb, sorry, not ton, 22,000 pound bomb, was also around, which was developed. And when you're talking about flash and fire, these Grand Slam bombs have the uh, pretty much same effect of being able to cause blast marks through windows, like black burn-ins of like when a explosion goes off and it throws debris onto a like a cloth or whatever, or onto a wall, the black scorch hitting the wall. It would have been very hard to discern a difference, not to the people per se, but the effects of destruction. As in, you drop a lot of Grand Slam bombs on Tokyo and you napalm the crap out of it, it's going to look like you dropped a really big bomb there, because you did. You dropped tons of really big bombs on it. And again, the survivor stories are just the survivor stories that were allowed to reach the American public, and they denote flash and fire, not seeing massive mushroom clouds. So,
Now,
or
I do have a
massive.
question. Since we're talking about propaganda, if anybody has a question, feel free to raise your hand. We'll get to you in just a second. Now's a good time. I wanted to know if you've ever heard of this this film called the Zapruder film hoax by John Costello, PhD. He basically posits that there's a sign that the presidential vehicle is driving behind that wasn't even on the scene in reality, that it was injected into these frames, and that the car that comes out from behind the sign is actually a completely different car, and that he can prove it because of the different film techniques and whatnot. And
Yeah,
John Costello is he's an Australian physicist, engineer with a background in physics and optics and light and stuff like that. So he's super qualified.
So yeah, the Zapruder film, the French film, could of Kennedy's assassination, could have very well had modifications done to it. A lot of it, a lot of the matting, if that was a true recording that somebody took and then stuff was composited out or things were added in, a lot of it would have had to have been rotoscoped after it was
Hmm.
recorded, because a large part of the compositing process is having full control over the frame ahead of time. And so it could have been a purely fabricated story of the guy who recorded it. But I do believe there were people and witnesses who said they heard gunshots. I believe he was truly
Right.
shot. I believe personally that he was shot from the manhole. Uh, where, if you remember, I know a lot of people may not be familiar with this, but if you look towards the grassy knoll in the footage, there is a drain, a kind of like when you are a storm drain relief, where it's not like a manhole cover, it's where the water runs off the side of the street and goes down into the sewer, where
Hmm.
the and I believe the sniper was located there. um, I believe that's why Kennedy's head surges upward when he gets shot, and it doesn't blow his head down or anything. It appears that he's being
Right.
shot
It
from
pops
below.
back. Right.
Yeah, it pops back and
Now,
up. So yeah, I
the
believe
most
that's where he was shot.
questionable part about that footage to me is when she when Jacqueline jumps up on the car and picks up the scattered brains in the middle of a gunfight. That to me just seems like it's the wrong response. If you're being shot at, you duck and cover, and you try to get out of the way, and you scream. You don't jump on the vehicle and try to conceal evidence. So I have a completely different idea about this, but that's just my take.
Yep, absolutely. I have no idea what really happened. I wasn't there, but I would suspect that something happened there. I don't know what it
Yeah.
is, but
Yeah. Well, I'll go ahead and share the link with you later. I'm sure you'd love to see this because he goes over all this film stuff that you love.
so sure. I'm kind of wanting to move away from matte technology, because I kind of hopped into it, and I'm trying to like work my way through it and remember what I was going to go through, and come back to that. But yeah,
Gotcha.
there's rear projection is a really sophisticated system. I'd love to take questions. I did some videos on it on my YouTube channel, where I wasn't talking specifically about mattes in the videos quite yet. Um, Simply because I wasn't quite sure how to approach the topic with people, because
Oh,
it's
it's my
kind of
favorite actor, Stephen
like a
Hawking.
It's like a magical. Well, we'll get into that here in a minute. And stuff because it's bad. But I did show, for example, in Apollo 11. I'll show this. I'm sorry. I know I've said I'll show this, and then I'll take questions, but I do want to show this. This is the prime example of a mat being used during the Apollo 11 moonwalk. There's going to be a scene. This was recorded on the Westinghouse television camera that was developed specifically for Apollo 11. In Apollo 12, they changed cameras, and then Apollo 13, they changed cameras, and then Apollo 14, I think they used the same camera because they never got to use the camera for Apollo 13. But it was the RCA. I think they went to RCA after that. It might have been the last time. I can't remember. They went through a lot of different camera renditions. But so in this footage, a lot of people have noted in the past that there is a horizon line appearing through the astronauts, and it would appear that they're transparent. And something that would need to be known is that the Westinghouse television camera was
Mhm.
a chemical sensor. So this chemical sensor, if it was exposed to a bright scene, it had a lingering after image. Okay. So we can see this has been on
Had a
the
burn
screen for a
in.
while. Yeah, it had a burn-in effect. So if you were lingering on something for too long, it would leave that bright burn-in on, and so therefore you could get these ghost-like apparitions on the camera as though they were being composited. Uh, the thing that is significant about this is for this burn-in to be there, it has to have been exposed to that particular scene. Okay, and up until this point in the footage, um, 33 minutes into it, at this point, almost 34. Um, the camera has not moved from this position. It hasn't been picked
Mhm.
up yet. So it's been sitting there this whole time, never having not been picked up, not been repositioned or anything. It might have. I think it started in one other position, maybe got moved to that position, but it hasn't. It hasn't moved to look at the horizon in any amount of detail. So they're going to come and move this camera after it's been sitting here for a while, and they're going to relocate it. And I'm showing effects of this burn-in here where it was sitting here before. They move it and we can still see the lingering after image of the burn-in. So this obviously isn't supposed to be representing a composite. This would be representing, oh, look, we're using the camera, guys. We're on the moon's surface. You know, we're seeing that burn-in effect. We see a little bit of a horizon come up on the screen here, but it's not very long. We don't see any resulting burn-in from it. We see some horizon here. We, again, don't see any resulting burn-in from it. But then we're looking down. A lot of chaos just happened, and this is why it would be so easy to miss this, even as somebody who's working on the film retroactively and looking at your composite. We're looking through his feet. This is his knee. This is his foot right here. This is his ankle, his foot coming forward, like going up. So the camera is pitched down at the
Mhm.
ground, and it's looking at his shins basically, and we're seeing the surface of the moon through his body. A part of the surface that we have not seen, and what's really significant about this is the color information here of his upper body is reaching into the upper parts of the frame. Okay, so we know that this part of the frame is in fact color sensitive. We know down here below this scan bar that this part of the frame is color sensitive. Yet we're seeing this weird shadow on the ground. We're seeing a horizon imposed through him, okay, that we've never seen before, mind you. Okay, and then very quickly, I'm going to play this in real time. We're going to watch the camera, which is pointing down at his shins, meaning it's not looking up. To be pointing down at his shins, it has to be pointing at the ground. This camera is going to pitch upwards, and it's going to be aiming at the horizon. It's going to pitch up. We're going to see the horizon that we're looking at through his shins. Okay, this is the only way that you'd be able to get this effect. So in reality, it's not truly pitching up at all. Okay, it's just a burn-in effect. But to replicate this, the camera would have to pitch upward and go into a perfect linear pan from left to right in 2/5 of a second. This is an impossible movement. You cannot do this. You can try this on a tripod a million times and you will never get this. Here we go. And there it is. Okay, so that happened really fast. I want to point something else out. We're going to see the shadow of the lem come into view once we do this pitch. Turn. We're looking at the horizon, and we see the shadow of the LEM come into view. Let me just skip ahead to a part of the video where I go over it a little bit better. So I'm pointing out the horizon. I'm pointing out that the horizon we saw before during a different segment of the video
Hmm.
doesn't match up. I show a 50-50 overlay, and I'm saying we've never seen this horizon before. So then I overlay the footage, and I'm showing, look, the horizons don't match. They're not the same. They're at a different height than the camera. Plus, we have never seen, leading up to this point, any burn-in effect lingering for this to happen. And then we see this happen, that linear pan to where we're now looking at the horizon. We're seeing we had color information, and we're now supposed to, I mean, this is the Sea of Tranquility. The horizon is supposed to be incredibly flat. Especially in the pictures, this would make sense looking this direction, that we would see a very flat horizon if you go look at the pictures that they show from the landing module. We're seeing the shadow of the LEM move, but we're not seeing the horizon move. Okay, this is really important because the LEM is stationary, and so the only way to make the shadows of the LEM move is to
As
either
if the
one,
horizon moves.
right, as if the horizon moves, because you can't pick the
Right.
LEM up. This thing is so heavy, you're not moving it. So the only way for that to happen is if the horizon moves. The horizon's not moving. Finally moves, and we get this. All right, so I show some out of sync, what it kind of looks like if you're running a mat out of sync. You'll get motion where someone's running in place or things are moving without any response, you know. And again, we can see that there's obviously color information able to enter that side of the screen. Um, and I go over the camera. And the important thing is okay, if they shot this on film. So what I'm saying is this is a composite. This is showing literal proof of a composite in real time. I'm just showing off an RE reflex camera. RE was not like the best camera manufacturer at the time. They just made really cool cameras, and I just, a lot of people don't know what
Hmm.
these really used to look like. And this was a fun camera. I doubt this is what they used. I just was giving an example of a 35 millimeter camera, although they had 70 millimeter. They had all kinds of cameras. Um, this is a very basic model optical printer. This is so basic. A lot of these printers were actually very big and extended. Um, this one is very small, but you have multiple reel-to-reel setups to where you can run different packs. So you can have like 3 films running through the printer at different depths. And then this is how they would have recorded it for the Westinghouse camera, because ultimately you need to get the hallmarks of the Westinghouse camera on the film. And the best way to do that is to just use the Westinghouse camera. This would have been a phase synced film projector. So I'm not sure if you've ever recorded something with your telephone before, you get flicker. Um, and they actually solved that in 1927, I believe, with the film Metropolis. Metropolis was
Hmm.
a movie shot in Germany, and it was it's a really good movie. It's actually based on the Bible. It's supposed to be an interpretation of the book of Revelation. And so it's kind of like Babel and the beast rising up, and the beast almost uh completely killing everybody, and then the uh the savior saves everybody and makes amends, and they all survive, and the beast is destroyed, and the great whore is destroyed. I'm trying to find, here we go. Nope, that is the tin eye thing. Here it is, Metropolis. All right. Um, so in this, they had solved the phase sync issue where they had a camera um, looking into what was supposed to be a film screen. Where is it? I must have scrolled right by it. Right here. They had a screen right here, and it was supposed to be a phone call, like a FaceTime back in 1927, the television phone. And there was no flicker for this screen. They also did this in 2001: A Space Odyssey, where they were using the exact same methodology, where you were simply matching the frame rate with the scan refresh rate of the film projector. And when I say scan, I'm really talking, I'm sorry, I kind of mixed terms there. What I really mean to say is the gate. You're matching when the image is truly being shown.
Hmm.
Um, it's on screen. That's when your Westinghouse will be taking the picture, is when it's shown, and then the next frame happens, and it takes its next picture and its next picture, and there you go.
So they had
Results.
VSync way back then, huh?
Yeah, basically, yeah, V-Sync. I mean, it's not the same thing, but phase sync. Yeah. It's a similar
Yeah.
idea, but it reduces flicker. Yeah, it doesn't just reduce flicker, it eliminates flicker. And so, yeah, that's how that would have been done. And how since we can see visually that they're using burn-ins, it's pretty obvious that okay, well, this is how I would have done it, and yeah. So
I don't
there we
want to throw
go.
you off too much, but
I think we
do you ever cover like the that special Disney technique that they use some kind of crystal or something? Do you know about that?
Oh, that is one of the things that is presented to people like, oh, they had this proprietary prism, right? And they used an orange
Mm.
sodium light, and they had the only one in the industry that could get mats this good. And it's like that is just complete propaganda trash.
Mm.
Um, I mean, we're using true blue screen back in 1926 for the Black Pirate that you can't see any lines whatsoever, like none. And you don't have to light your actors in an orange sodium bulb so you can't even get the true colors of the scene.
Right.
You can use white light and get the full color spectrum. So again, this is what I'm talking about is we are fed day to day. We're told they didn't have the means to fake it. In fact, they created every means to fake it prior to going on any of these. It was a requirement that we can fake going before we do go. They had giant moon models that they even made. I don't know if I know I didn't go over that. They had
They had 8K moon surface like traveling cameras in back in
this here, yeah,
60 in the 60s.
yeah, they
8K
really did.
footage.
They oh my gosh, no, 16. We're talking 70 millimeter cameras with 10 perfs. What 10 perforation is if you remember the old film cameras, if anyone here is familiar with them, they had perforations on the side and you would wind your film through your camera. And most film was 3 or 4 perf that your parents used, okay? And that was pretty low perforation. 3 perf wasn't really good for cinematography. The minimum for cinematography for motion picture compositing work was usually 5 perf film. Now, in the really old movies, like pre 1926, before they started moving to 5 perf, they were using 3 perf, and the registration was pretty bad. There was also problems with film age. Like you would shoot something, and the film is sensitive. It's it's a physical thing, so it can based on the heat of the environment, it can contract and expand. And so they did a lot of advancements on film in the military and just in the cinematography world on making films that were very low contractile. That's actually what that 1937 mat was about. Was they were using low contractile film. Although it wasn't a problem as long as your printer was of a uh, even temperature, your film was evenly, temp. You weren't sticking your film in the freezer like a lot of people would do, even though that's a great way to store film for a long time. It's a terrible way to cause distortions in the film. So you'd want to work with your film right away to minimize
Mhm.
any contraction or whatever.
Another
But that was
thing,
solved.
you said something about the like the 500 frames per second. That would obviously take like a very special type of film, right? Like a thin film, or you know, I mean, that's not a
Well,
normal film that you're shooting that fast.
so what they did was a lot of people are familiar with gated film. Gated film is when, if I just look up, say, look at just film reel, here. Gated film is where each section of the film has a gate. So, like this is a gate right here.
Hmm.
These black lines between each thing. This is why they called it the flicks. If your parents went to the flicks, it's because they were watching a movie that was re-recorded onto a lower quality version of film that wasn't made for motion picture, but it just costs way less to get gated film. And each time it went by the projector, you saw the gate. You saw the gate
Hmm.
of the film. And so it would cause a black line, and you wouldn't see it as a line, you would just see it as a flash of black. So you'd get this
Hmm.
thing called the flicks. When you went to a true movie theater, you didn't get that flicker because what they were doing was they had a inside the projector there was a rotating what's called a rotating gate, and this gate had it varied per projector based on the use. But what they were doing is usually they were showing you the picture twice, so it would flick on, flick off, flick back on, and then the next one would show the next image. And it has to do with image persistence in your mind. You don't actually see these flicks happening, but that's what's going on. Um, and so, um, yeah, so then they had film that didn't have gates, kind of like, I'm not sure if there's any in these pictures here, kind of like this one here. This has no gates, although this is a CGI image of one. Uh, um, I don't think we're going to see most people like showing gated film because it makes them feel like they're, looking at film, but that's not what cinematography film was. Had no gates. So you would be using a film with no gates. Um, and honestly, you would just need a really long reel of film for high speed pictography.
But
Um,
using the same film, basically.
yes, you can use the same film. You're just pulling it really
Okay.
fast through the camera.
I would
Um,
worry that it wouldn't be sensitive enough to pull in the light that quickly.
oh no, film is incredibly sensitive.
Okay.
Like a lot of film is incredibly sensitive to light. Yes, there were lower sensitivity lights. I mean films, like there's 400 ISO and you could go down to 200 ISO, and at the time it was called ASA, but not ISO like we talk about in cameras today. It was ASA, but um, yeah, there's just different light sensitivities for. They actually had three. So um, on one piece of film, they had three emulsions. NASA did this, and actually, it's in that document that I showed with the blue screen imagery, where they were using a three emulsion film where they had one section of the film that was more sensitive to light, and then the second emulsion on the same piece of film was not as sensitive to light, and then the deepest one was the least sensitivity to light. And so what they would do is they would film rocket engines turning on, and what would happen is they were doing this because you can't change the aperture of the camera that fast. So instead, they had the aperture set to a certain opening, and they would film the rocket turning on, and the first layer would capture what was happening before, just as it was firing up. Okay, because it was the most sensitive, so it could see in the dark really well. As the engine came online and it got brighter and brighter, that film would get totally washed out. You wouldn't be able to see anything in the frame anymore. It'd be overexposed. But the second one would be able to see longer into the burn. So that way it's getting brighter and brighter. Now the second piece of film is able to see the zone where it's getting brighter and brighter until it's fully washed out. And then the third layer in the emulsion on this single strip of film was the least sensitive, and it could see what was going on when the engine was at full burn. And so then you can see the entire process during ignition all the way to full burn, what's happening with this engine. Um, what I'm trying to present to people is what we have as an idea of film and the primitive state it was in is a very intentional inoculation through our public education system and the people who work in counterintelligence to present to the public a world that could not have created fake imagery, even up to like today where they're like, oh, AI, like you can still tell if it's AI, but in the fact of the matter is we haven't been able to tell what's been fake since 1926.
Okay,
And
here's the real question.
we are very
Hot
far removed.
take. I got a question from the audience. Just kidding. Well,
Let's do it. Let's do it.
what's your take on Charlie Kirk?
Here's the thing. I don't know if it's set up. I don't know. I don't know if he is an op or whatever, because let's be honest, he avoids some topics like the plague, like, the earth being flat or it being a globe in the Bible. He had avoided I would say that topic like it was the plague. Um, but to be fair, there's a lot of people that I believe would have completely turned away from Christianity without a figure like Charlie Kirk. And even though I do not agree with people who say that the Bible says that the earth is a globe, I do recognize that there are people who do not think about this when they read the Bible whatsoever. They've put no thought into it. My wife is one of those people who had never really considered that aspect of it. She never thought that was anything to even look for or to consider. And now when she reads it, she recognizes it. But it's always been presented in schools that it just is this way. Like one of my parents, when he was going to school, when he read Genesis and he was reading about the Tower of Babel, he has distinct memories of wondering like, whoa, that seems like it's flat and whatever. But
Yeah.
because of the surrounding context of everybody just talking like it was on a globe, he just kind of shoved it to the back of his mind and never thought about
Yeah,
it
where are
again.
they going to? You know, like up is where.
Exactly. Where are they
But
going? Are they going to?
but real talk, was the footage faked or not? Come on, come on.
I couldn't tell you, man. I know that people are saying that I haven't actually seen that footage yet of him. People are saying the
Okay,
ring
all
changing
right,
fingers.
that's fair. If you
People are,
haven't seen it, I just, it's been a hot topic the last few days. I thought
I mean,
I'd
I've seen
put you under the
clips.
spotlight.
I've seen clips of him getting shot from a distance, and you're seeing him getting shot from a distance. And I've seen only one
Yeah,
clip where you can see blood, but I've never seen any clips from up close. I definitely haven't seen the clip that everybody's showing the ring changing.
right,
Haven't seen it. Haven't
right.
I have not
We're gonna have
of
to bring you back strictly for an analysis of that footage, like all the different clips that we can find. I think that would be awesome, but I don't know. We'll see. Some people are sensitive, so you know,
yeah,
I
I
can
wanted
dream.
to point out, so everybody here that is older who has operated a film camera is probably going to be under the impression that what they were experiencing when they went to a film development lab and had their film developed or had it shipped in was that it took a day to develop film. This is not the case. These are military exclusive machines that were being contracted for. This is from a CIA document, and this the Separatron. Okay, this processed 70 millimeter film. We're talking 70 millimeter, um, 10 per film. Like we're like full blown. I mean, separation 70 millimeter straight line multi tank film processor of modular design. Primary advantages: no mechanical contact, elevated temperature processing possible, stress, distortion, and scratch free film, no moving parts, from dry to dry in seconds. Now, and they're talking about the styling, and it has minimum maintenance. Um, I mean, if I don't know how else to say it to you, but when they say dry to dry in seconds, we're talking about a pure film bath where your film is completely developed in seconds. This means you film it today and you composite it today and you are done today. This isn't film today and see results tomorrow like it was back in 1926. This is film today, see results in minutes. So the slowest part of the process of compositing film is the optical printer itself, because each frame must be rephotographed one frame at a time. Although it is an automated system, you do not have to stand at the printer when it's doing this. It cycles it automatically, so it'll go to the next frame. You just get the registration in line the way it's supposed to be, and you click on and you walk away, and it will take care of it for you. And that's just on one printer. You can be operating through several different printers for different scenes, running different composites at different times, meaning you're building the scene across 3 different printers for different situations, or 4 different printers. And then when you're all done, it all ends up being finally composited through the last printer in the process. And then you have a single negative embodying the entire composite, which is indiscernible from reality. So the fact that people have ever been saying we have a single negative embodying the blue marble, it's like, obviously, for anybody to claim that as a proof, um, is just either one, parroting disinformation, or two, knows that they are disseminating false information. This should have been corrected a long time ago, and there has been no desire by any of our enemies to alert the American public that our own government can fool us. There's been no um, alert by anyone. I actually want to show you. Oh yeah, I keep pushing off these questions. I hate that. I'm sorry. I never intended to do this, but this is such a deep
No, it's okay.
subject.
When we get a good allotment of questions, I'll let you know. Right now, we're clear, good to go.
Okay, so there is in 1963, during the height of the Cold War with Russia, um, we were invited by Russia. We had actually already invited Russian delegates back in, I think, 58 to come look at some of our cinematography studios. Yeah, see, somebody said blue marble is a photograph, and he says photograph, but I call them pictographs. And the reason why is, one, you're assuming photons exist, but two, which means you're just assuming that what's happening is light is reacting to the photon. The film is reacting to these, but I would say otherwise. That's why I have been saying pictograph, not photograph. But two, uh, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Is go watch 1926, The Black Pirate, and you will see that it appears that this was all filmed and embodied in single negatives, meaning um, each piece of film is its own negative, meaning it's a pictograph. You're just watching motion picture, meaning the picture is just cycling to the next picture, and then the next picture, and the next picture. And the Blue Marble was shot on 65 millimeter film, and they had 70 millimeter film to be able to composite with. They actually had, if you read this document, this was doing, I think, 9-inch negatives. They were able to do 9-inch negatives. We're not talking 70 millimeter film anymore. We're talking massive. Like, you should see some of the sensors on these old
I
cameras.
thought they lost the they're losing all the telemetry, they're losing all this footage left and right, but meanwhile they've got like a 10,000K footage somewhere. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I am saying that on film, they used to take huge panorama shots. I actually have one of these at my house where the negative is like, I don't know, it's like a 2 foot wide sensor and like 6 inches tall. It's this huge panoramic shot. I should actually go back and find some of these pictures to show people. I don't have any prepared for this, and I don't have any tabs open with it. But they used to take, yes, what would be the equivalent of, uh, like, I don't even know how to put a resolution on it, guys. It's so high. It's higher than anything you could ever dream of. Like, yeah, let's say 100K, because ultimately that's what we're talking about. Like, this is mentioning Leviathan 105 millimeter high speed microfilm. 105 millimeter is almost twice the resolution of 70 millimeter. I mean, it's not quite. It's a 40%, 50, 60% of 70. I mean, that's high, guys. That's 50% or
Do
40, something like
they
that.
do they say what they used it for? Like even like at
Well,
all?
in this here, they're talking explicitly from the perspective of aerial recon. So right here, Leviathan 70 millimeter to 9.5-inch adjustable color film processor with remote automatic control. Okay. Nine and a
I want
half
to see a
inch.
list of applications though. Like we can theory cast all day, but
Oh, no.
what
They're
is the
saying it.
legitimate reason for it?
The legitimate reason they're actually talking about it in here is for aerial photography, so you can have super high resolution pictures from the sky. Now, when it comes to like faking the moon landing, there's no purpose to use 9.5-inch film. Like, so if you wanted to have a really, like, for example, what's the practicality of using these massive sensor
I
cameras I
have
was
no
talking
idea.
about? Well, it's that what you can do is you can get a really high resolution widescreen image. You're getting a picture that you could never see with your eyes. The camera is seeing far better than your eyes. I have a Nikon Z8, and it's only a 35 millimeter full frame equivalent, and it sees better than me. It has a better eye than my eyes. Legitimately,
Hmm.
I can see better in the dark with it. In real time, I can see better in the dark with its sensor than I can with my own eyes. I can see things with long exposures that I would never be able to see with my eyes. Um, the resolution is higher than my eyes. So yeah, it's really good for spying. It's really good
Hmm.
for recon, and specifically 70 millimeter film, 105 millimeter film is really good for compositing, for creating high resolution fidelity images, and then bringing the resolution down to a lower quality. Because what happens is if you degrade resolution, you lose edge detail. So if you had fringes at 105 millimeter that were very small, but if you zoomed in, you could see them. When you reduce that down to 70 millimeter, you just lost a whole lot of pixels. You just induced a whole lot of blurring, and you just lost a lot of grain detail. So now all of a sudden you just went from 105 to where you could see fringes to where fringes don't exist anymore at 70 millimeter. And 70 millimeter, it's the same thing. Stopping down from 70 millimeter to 35 millimeter, same thing. Stopping down from 70 millimeter to 10 perf to 65 millimeter, you're probably not going to get the same effect. But if your composite was already good on 70 millimeter 10 perf, which they shot in very often, that's not an uncommon cinematic format, then again, you've got what you need. I would like to make mention that all of the motion picture footage from the moon is very low quality, meaning the
Right.
highest quality motion picture footage that's from the moon is the 16 millimeter cameras. And again, 16 millimeter is a very equivalent resolution to 2K. So some people, we would say 2K is really high resolution, but when you're talking about film, it's not even remotely high of a resolution. When I'm making movies, I work in 4K and I work in 8K all the time. I used to work in 2K on a lower end computer, simply because it was just more expedient for me to do so. I still could have worked in 4K on that computer. I just would have had to have used a lot of workarounds, which would have taken a little bit more time to do. But it was still plausible. I mean, this is a very again, it's like, trying to tell people about a movie they've never seen. So
What's the benefit of having way more resolution? Let's say like working in 8K. Is that because you'd want to crop or be able to zoom in
sure,
or
you
something
can
like
crop.
that?
Yep, crop is a big one. So crop factor. The other thing is if you want to have a composite, like I said, in 70 or 65 millimeter film, for example, the Apollo Hasselblad pictures, those are like the holy grail pictures that everybody says is like so good. They're so high
Hmm.
resolution. You can't think. Well, like you usually, if you're going to do composites, it would be beneficial to do them in a higher quality resolution, um, and then drop them down. Because then if you did make any mistakes with your registration, because keep in mind, registration had to be aligned. Like when you put these into the printer, they had dials where you were aligning your film down to 1/8,000th of an inch. 1/8,000th of an inch. You were aligning your film registration in using dials, mechanical dials. Okay. And so you would line that up. So if you made any mistake there, you would get fringes. Okay. But once you set it, once it was right, and you could see this in real time, you were actually able to look through a preview gate and you were just looking through the film through the lens, kind of like viewfinders on the old
Right.
DSLR cameras where you could see what you were about to take. It's the same idea. You're looking at your mat, you're looking at them, and you're just lining them up by eye. And once you see that they're in perfect registration, you can then hit OK, execute task on your optical printer, which were operated by breadboard computers in the early days. And before that, it was actually a lot more mechanical than that. But by World War II, they were already using primitive analog computers for these tasks. The Acme Dunn optical printer, which was the standardized optical printer for the U.S. military in World War II, which is hilarious that that was the first standardized optical printer was for the U.S. military. Um, in fact, I should probably just show you what I'm talking about. The Acme Dunn optical printer,
Are you sure
World
you don't
War
need
II.
some water or like a restroom break or anything? I just
I mean, I
you've been
might go get a. I would like to get
I
maybe a
mean,
cup of coffee, but
yeah, I know you're not a machine. I just want to make sure that you don't feel too pressured to perform
I'm,
instantly at
what
all
I'd like to
times.
do, what I would like to do. I'm not performing. I'm just presenting. I do not act. I do not. I don't. I
Well, I
am.
mean, you've been
Yeah,
going
I
for a
get what
while. I want to make sure that
you.
you're not pressing yourself too much.
No, no, no. Once we go for questions or once we take a break, because I want to take a small break once we get done with the optical composite process, which we are
Hmm.
almost done. Keep
wanting to finish on this Russian delegate thing because I think it's incredibly significant, and I want to show you it. But these are like examples of an optical printer from 1918, very primitive, but this is a very effective tool. Some of the more modern ones where they're using way more machinery, but this is later into the 70s and 80s. Okay. And then again, this one's from 1927. This is the duplex optic. Oh, this is actually this duplex. This is the duplex optical printer. This was a very very early form of motion. This was a very they used this with what was called the Dupy duplicator, and it might not be the very specific one because there's various renditions based on whoever was doing it of the printer, but it allowed for very basic motion of the camera with traveling mats. But it was before advanced motion control, which came after World War II. So, and then you can see some of these printers were highly modified, very different setups, very large deviation in printer setups. Again, getting your mat and then making composites. And there's the Acme Dunn. This was the very first standardized optical printer made by Acme Dunn. And it was for the US military.
Optical printer.
Yes. It's just a fancy way of taking an image of an image and putting it onto a single negative. So that way it looks like
Okay.
it was a single pictograph, a single quote unquote photograph, to put it in the lingo of people who want to call it a photograph.
What's your is this your gripe against photons or that argument, or
yes,
what
I'm
is,
just
some people are
I don't
confused about what your
right.
distinction is there.
So my distinction is when you call it a photograph, the idea is that you are mapping photons. It is a graph of the photons hitting the film. Well, a photon is a globe theory, and the thing is we don't see photons. In fact, in the quantum world, um, the whole idea of the atom is kind of like you can't. It's kind of hard to make it work. So it's all considered electromagnetic at that scale. And so what I'm saying is no, I do not believe in photons. I don't believe that light has mass. I believe it's an electrical propagation, okay, and that there is no mass to it. And so we're not mapping photons. We're mapping pictures, basically, images, apparitions. So I call them pictographs because the idea of a photograph, right, is that you take the image of the light that's there, and people say you can't fake a photograph, like on film, you take a picture with the film and it just shows you what's there. That's an argument I heard all my life. But the fact of the matter is, when you do these composites, um, you're presenting it, even though it is completely artificial to the naked eye, it appears authentic. And so that's kind of my dilemma there. I call them pictographs because ultimately you're just looking at pictures. They're just pictures or images. You could call them images or you can call them pictures, or in this sense, when I'm referring to film, I call them pictographs because they are a graph. Every time you look at an image, it's a light graph. But I refuse to call it photograph because I believe, just like a lot of terminology, like atmosphere, we call it an atmosphere. I call them atmos layers because we live in a layer of the atmos, and as you ascend, the layers change. And I am not going to impose a shape upon those layers because in reality, those layers are pretty flat. And if you're in a flat world, they're going to be fairly flat over the surface and not have any curvature that extends around to make a 360-degree loop and reconnect. So yeah, again, I'm not going to just accept dark matter and dark energy and all these things because they have to be for the globe to work, based on just rationalization through math. So, and I believe the photon is exactly that, is just a rationalization to try to make the theory work when it doesn't. So,
All right.
I
That was no. Thank you for You've basically staked your claim. So now more people might have better questions too. That's awesome. Thank you.
right. So I want to just kind of wrap up here so I can go use the restroom for a moment and go get another cup of coffee, maybe warm it up in the microwave and give people a minute to mull over maybe if they have questions or they have accusations. I would like to not be accused of things, but just present your belief on the subject. You don't have to say I'm wrong. You don't have to say that I'm right. Just present it from your perspective of what you believe to be true, and then I'll just present what my perspective is, and the audience can then decide from there. And so we're not bickering, we're not debating, we're just presenting our two perspectives. So I want to end here on the composite imagery. This was
Okay.
by the way, these are the only documents on the CIA reading room that talk about traveling mats, and that should be really concerning because this is a military tech, and this would be like the breadcrumbs that was left over. To me, it definitely shows that some things just stay buried. So in this trip, we were invited by the Russians, 1963, height of the Cold War, over to check out Nikki, which was that's the acronym for their brainchild, uh, Motion Picture Research Development Center. And while they're there, this was a summarized rendition. There's two documents of the same trip. Those are the only documents on the CIA.gov. He mentions, among the equipment which drew attention, the new camera, MIR, with mirror shutter, which is considerably lighter than the Mitchell by more than 20 kilograms, the line of cameras for wide format exposures, the series of camera lenses, light filters, combination photography by the traveling mat method, with in parentheses, infrared screen and camera timekeeping system, which guarantees complete absence of outlines. Okay, equipment for de-anamorphizing widescreen films with the possibility of panoramaing, printers for printing 70 millimeter wide format films and their variants. Okay, we're talking 70 millimeter. Wide format is 10 perf for films, okay? Universal sound editing tables for assembling 35 and 70 millimeter films. Universal machine. Okay, I could just keep going, but they had a lot of very sophisticated technology that they're working with that none of us have ever been presented with. Again, like, oh, Disney had the only system with their orange prism sodium light, matte traveling system, and here they are, the military, talking about infrared screens in 1963. What an absolute joke, considering this patent was in the United States in 1946, 3 months after World War II. It's not a joke. I mean, this is deliberate masking, obfuscation
Mhm.
of the true history of visual effects. And yeah, and that's 1963. And I want to posit that a military by now, in this day and age, sometime if we were truly enemies with Russia, if we were truly enemies with North Korea, if we were truly against Germany in World War II when this traveling mat technology existed, if we were truly enemies with pretty much Red China, whatever, somebody would have accused the United States of creating fake imagery and presenting it as authentic. They would have called us out. They would have, it doesn't serve anybody except the governments, if they are friends with each other, to not alert the populace that such a technology exists. The only reason to conceal such technology is to control the masses behind their backs and present a reality that is not true. Um, so that's pretty telling. Nobody's even known about. If you type in infrared traveling mats, usually what you'll find, or at least what you used to find, was a patent that the Russians did for putting infrared on a single film, an infrared traveling mat on a single film emulsion, like I was talking about they did when they were filming these high-speed cameras. And it's like, that's a public patent. Oh, come on. Like, when did they really do that? If NASA was working with various densities, several film emulsion layers on a single piece of film plastic, meaning you're not putting two pieces of film in the camera, you're putting in one that has three independent layers that you develop with three independent techniques. So that way you can get each layer extracted from that single piece of plastic film strip. Then I don't believe it even for a moment. I also don't believe the story that reverse blue screen was existed and that was invented for the movie Firefox, I think is what it was, Firefox. It's like, are you kidding me? Reverse blue screen was invented for a Hollywood movie called Firefox when I can read the patent, which was patented in 1946. It's like 46, and they're showing in the patent the method of reverse blue screen in the patent description itself, in the imagery. It like literally right here, they're showing the surface of a actor being composited out with the info. That is reverse blue screen. That's the process right there. This says 49, but it was filed 1946, meaning the tech was there 1946, guaranteed. I would say this was a wartime technology that was allowed to be declassified, considering it's only 3 months after the end of the war. So again, like, you can't believe the timeline when you go look at Wikipedia about when these effects happened, because this is a direct refutation of reverse blue screen being invented in the 80s, because it's literally right here in the patent, and he is demonstrating it in his figures. It's insane. So if people want to tell me that I'm wrong about this stuff, they're speaking from a completely ignorant, uneducated or uninformed point of view. And I'm not calling them ignorant to make anybody angry. I'm simply saying, and I'm not trying to elevate me or anything. There's so many fields that I know nothing about that you can school me in any time of the week. You know, I'm a carpenter, and I'm sure there's carpenters maybe in this room that are better than me. But this field, you cannot school me in. Not even a little bit. I am definitely on the lower end of the elite class of this field. I'm not saying I'm at the top, I'm just on the lower end. There are people who know so much more about this than me, but they are not in the public sector. I am a layman. They are working for prestigious entities that try to keep their mouth shut about so many things and fool you historically. So somebody's asking me to show my evidence of I don't really know what you're I'm hearing lots of words. Show my evidence. Well, I already showed you a burn-in.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Why don't you go get some coffee?
Right.
They'll formulate their questions, and we'll get back on the hot seat.
Oh yeah. And this, right before I take off, this here was their trip that was released in the Society of Motion Picture Television Engineers Journal in 1964, talking about their trip, which happened in 1963. So yeah, it was presented in 1964, happened in 1963, and this document, which again, these are classified documents now. You cannot go get these documents. I have them. You don't. It just goes to show, why do I have classified documents if you can't even get a hold of them if I don't know what I'm talking about? So,
and I do have a section, actually. I have a Telegram for it's called Forbidden Text. So anything that you'd like to share,
yes, I will
if our server goes down or something, we'll have a copy.
Yeah, I will be giving Riggs. I will try to work with him to try to give him everything. I'll try to get my wife, I think, has a Telegram. I don't, because somebody has. Yeah, I've got secret documents. You don't. Woo-wee.
Don't let the
I know.
don't let the hecklers get to you. We'd be here all night if that's the case.
We'll try to work with Riggs. I got to talk with my wife because my phone number has been used by somebody else for Telegram. So I'll be right back in 3 minutes or so, and I'll kill my screen share for now, but you guys can get to talking. I'll be back.
All right, cool. I think now's a good time. If anybody wanted to come up and just have a quick chat, I think SE Montreal or anyone else who wanted to have any comments about what's been discussed, I'm happy to bring you up. We can just kill a little bit of time. Go ahead and raise your hand. I'll bring you in. And these guys in the chat, they're like, Riggs, you must go upward Earth. You must go upward Earth. I'm like, you can't. It doesn't go up, guys. Acceleration does not equal velocity. They are not the same thing. You get them conflated. Not the same thing. Doesn't mean I have a replacement, but at least I'm not wrong. That's the difference. I think I got you in. All right, SC, what's up, man? So what do you think about this guy? He's got a lot of info, huh?
Can you hear me?
Test. Yes, you're in. Welcome.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, I'm enjoying this. Yeah, this guy knows his stuff. He's got a lot of film experience. I'm anxious to ask him some questions about the moon camera and stuff. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, it makes me wonder. He hasn't even gotten to the majority of like, man, let me tell you, he's so into film that I know he's got so much more. It has to do with like laser test and just going out into the Arctic. And I'm wondering how much longer he's going to be out here tonight because I think it's already been like 3 or 4 hours or something. I don't even know.
I think I've spoken to him before, but I didn't know. Did he say that he works in film? He's because I missed the first part. Is that what he does professionally?
No. Okay, so
Welcome
I
back.
do. Yep, I'm back. So what I do is I make a motion picture. That is not my primary field of work. Although I have worked in fields where I am working as the visual technician. I am not like working like for the Society of Motion Picture and Television Engineers. If I was, and I was showing you these documents, I would be sued. By the way, I could be sued. I could be taken to court. Thank God I don't work for these people because otherwise I'd be in a lot of legal trouble right now.
All right. So how much more
But
content do you think you want to share with us? I mean, I know you got the laser test thing, but I mean, what other topics did you want to cover?
Well, there's a lot more than laser tests that I'd like to cover. Again, I'd like
Mm-hmm.
to unpack a lot of my stuff going forward in this. I know I went over that for a long time, and yeah, there's a lot I just breezed over because I like getting into the nitty gritty of things, and I just kind of was trying to give an overview. There's a lot more depth to this, like explaining like how to actually create the mats is kind of significant to tell people, in my opinion, so that way they have a better understanding of it's not just movie magic. You're getting the blue channel and the green channel and whatever. But I like explaining to people that when I make my videos that I use a lot of these light filtering techniques that they're using for film. I like talking about that stuff. I like getting into it. I like, I'm so into it that when I make my movie, I'm going to be releasing all my work files. Like there's going to be a lot of behind the scenes footage that if people care to look at how to make movies, they'll have a direct insight of look at all my project files that I made. Look at the process. It's like so far removed from anything you've ever done on a computer before because I just have the technical knowledge to do it. And to me, it's just a simple everyday thing. I don't strain to do a lot of the visual effects. There's very few that I have ever like thought deep and hard about, but it's mainly because I'm working on a shoestring budget and I have to work within the limitations of a shoestring budget. But when it comes to my laser test, I would really love to go through not just my laser tests, but a lot more of my observations, mainly because I just really am trying to put forward what I'm calling the final argument. I'd like to talk about the Abomination of Desolation, the movie, but also what I'm predicting as to what that is, and what to look forward to in the coming days, because I think it's fairly obvious what is about to um, unravel in the United States very quickly. So,
Is that? I think I know what that's about. I think you're talking about AI.
yes.
Yeah.
So I would really
Um,
like to do that, but we could
what
be here a long
what do you
time.
think about what do you think about making this like a several part series? I mean, do you really want to go through all your stuff and feel like you're being rushed?
Well, it just depends on if the audience cares to sit and listen. I mean, right now it appears we have 13 witnesses to what's going on, and I think that's a fair number. It's not quite 500, but
It's
that's okay. That's all right.
well, I think we have like I think 10 people out in internet land also watching. A lot of people
Sure.
didn't come in because they'd rather watch on YouTube. That's why. So,
Sure. And no biggie, no biggie. Yeah, I don't mind going through it, although it's very breathy and very long-winded, and I'll probably go down and refill my coffee cup and come right back and start if you'd like. We can also go over the footage in more depth later if you care to, um, as well.
well, I'm here for the
How about
show.
some
As long as you don't
questions?
get worn out, I'm happy. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll be right back. It's gonna take me about 20 seconds. I'm gonna top off my coffee cup and we'll get started.
All right, let's see what these guys are saying on the side here.
I think people are anxious for some questions. Like Left Lane is curious about the blue marble. So am I. Maybe we should start with that question. And I got some good questions for him concerning the Hasselblad and the other camera. Yeah.
Well, maybe we should ask those now before we move on. What's up, sweetheart tank?
Hey, thanks for the name change. This is really cool. I didn't get a chance to jump in when it started, but I joined in right when he was talking about the AR VR that they were developing in the 40s. And this is like, I've seen this before presented and it just totally disappeared off the internet. So I'm like, is this recorded? Am I able to actually go back and watch all this?
Yeah, this is all in the live stream. Unfortunately, the first 30 minutes or so got he got disconnected from Discord for a while, and we had trouble getting a hold of him. Came back, and we've been on fire since. So I'm gonna try to compile everything into one clip when I release a video. Or you can just watch the second half. It's the majority anyway. It'd be minus like 30 minutes.
So you're saying
Yeah,
it's broken
it's all
broken
recorded.
across two clips right now.
It's broken. Well, as of current, it's broken into let's see, 30 minutes on one side and then 3 hours on the other. So something like that.
2 hours probably.
Sure.
2 hours
Yeah.
on the other.
Never said I was good at math. What's up, Benjamin?
So
Oh, maybe he didn't accept yet. What's up? Go ahead.
So was there I thought I heard maybe somebody talking about a question, or maybe they just want I'd prefer if they just share their perspective. I don't like being accused. I just like sharing perspectives. I don't like debating. Just present a perspective. I'll present my perspective, and I'll try not to be any digging when I reply, if as long as it's mutual. I don't think I'm supposed to be debating. I think that's what the Bible teaches, is don't debate. But just yeah, okay. So if somebody wanted, I thought I heard a question when I walked away, something about the blue marble. I don't know.
Yeah, I was asking. It's more like we want to pick your brain, your expertise. So don't take it like it's an inquisition.
Okay.
Yeah. First of all, that was Left Lane. I have some questions about the Hasselblad and the moon camera, but I think Left Lane wants to know, like, what do you find suspicious about Blue Marble? Why do you think it's fake? I believe that's what he was referring to.
Well, I would have never thought the moon footage was fake if I hadn't first started studying light refraction. So there is one picture where when I zoomed in on the clouds, the depth looks really weird. I think it is the blue marble picture itself, where it seems like one of the storm clouds is like for how far away they are. It really looks like we're looking at it from only a couple hundred miles away. Um, just based on how much depth perception there is. It's just strange that everything else on the image looks pretty flat, like you're pretty far away. And then that one, it's like, woo-wee, why is there so much depth perception there? That's probably the only inconsistency I've seen in the images themselves. But I also would consider them to be fake because they were presented to us as being unfakeable when they were created, during a time when they most certainly were, by people who most certainly knew that they were fakeable and have proceedingly continued and continued and continued to cover that up. So I would say that there is great suspicion to be had simply because of that, just if for no other purpose, that we have been lied to about the fakeability of the timeline, like how long ago the timeline could have been altered or manipulated, or the perception of man usurped. So, and I believe we are reaching the conclusion of this grand usurpation. So that's what I would say to that. Um, just to cut myself short, so I don't continue on very long on that.
No, but technically, like what technically you find wrong with the pick?
Like I said, technically there is, I believe I've seen a depth issue with one of the clouds where it's just too depth. There's too much depth on a certain cloud storm that's going on. It almost looks like part of the composite was captured to where you're looking kind of like from a different angle of smoke, and then you're looking at this from a like central sort of view, like to where you're lined up with the middle of the globe in the image, but then the cloud looks like you're almost looking like it would be like looking over the shoulder of the cloud. It just seems like the depth perception changed is all. I mean, that's the technical thing, but technically it's pretty easy to image a 6-foot globe and composite clouds over the top, because the globe would be coated with an infrared coating. So you'd spray it with infrared sensitive paint that is clear. You can't see it, but the camera film can see it. And then you have a mat for your cloud composites. Again, and because of the light spill, because you're using an infrared light, which is also supposed to be replicating the sunlight, you're going to get all the specular highlights on your composite, the right shading on your clouds, because you're getting all the same light fall off as it turns around the surface as you would when you're doing it in color. So, yeah, I mean it's all technically doable. On paper, it's all
So
doable.
how do we determine whether something is faked or there's a creation behind it as opposed to legitimate?
Well, see, that's the problem, is if you put your faith in images, you will be deceived. What I'm saying is once something is indiscernible, it's no longer discernible. Meaning even somebody who is an expert
Obviously.
in this field will not be able to scrutinize it. This was mentioned in 1926, where Max Handscheitel said that it creates an image so realistic that it defies detection, meaning detection has been
You talking
defied.
about Project Bluebeam?
No,
Oh, because they
no.
talked. There was Harvard professors who said pretty much the same thing about Project Bluebeam back in the
Oh
40s,
yeah, Project
50s.
Bluebeam. They're saying they can. I don't want to cat trail on it, but if you look into laser technology that was developed in the '60s, they have lasers that are so accurate that at like 10 miles, it is spread out by like an inch, if that. And so it's not beyond me to believe that you can aim lasers at each other in the sky, similar to Project Bluebeam, and draw holographic images in the sky using a laser array. It
Well,
is not beyond me to believe
what
such a
what
thing can happen.
these professors made the claim was that that it was so real that they were actually bending light with the source that they were creating the hologram from, to where there was an actual physical construct. So I mean, if they could do that in the 50s, there's
Well, what
really
I'm
no
saying
way
is the
to
laser
turn
tech
what.
is so beyond what any of us have ever. I mean, technology. They're
Right,
talking
that's what I'm
about
saying.
focused energy weapons, like right, like we're talking about energy weapons. What's the term they're using?
Right, I mean,
To
you had research from 2010, 2011 showing that light can actually bend matter and create a type of field that is able to be felt. So if they can create a field that's able to be felt by a human being, with a hologram behind it. There's no telling what they can do. They can literally do anything.
I'm 27. I've been doing this for a pretty long time now when it comes to making pictures, and I have a lot of people that I talk to. I'm not just dreaming this all up by myself. I've interacted with military land surveyors that are very high ranked. Um, I've gone to communion with them and actually discussed some of my laser observations. I've spoken with professors who knew a lot about World War II and what they were doing in World War II to deceive people. They just weren't aware of traveling mats. They had no idea what the heck I was talking about when I brought this stuff up. So that's what I'm positing is we have no idea where technology is. I'm like kind of like how I try to inform people that in the Apollo moon mission era, we had warehouses upon warehouses upon warehouses, huge warehouses that were filled with analog computers for these moon mission simulations for the entire program, just warehouses full of them. Like now we have Amazon and we have Facebook and we have Elon Musk and we have the military, most of all, who have warehouses upon warehouses that never went away. The computers were never just obliterated and then left empty. No, the computers were just taken out and new computers put in that were smaller and more powerful and then smaller and more powerful. If you had a computer from 2001 and you just filled a Walmart, like a Walmart supercenter with those computers, you would have an AI that could function today. I mean, Peter Thiel, even
Well, there
himself,
was
AI work in 2001 for the military, where he had a full
well,
AI functioning program for his his
well, you had Martin Armstrong, who was attacked by the CIA, who had the most advanced AI algorithm that we would even think about today in the 60s and 70s, and he
yeah.
went to jail for 12 years because of his
Yeah,
technology.
I'm simply
Like
putting forth that.
we've had AI since at least the 40s.
Yeah, I'd say it's been around for a while. I mean, they did a movie, the movie, not a movie, it was a TV show called Newsbenders, and where they basically were just doing a revelation of the method, where they talk about, yes, we're going to fake the people. It all started with Hiroshima, is how he says it, Hiroshima,
Hmm.
and then we faked the hydrogen bomb, and we did this, and it's just kind of like wow, that's a kind of clever way to just kind of point and laugh at people and show them like, oh, you're showing them these little toy models on your television, but the fact
I
of the
mean,
matter is
the
when
real
images,
information is where they got the technology from.
yeah. So yeah, so that's anybody else. I don't want to rail
Yeah,
too
speaking of
long.
the, if I could get in here, speaking of the Apollo program, you mentioned the camera, right? The Hasselblad, and
Hasselblad.
also also the film one, right? I
That
mean,
is the film
sorry,
one.
the one on the buggy, which was not a film.
Yeah, that would have been the RCA J series lunar television camera. That one that one would have been for Apollo 17, that one in particular, which was the best camera they claim to have on there. And truth be told, if you go online and try to look up footage of that, it's really sad because the picture clarity that our parents and our grandparents saw was a lot higher than what you can find on the internet today, which should be really telling as to like why when I watch astronauts give presentations of the footage, I can see in some of these interviews that they have copies of this footage, which is just, it's like the original copy from Apollo 17. We're talking like, it would be like if you, I don't think so when you watch a DVD, that is native 480p, and native 480p is actually pretty solid definition. It looks pretty good. I'm sure if anybody here grew up watching DVDs that they preferred them over VHSs because the picture quality was so much better. Well, that's what they were broadcasting over the air was basically the equivalent of 480p by Apollo 17. And when I'm watching some of the footage from their presentations. It's like, why does the public not have access to this higher resolution imagery, but the Journal of Society of Motion Pictures and Television Engineers does? This astronaut does. Like,
Well,
it's pretty
I
lame
think
that
they would.
so that high definition film was available in France over 100 years ago. Like they had 4K resolution film.
Oh, I already went over that. I know.
Yeah,
No,
we
no, no.
went over
Yeah.
that a
4K
second
resolution,
ago.
almost nothing. We went over that a while ago, man.
I think they would just want to
That's not
give
the
you.
angle I'm talking about. I'm talking about a physical aspect. You're going with the technical, which is fine. I was going to ask you like a physical thing, because you mentioned, and because I don't know much about the camera, I wanted to talk about the Hasselblad, which I do know, and the film emulsion, if you don't mind after. But did you say that a sensor, they had a chemical sensor on this camera on the buggy?
So by the time, like anything that's using a Vidicon TV tube is ultimately using a sensor which is reactive to an electric ray that is interacting with that chemical makeup. That's what it's reading. So all these cameras were using Vidicon tubes, which is a cathode ray tube. And yeah, an electric ray is being shot across a vacuum, and it's the way that it's bent using magnetic forces is what causes the ray to hit the section of the sensor. And it's happening really fast. This is happening so mind-boggling fast. If you've ever watched a scan rate on a television and how fast a CRT television is actually drawing the image on your screen, you can't tell that it's like refreshing from the top down or that it's doing an interlace field. It just looks like a continuous image because we're talking in infinitesimally small second proportions compared to what you can perceive with your eyes, relative to what you can see with your eyes. So well, yes, it was like if they were when using the Westinghouse television camera, it's a chemical sensor, meaning the only way to replicate what this sensor looks like on film to its truest nature is to actually re-record the film with that camera and present it as though it was originally recorded on that camera. But in reality, you're just here. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I think I maybe already showed a picture of it, but I'll just screen share, and because we'll need to screen share to continue on if we're going to continue on.
No, but that camera, did it have film in it? That camera?
No, that's not a film
That's what
camera.
I'm saying. There was no film in it. Okay, right.
No film, none at all. No film.
Okay.
It was an analog signal, so a sine wave signal that was sent down a data cable back to. But this is the official story. It was sent down a data cable to the landing module. The landing module was then transmitting it back to mission control for them to receive. In Apollo
Perfect.
11, it was a 10 frames per second that they were claiming to shoot in. It was a black and white camera. I think they moved to color for Apollo 12, I think, but it had bloom problems. Yeah, it was color by Apollo 12. And it was supposed to have really bad bloom problems. And the camera then was allegedly burnt out. Like within just the very beginning of it, there's very little footage because they're like, oh, we aimed it directly at the sun and it destroyed the sensor, which, yeah, okay. I mean, it's a really good way to have Apollo 11 and then barely make anything for Apollo 12. And then for Apollo 13, you're likewise filming very little. So then that way you have all this build up time to work on the bigger projects like Apollo 15 and Apollo 16.
Gotcha. Thanks. A final question. I'm sure other people want to get in concerning the Hasselblad, right? Because you touched on the film emulsion. And that's pretty impressive, by the way, the 3-layered one. I didn't know that. But my question is this. The emulsion. We know that the Hasselblad had film camera, right? Did you ever think of the environment that camera was in the vacuum?
Yeah,
What effect
they were
it would.
yeah. I'm not going to be able to speak on this because I don't know a whole lot about. I just know that being out, they say that it's basically a microwave oven out there, that they coated the film in special emulsions. They don't tell you what it is, but that they say was to protect the film from radioactive exposure. And Yeah, they don't say anything about how they protected the cameras from the extreme heat
Well, they do
variations.
actually. They do. You want to know how?
What did they say?
You will laugh. They took off the leather that was on the original Hasselblad, and they painted it silver.
Oh no,
That's
I
what
knew that. Like I knew that about it, but I mean, it's like I don't really know how well the visible light spectrum being reflected is really going to help the microwave spectrum or the X-ray spectrum. I really don't understand these things, or the thermal spectrum for that matter. I have no idea. So I can't really talk on that. What I do know is they were working with emulsions, um, and that's all I can really say. Um,
Right. That's just one issue of the emulsion, right? The radioactive part, but there's also the vacuum, the outgassing part. Have you ever thought of that?
right. I mean, I do know that in a vacuum that things tend to evaporate. Oops, I'm getting a phone call. Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Um,
I got you.
I've got to take a phone call. Um, so I'll mute my mic. I'm sorry for having
No
such an
problem.
abrupt, but I have to take this.
No problem. Well, did everyone, how many questions do we have left? I don't want to slow them down too much. We probably already spent a good 15 minutes on this. What do you guys think?
Oh, this is good. I'm sure other people want to ask questions. Let them finish off this one, I guess, and I'm sure other
Well,
guys have other questions.
seems like our speakers have dropped down. That's fine. Let me see in the side here. I know that I don't want to ignore them. There were a couple questions from what's his name? Echoplex, and I think Left Lane had one too. I'm going to give you guys one question each. So let's see here from Echoplex. Could you ask him if he could explain how exactly filming techniques could be used to simulate the rooster tails coming off the lunar rover that appear to be
Yep.
behaving like the dust, as in a vacuum and under 1/6 the gravity of Earth? Please. Okay, that's
Sure.
from
So,
Echoplex.
yep.
Go for it.
Echoplex. Glad to answer that question for you. So, as people have noted in the 16 millimeter film, if you stabilize the footage, it appears as though the astronaut is not moving very well. And I'll get to the dust in a second. It appears as though he's just kind of like bouncing forward and backwards. And in this bouncing, he makes no effort to catch his weight, even though he's being kind of bounced around in what's known as the Grand Prix on the moon's surface. Um, which is kind of crazy because if you'd want to stabilize yourself bouncing around, you think you would be trying to keep your weight balanced, but no matter. So if you take an RC car, if you've ever watched footage of RC cars, what you can do is using such an RC, you can create rooster tails. It's kind of like water scaling, how I talked about water doesn't scale well. Well, in this
Mm-hmm.
sense, when you're using an RC car, it overscales it. So when you're throwing up dust with an RC car, you get massive rooster tails. So what you'd be doing is you'd be recording this in high speed motion. So you'd have your regolith surface, right? And you'd be recording with your RC, and this is just one way of doing it all in camera. Okay, like there's also going to be methods of simulating dust relative to where you're stepping, to where you can put in dust effects, like if you're stomping around and watching dust fling. There's actually moments, if you watch the footage very closely and you have access to high quality footage of Apollo 17, when they're tromping around and kicking dust around, the dust that they kick actually doesn't interact with the ground most of the time. In a lot of circumstances, the dust like flies and then just kind of dissolves away. And it's like, well, did it like, and none of the feature, I mean, like you'll see all the same little pebbles and everything and all the same spots where the dust landed and makes no impression on it. And so when you have the RC car, you can get a big fat rooster tail, and then you're recording that in high speed imagery. So it's all happening in real time, really fast. The RC car is bouncing around, you know, they're a little thing rocking back and forth. And then when you slow the footage down, you're going to get these massive, massive, massive rooster tails that are moving much slower. And this is called, like, you can adjust this based on what's called a variable frame rate. So if in one section the
Mm-hmm.
RC car grabbed too much traction and lurches forward, you just slow that section down and you have all these extra frames to play with. And when you're done making the final composite with the frames, you get your frame rate adjusted to the correct variations to match your physics, which I can show where they were already distorting images, which they were calling lens corrections, but they were taking images and they were adding in curvature to then apply the Newtonian equation. So they were already messing with the idea of distorting pictures to add in things that they were expecting to see but weren't recording. But you adjust the frame rate and you can get your speed, the quote unquote physics that would be expected. It's, you know, like people will say like, oh, you know, we've calculated this down to the minute physics level, but the fact of the matter is if it doesn't fit exactly, there is so many mathematical mental gymnastics you can create for an equation to say it's behaving exactly the way it should. It's kind of like the retro reflectors on the moon that they say are there from Apollo 11. When they first set them there at Apollo 11, there were several universities and institutions that were all vying and lining up. They had all their installations where they had already been laser shooting the moon and saying they were getting reflections off the moon, okay, beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were waiting. They had all their systems firing at the moon while they were up there trying to get this. This is in the laser ranging documents on the CIA. They were shooting this. They had already been able to return them before. And so they're using the same lasers, you know, they were able to get this before. They shouldn't have to update anything. It's just once the reflectors are there, the return rate should increase immensely without having to change anything. Well, they didn't get an increased return rate for the first day. The first day, nobody could actually hit these things. They had no idea what was going on. Well, it turns out one of the colleges determined, oh, we need to change the noise profiles on our system, and oh, all of a sudden we can receive them. And it's like, huh, so they didn't make it any more sensitive without changing the noise profiles to then receive these back. It's like they were already calibrated to receive the wavelength of light on return, and it was already calibrated very sensitive to capture what should have been a very minute amount of return before the retro reflectors were there. And in fact, they had to change the noise profiles just so they could receive anything. But this again is completely buried and people don't want to address it, that we altered our method of collecting data because it didn't improve. So yeah, I would say the same thing with the rooster tails. Like if you want to try to apply math and say, well, the physics works out perfectly, it's like, well, they should talk with somebody who did all the calculations and see if they imposed any generalizations, because I've found that people impose many generalizations in math just to make math fit. You can draw things in math kind of like you can draw pictures, and you can draw it however you want if you're willing to um, compromise intellectual integrity to do so.
All right. I think there was one more comment, but it's more of a dismissal. So I think what we should do is preserve your energy and your time, and maybe we just move forward with the presentation if you'd like to keep going.
Sure, I'll give it a go. I'm screen sharing already.
Okay. Let me get my screen ready, focused on yours. All right, I am maximized. Let's do it.
Okay, so I want to bring up a few things first before we get started. I want to tackle what I believe are the main arguments the globe has against it. I believe the strongest piece of evidence that has ever been presented to me by any glober yet that the Earth would be a globe is graphs from the radiosondance data that was performed from, it was like 47 to like into the 70s, like 73. So like this one is kind of close to my location. This is in Fairbanks. I mean, that's still quite a ways away, but it's supposed to be measurements of the refractivity gradient based on weather balloons, okay, radiosondances, okay? And this would have been an incredibly strong argument for the globe, showing that, look, most of the time light's bending down, is what they would say based on this data. And Ruhif says this is raw data of the environment. It's not assuming hydrostatic equilibrium whatsoever. It's just measurements that are then plotted on a graph. But this is not the case, because if you look into how a radiosondance collects data, it is using instrumentation that does not directly measure the refractive gradient. Just like if you use a thermometer, a barometer, and a hydrometer, you're not technically measuring the refractive gradient. You have to perform calculations to make conversions to measure the refractive gradient. And they are incredibly accurate when you do these conversions without imposing generalizations upon them. So his graph, he would say, Rue Hifnell, if you've met him, he would say that this is definitive proof that the Earth is a globe, and he has hundreds of these graphs to show me. Now, what I would like to show is this document, very much talking literally about how they performed the calculations for this radiosondance data conversions, because they were converting it. So they go over what they're doing to consider what is n being the refractive index. This is going to get a little technical, but I'm going to try to just summarize it. Okay, so they said the notation n is used to indicate that 4.1, this, has been evaluated from standard surface weather observations. So to obtain long-term average values of n, one should properly average individual observations over many years. This is difficult to do since, in general, only summaries of weather observations are readily available. What was I just showing? Let me close this and I'll show you what I was talking about. This here is a summary. It actually isn't the data. Like, we don't have the raw data from these radiosondances. This is just a summary of their calculations after they performed them. Okay, so are readily available. However, long-term average values of temperature, pressure, and humidity are available and may be converted, right there, that's what I'm saying, these are being converted into an average value of n. This average n, the refractive index, differs from the true average, since the intercorrelation of pressure, temperature, and humidity is neglected. What he's saying is they are neglecting the fact that these things change quite diversely out in the field. So and this one's actually talking, hilariously enough, about the graph that I'm showing. I didn't plan that, by the way. This difference was examined by an analysis of 2 years of weather records of the months of February and August at an Arctic location, Fairbanks, Alaska, a temperate zone location, and a tropical location, Swan Island. Okay, so that's what they're talking about. Let's scroll down here. On this basis, okay, so these data points given in 4.1 indicate that the difference between the two methods was never more than 1.5 n units, refractive index units, and that the average difference was less than 1 n unit, which is small compared to the commonly observed seasonal and geographic variations of 20 to 100 refractive index units. So on this basis, it was decided to use the long-term means given in the United Nations monthly publication, Climactic Data for the World. This publication is particularly advantageous for our present study since it reports the fictitious value of the relative humidity needed to obtain the actual average vapor pressure from the saturated vapor pressure of the reported mean temperature. This is kind of a confusing sentence, but what they're doing is they're taking the fictitious value of the relative humidity is a value that is obtained by a lab environment where you are measuring with a air gas cell refractometer, um, a just one that measures, because most refractometers, if you look at a refractometer, it's going to be for liquids. This is a gas cell refractometer. These are like $15,000 if you're going to try buy one by yourself or more. So they're completely out of scope for a lot of people. But this fictitious value is created inside of a closed sealed chamber. These are not field measurements. So what they're doing is they're saying, we are going to use this fictitious lab measurement, okay, and we are going to apply it so then we can create an average vapor pressure from the saturated vapor pressure of the reported mean temperature. So when they say the saturated vapor pressure, it's because when you do this in a lab environment, in a definite space, a closed space, the surface where the air touches the bottom of the chamber is almost always 100% saturated with water vapor. It's almost always. So this is how they calculated this, is they assumed what's called your wet value, meaning on the lowest layer of your field, okay, meaning where the ground and the air boundary meet, they applied a generalized assumption from a lab environment that the air would be this saturated across every single one of these locations. It's based on absolutely no field measurement of the surface or near the surface. It is completely an imposed generalization. Okay. So they're creating a fictitious end value, is what I'm trying to say. So what they're saying here is many studies have shown that the average refractive index variation with height is quite well represented to a first approximation by a formula similar, meaning as you climb up, if you take an approximation at, like, let's say 5 feet above the surface, that as you rise up, you can approximate really well that it's going to continue to change on average, kind of like how the how temperature changes. So like how an isothermal approximation is applied to a lot of these. Isothermal meaning if it's 50 degrees at the surface, if you raise up 1,000 feet, it's going to be 4 degrees colder. So it'll be 46 degrees, 1,000 feet above your head. And then 1,000 feet above that, it'll be 42 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay. I'm going to continue. But basically what they're saying is that the vapor seems to follow a similar trend. But keep in mind that they are applying supersaturation at the surface based on a lab environment here. So furthermore, the value obtained depends upon the model of the water vapor distribution, and no definite conclusion can be justified considering the extreme variation of water vapor concentration with season, geographic location, and height above the Earth's surface. What they're saying is this won't be really accurate what we're doing. I mean, we're readily admitting that there is an extreme variation because once you leave the lab, you're no longer in a definite space. You're now in an indefinite space. So they're already readily kind of saying this isn't exactly a great way to do this. But yeah. So that's how they that's one of the generalizations, and I'm going to show you that I'm not just inferring this, like I'm not just pretending this is what they're doing. This was something that had actually been come up with by Jean-Baptiste Bayet, and he talks about how they came up with this generalization, which these guys are imposing on the data. This was a generalization that was invented sometime around 1836, but it was at least reported on in 1836. In a memento by Jean-Baptiste Bayet, which if you look up Jean-Baptiste Bayet, if you look him up, he was a founding father, right up there with Isaac Newton in terms of astronomical refractions, okay? He is given immense credit. He is heavily glorified in this field as being a leading authority on this topic. I don't really want to appeal to authority, but this is the authorities that the globe model appeals to themselves. This comes from the Académie des Sciences, which is one of the most prestigious colleges in the world. I mean, it makes Stanford and any other of these American Ivy League schools kind of look like child's play. This is the college that Isaac Newton worked within. So, sorry, I was finishing my coffee there. So let me continue. So this document is entirely in French. Again, it's dated of September 1836. I think actually this is dated, post-dated beyond that, I do believe. But I have it, I went to Deep L. I actually have this translated from several sources. I did one through my in-browser translation. So through the Vivaldi Translate. I don't know which service they use, but Vivaldi, which is the browser I use, offers an in-browser translate for whatever you highlight. You can translate it. Yep, 1836. I'm bringing up 1836 because I'm showing you that this generalization was created by the geometers of the past, and we're still using them today because it is only through generalizations that the globe model works. They have to overgeneralize the environment. So in a way, like if I say, I really like pop, some of you might infer when I say I really like pop that he's talking about pop music. But some of you might have inferred that I'm talking about Pepsi. Okay, so when you say something so general and you apply that as though that is specific, then you can make alterations. So it doesn't have to do with humidity. It actually has to do with how humidity alters density at the surface. Because density ultimately is going to be that which determines which direction light bends. Okay, so I'm just gonna move along and stop addressing the heckler that I saw there for a moment. And I'm gonna go to buy it. So this one was a translation by the Deep
That's probably
L,
a good idea. Always recommended.
the Deep L translation software. And when I'm done doing all this, I'll tell you how humidity interactions with the environment impact the density at the surface. I'll describe it in great detail to avoid any confusion as to why we have what Jesse would refer to as top-heavy density gradients, which he has actually directly measured and proved do exist himself. So, okay, so in this, I'm just going to read the first page and then I'm going to kind of skip around a little bit here. Okay, so the calculation of astronomical refractions is on astronomic refractions by Mr. Byatt. The calculation of astronomical refractions is based on the knowledge of refractive power of atmospheric air in its various states of composition, density, and temperature, and on a more or less approximate representation of the laws according to which these three elements vary in the atmosphere. Okay, so that third element is what it is going to be: humidity. Okay, as one rises through the superimposed layers of air. Newton was the first to attempt to mathematically link these. Newton was the first to, it repeated, two classes of physical data using his fruitful theory of central forces, and he deduced the numerical values of refractions for the case of uniform temperature using his method of approximate quadratures, which for a long time was unknown to have been used by him, and whose usefulness for this type of problem has not been sufficiently appreciated to this day. As the methods of infinitesimal calculus developed, several of the great geometers who advanced them, and it repeated, dealt with the problem of refractions, but they seemed more early on. It seems like there's a slight error here. Okay, let's see. I want to bring up let's skip down here. This is talking about, I believe, one of the solutions people tried to do, where they tried to take into account a uniform composition of atmospheric layers of uniformity that cannot strictly exist, if only by virtue of the conditions of the existence of water vapor, and for which, moreover, we cannot vouch for the air layers that surround us. Let us imagine, in fact, that we limit ourselves to considering the atmosphere as composed only of water vapor and a permanent gaseous mixture. constant in its composition. The conditions of equilibrium used by Mr. Laplace can only be applied to such a system if we assume the vapor pressure is 0 in all layers, or proportional to the pressure in all layers. The first case would be that of an atmosphere deprived of water vapor, and thus it is never realized. The second is also not generally possible, and only becomes so by suitably restricting the amount of water vapor that the lower layers can admit. So there's two things here that are mentioned that is going to be assumed later in every single model. And that is, one, this graph, the graph that Ruhif shares, is the only model that is not assuming hydrostatic equilibrium. Okay, but it is assuming the second assumption, which is mentioned here, which might have been missed, which is, and only becomes so by suitably restricting the amount of vapor that the lower layers can admit. He goes on, for if we allow them, for example, to reach the maximum, okay, and he's saying the maximum saturation, that would be kind of I don't know how to interpret directly between these two sentences because the translation software doesn't do it well, but he then goes on to describe, because the diffusion properties of gases that we observe in closed vessels may well not exist to the same degree in indefinite spaces with the extreme variations in density and temperature that occur in the atmosphere. Okay, what he's talking about is if you're going to restrict, the only way to restrict how much water the lower layers can admit, when I say admit, I mean that they can accept at any given time, okay, is to assume that at the surface, that the surface is almost always right where the surface and the air meet is almost always at 100% relative humidity or higher, meaning like you just have to assume that it's fully saturated, the air can absorb no more water, okay? None whatsoever. And again, this is why they're using, and this is why he brings up that the diffusion properties. What's the diffusion properties? How much does the ground diffuse from the ground when it off gases? Okay, he's saying because the diffusion properties, the off gas properties of gases that we observe in closed vessels may well not exist to the same degree in indefinite spaces. Why? Because there's extreme variations in density and temperature that occur within the air, okay, within an indefinite space. So that's what they are saying is we ultimately, they are going to suitably restrict, and in another translation, it says conveniently restrict the amount of water vapor. Okay. So, and he goes on to express that this is exactly what he did, is that he came to a method of creating a refraction model, which is the same refraction model that's being used in this document here. It is the same fictitious presupposition that he is applying, except he's using an updated one from the United Nations. Okay. Why is the United Nations having input on our science? We're Americans, right? And this is, back in the whatever, but they're influencing every aspect of it. And he goes on to say that he has come up with a way to do this, but only if we, okay, right here, this complete generality is the formation of, he's saying this, he's talking about how this gave me R for the horizontal refraction using some of these presuppositions. And he talks about this complete generality in the formation of differential equations. So he's creating a generality that he is applying to them, okay? And in their numerical resolution is perhaps today the only improvement that the great geometers mentioned have above have left us to introduce into the theory of astronomical refractions. Okay, for nothing can be added to the beauty or rigor of the analytical methods they use to integrate the differential equations specific to the atmospheric conditions they accepted. Meaning, they didn't take the atmospheric conditions as it was. They're just as they're changing them to be. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then he says, but we can thus realize but we can thus clearly recognize what the refractions calculated by the current tables assume to be particular to the state of air. Whether these assumptions can physically subsist in all cases, or whether they relate only to an average state subject to this or that restriction. Finally, if there are observation conditions where the results may be independent of distant accidents that this state may undergo, we will thus better see the reality of this independence, or more importantly, he mentions here, or its limits. Okay. So, this is a pretty significant thing to note, is that he mentions the singularity element. So the reason why vapor is so important to refractions is because water vapor carries its temperature. Okay, so when it raises off the ground, because the two biggest proponents of refractions, right, is going to be temperature and density. And really, it's ultimately density, although some people would argue that temperature has the biggest impact on it because temperature so dramatically alters density. But ultimately, it's because density was altered that it bends. Okay, so temperature does alter density, and it does so in an extreme way. So, and because this, what's going to be referred to as the singularity element. Okay, so right here, he's going to say, in addition, so in addition to the unexpected singularity of finding an element of horizontal refraction that is independent of the state of distant layers and can be obtained in all possible cases without integration. In addition, by the way, when he says without integration, this is a way of saying the word integration, if you really boil it down, like integration would be to bring something into a model per se, but it comes from the word integrity, meaning that this thing exists, and in all possible cases, we can't bring it into a state of integrity with our models. Okay, is what he's saying. It has no integrity if we actually try to integrate it. So we have to restrict it. Okay. So in addition to the resulting link between the increase in refraction near the horizon and equally observable variations in refractive power from the lower layer, the theorem I have just stated will have other useful applications. Meaning if you, he's basically saying if you recognize that this element's here, you can actually use it and account for it and mathematically do things that are useful, knowing that vapor isn't acting the way that we generalize it to be. So I would like to find the point where he brings up specifically temperature, carrying their temperature. So let me see if I can find it. It probably is under the word carry. You know what? I put in carry. Oh, right here. Okay, so I found it. Here it is. Now, as our current expressions of the differential element being humidity, of carry their temperature, a state of affairs that we nevertheless see occurring, the proportionality of tension to pressure does not decrease the tension quickly enough to maintain it in the upper layers below or at the level of the maximum that is appropriate for their lower temperature. So there would then be liquefied steam, contrary to the hypothesis. The hypothesis is that the Earth would be a globe. And so what he's saying is we can't assume that these elements are proportional, because if we assume that the density and temperature are proportional to the humidity, meaning like we restrict the amount of vapor that the environment can permit so that it's proportional, we would see liquefied steam, okay, meaning clouds that are really, really low all the time, 100%. And that he's saying it's literally contrary to what we're seeing. It can't happen because cloud formations tend to be rather high and not right at the surface. So he's basically saying the world only exists, the globe only exists in these broad generalities that we are imposing upon the environment. So a way of saying that is we cooked the numbers, and there you go. So what happens is if you retreat back to, a lot of people like standing on Occam's razor. The least amount of assumptions is usually the true one. So if you retreat back to basic physics, and as they said, the humidity distribution when you get higher is pretty consistent. And in the lowest layer, they don't say this part, but if you assume that in the lowest layer, that the gradient is going to be rather proportional to the temperature increase and decrease, then you can, through the very same calculations without imposing hydrostatic equilibrium, similar to this, how this graph does it here, without imposing hydrostatic equilibrium at the locality that you are measuring from, if you get your hydrometer, your barometer, and your thermometer, then you can figure a gradient. And if you have one other thermometer and you put it on the ground and you measure the temperature of the ground, you can have a very accurate gradient without having a direct measurement of N. The way to get a direct measurement of N you would have to have a refractometer, because that's the only way to get a direct measurement of N, and with a resolution that's incredibly, N being the refractive index. But without the limitation of how much vapor the ground can permit at any given time, which by it already readily recognized that they are going to restrict how much the lower layer, can accept. He already admitted that they like applying hydrostatic equilibrium. Then you're going to run into this problem where light doesn't bend down the way that they're saying it does, because what ends up happening is you end up having a positive value in your refractive index, and that leads to an upward curving ray of light, which just means that this entire graph, because it assumed that the water vapor that the air could permit at the lowest layer, it just applied a generalization that almost all the time it's not applying enough water vapor to cause upward bending of light. It's just a cooked graph. This is just completely a generalized piece of propaganda, essentially.
On that note,
And
on
if
that
you
note,
really
can you
want
hear
to
me?
not have these generalizations, you can go do it yourself. You can simply use the Magnus formula. And if you don't know math, like I don't know math all that well,
Oh no.
there are tools online to be able to do it. A lot of people, not that I advocate the use of AI, I especially would not advocate the use of XAI, because that AI has now been turned into a manipulative liar, one that is incredibly bad. But if you give your readings to an AI like ChatGPT, and you tell it about these generalizations ahead of time and that you would like to calculate these, then you'll definitely be able to.
Can you hear me? Hello, hello. All right. He's I'm hoping he saw my message that time. I'm gonna give him to reconnect real quick. Boop, boop, doop. All right, I'm gonna bring him back up. He is back in the stage.
Okie
Can you
dokie.
hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you. Absolutely.
Okay, great. Yeah, I was just was trying to talk to you. I think I tried to maybe 20 minutes ago. Not sure if you heard me.
Oh,
and then I
you're
tried
kidding.
again, and you definitely couldn't hear me. But it's okay. Everything was coming through, and you didn't get dropped. So we'll just keep churning. I did want to stop you for 1 second. It seemed like the right moment since you got finished with that graph. We have a question from the audience. It might be a trick question, but just I'll try to read it slow, I guess. Can you please ask him if he's claiming that air density is generally greater at higher elevations?
No.
And then he
Okay,
said,
so go ahead.
okay.
Go ahead. I
Okay,
want to claim.
yeah.
Let me clarify, because I actually want to just stop. I feel like I just got slightly strawmanned. I was going to articulate the process of why. I'm not saying that at the highest elevations that it's more dense. What I'm actually saying is that right at the surface is not the densest area, and it's because of what Byatt said, and it's why he was so concerned about it, was because vapor carries its temperature. So when water vapor leaves the surface, right, and the surface is, let's say the air temperature outside is 50 degrees, and the surface being hit by the sun, on that day made the surface 65 degrees. Okay, so the surface is warmer, right? And the air is still pretty hot. And let's say the relative humidity just 5 feet above the surface, and not even that. Let's just say 5 inches above the surface. The relative humidity 5 inches above the surface is 68%. Okay, well, you got a problem. That's really low relative humidity, and at 50 degrees, the air can contain a lot of water. So even though the temperature is dropping between what the air can release at the ground because it's a higher temperature, and therefore water can leave it faster, as long as the air has the capacity to accept it, it will continue accepting it. The vapor will rise. This is called the dew. Okay, and the dew rises and forms clouds, and this is how we get clouds. Okay, and he Byatt readily recognized that unless we suitably restrict how much the vapor can leave the ground at, which he's recognizing by saying that we're just pretending that this is happening. We know this doesn't happen, but we're just going to do it anyway. Okay. Then what ends up happening is the temperature of that water, which is 60 degrees or 65 degrees, whatever I said the surface was, 65 and let's say 50, that water vapor, which is 65 degrees, is going to rise up, okay? And it's going to rise up and it's going to lose its temperature over time. But what this does is it means that there is this heater right next to the surface. It's heating the air right at the surface, meaning the temperature right there, right above the surface, up to potentially 70 or 80 feet, has a heater blowing on it, okay? A lot of the time. And it's being carried up. It's radiating the heat upward because of this differential element, this singularity element. He's calling it a singularity because he's literally saying, this is the singularity in our problem. I mean, it is the thing that destroys the globe model, is the fact that these things carry their temperature up and they leave the surface at a rate that doesn't allow for it to be a globe without imposing artificial restrictions, unless we cook the books. And so it rises up and it heats that surface. So now the coldest area, because temperature has the direct highest modification value claimed by globers usually, as to what the density is, it does debunk the globe. It's totally debunked. You can measure this yourself. If you want to go get a $15,000 refractometer and go measure the ground just a few inches above the surface, you'll find, just like how I measured the temperature of the ice at the surface and by the temperature, you can distinguish how much water vapor is going to be released in basic physics from that surface, and you can tell, is the air 5 inches above it going to accept it? And you can determine that gradient and see, oh yes, it will continue accepting it, meaning that there is no 100% saturation at the surface, meaning the vapor can rise up. So globe's debunked. It's done. It's over. We've recognized the books are cooked. And what I'm saying is this heater that is lifting up the cold air, it's causing the cold air to loft above, meaning there is a lofting density gradient. Jesse actually proved this in his 3-mile flashlight test. Yeah, I'm not talking about up to 2,000 feet, man, because the thing is when you're looking over the surface, okay, and light's bending up, and you can see too far, and the density gradient shows that, in fact, light is bending up at the surface up to about 50 feet, and you can see too far over the horizon. Well, on a globe, if light's bending up on the surface, 50 feet above your head, all the way up to 50 feet above your head, and you can see too far, like 6 miles away, there's not 50 foot of drop. So the light's still bending up 6 miles away and you can still see the person. Well, then you know that because on a globe, it wouldn't allow you to see further around the curve, because to be able to see further around the curve, light has to bend down. Then yeah, you'll end up debunking the globe, and it's already debunked. I'll even show you a picture where I have an upward bending laser. Let me go to it. This lens that I used is a 122-degree field of view lens. I'm going to give you some reference here. So I shot a laser from the side with a lens that has a distortion rating of less than 0.5%. Okay. That is across the entire frame, less than 0.5% at any given point across that frame, meaning that the average is going to be very accurate across the entire frame. I was 6 miles away. Let me show you. Can you see my screen share, Riggs? Am I coming through? Are we still?
You were coming through perfectly fine. Yeah, I got you
Okay.
Pulled up on the stream. We are locked in.
Great. So here is a laser where we can see the initial divergence of the ray, meaning we're seeing the source. If we can't see the initial divergence of the ray, well, then it would be behind some sort of curvature. So that's 6 miles away from my location. Now, I'm not looking perfectly perpendicular to the beam yet, because to be perfectly perpendicular to the beam, I either have to have this directly on the edge of the frame, or I need to be just past it. I'm going to show you some landmarks. There's a red light here. In another picture I have, I'll show you my light column here. There is a light column here. This red light that I just showed you, another red light. Again, I'm really far away. This is before I walked forward and the terrain was actually obstructing the source of the laser. So you can see what it should look like if it's coming up over any curve, because I cannot see the initial divergence because it is literally blocked by obstruction. Okay. We were also aiming far too high for this observation. We needed to aim lower, and we couldn't see. I couldn't literally see this laser, mind you, with my own eyes. Like I was saying, my camera can see better than I can. And what we found was I created this, and I called this the Choose Ye This Day, where I wanted to show that this here is our picture of the side that I'm compressing. Okay, as you can see, it starts at about the center of the frame, and it goes almost in line with the horizon. Okay, and if we're going to say this is lens distortion, right, then we can only presume that if the lens distortion is at play here, that the beam would be bending the same direction as the horizon. Because if that's the case, then it's going to bend in such a small section of this frame the same direction. All right. So what did we find? Well, we found that the laser has a very notable curve up when compressed horizontally in line with the laser beam. And I'm not even aiming very horizontal. I was aiming high. You can see my initial trajectory was a little bit high, and it's still bending up towards the higher layer. And I have the measurements for this day, which show that if I don't impose supersaturation at the surface, and I don't impose hydrostatic equilibrium, and I just take the measured data from the locality, and I estimate my gradients doing that, that this is exactly what the hypothetical calculus will show is going to happen, is an upward bend with a very slight downward bend of the surface. And I have a slight downward bend here at the surface. And you know what? Because I can see too far and light is bending up on a globe, it's not a globe. Light bending up reduces your visibility distance. It means that light cannot bend down and around for you to see further. I just want to kind of wrap up.
That's a feels bad.
big-
So
Yeah.
what is that distance there?
Oh yeah, so let me talk about, let me just go to the uncompressed picture so it'll fill the entire screen.
Sure.
So
yeah,
this,
I feel like maybe we skipped a few steps because you wanted to prove everybody wrong
Yeah.
that was heckling you.
Sure. This here is the picture. So the laser is positioned just slightly out of frame here, just ever so slightly out of frame. Like I showed the picture where I aimed a little to the right, and I recognized, ooh, I need to aim a little bit to the left. There was a lot of problems we ran into on this. Like everybody's like, oh yeah, this is such an easy thing. Let me go out and do it for myself. Well, you haven't done it for yourself, and you don't know the challenges involved. And there were several moments where where I almost died, where me and my partner almost died in the same incident, because this is a 20-mile lake that has a glacier feeding into it, running water that runs into it, and a river flowing out of it. So it's very much leveling this lake all the time, meaning like the ice will frequently break apart and then refreeze. So there is fissures along this where you can literally see where it opened up and then it closed back up again. We drilled down in several locations at the lake and found water to where the water would raise up right to the surface of the ice. So we knew that in several locations that we checked, in every location we checked, the water rose up to the surface of the ice, which would be a great indicator that that is in fact water level. I mean, obviously the ice level is going to be in slight deviation to that, but we're talking within inches of flatness. So the source of this laser, again, in this picture, is 6 miles away. It's aiming at a point at the tip of this island. There's an island here, and from his perspective, there is a tip that he can look at. Okay, and if he is aiming just to the tip of that island, then it will be shooting perpendicular from a very particular position on the lake, the position in which I traveled to take this picture. And I know that I am within about 2 degrees, give or take, on either side of that 90-degree angle from this beam, perpendicular to it. I'm within 2 degrees of that, give or take. I mean, it's very close. I would say just mathematically and based on if we're going to take these projections, these land surveys, that they are what they are, then I'm exactly where I would need to be to see this. So the laser in the middle of the frame, once I show you, so here's that light column. We're going to see there's the evidence of the little red light right here. It didn't come through as bright. In that area, there is the red light, which is almost hidden by the laser right there. Okay. And now I'm going to hop over to the other picture where we remember that light column right there. And this light and that red light, which came through a lot better. Okay, I'm going to move over to the one where I upped the exposure because I have the raw images. These are not originally JPEGs. These are NEF files. So these are raw 8K pictures, essentially. They're actually higher than 8K, just ever so slightly. And using, like I said, an incredibly accurate lens with, like I said, less than a 0.5% distortion rating across the entire frame, meaning even if there was a little distortion over here, it's not going to impact like the distortion over here, or it's not going to impact the distortion over here. So it's not like a general distortion across the entire frame. It's going to be per grid of the frame, meaning if like if this was causing stuff to bend up, okay, if there was distortion causing it to bend up, it would be confined to small section over here, confined to small section over here. This has 16 elements for corrections. This is an in-lens correction. I did nothing to correct this image whatsoever. It is done by the manufacturer. They do the whole thing. They stand on this as their glory and their pride and their huge claim to fame that they reject any lens that exceeds this. It's their authority, not mine. They're not, even presenting this. I'm not giving them an advertisement. I'm just sitting here saying, if you want to say, oh, I lens corrected it, it's like, no, I didn't. This is just what the lens is showing. And these are the specs of the lens, and it's totally adequate for what I'm doing. And so again, let me just go back to this. At the center right here, this laser beam is 3 miles away from me, roughly 3 miles away. On the edge of the frame, that would put me roughly 12 and a half miles it has traveled from this point all the way on the right. We're looking at 12 and a half miles of beam right now. That's a lot of beam. 12 and a half miles worth of beam. My laser is a 4-watt green laser. Okay, it's a 525 nanometer, I do believe, which is incredibly sensitive. I chose that for this observation because green is the most sensitive color for a lot of digital cameras. It has more green receptors on the Bayer matrix to be able to capture that color. So it was the best for this observation. We also had a blue laser, but I'm not sure we could have pulled this off because it was obviously the green was, we were kind of pushing the limits of what this could see. Otherwise, it would have been so bright it could have caused bloom issues. And it would have been hard to measure if there was bloom issues. The collimation of this laser, as you can recognize, if we look down here, Wow, it's really well collimated, is it not? Well, that's
Yeah,
because the
that's pretty
collimation was,
good.
yeah, it's 0.123. Okay, meaning
What
that at
how much was that laser? The 4-watt laser.
this laser runs for about I think $700, and you have to know where to get it.
Woo!
I got mine for a
Yeah.
smoking deal, but they don't sell it
Well,
anymore. I got mine for like
you
500,
didn't
but
have
they
a
don't sell it.
collimator on it. It was just stock or what?
So this is technically a dual diode laser. So it's using it's not a gas laser. It's using semiconductors, and so it's a dual diode. So normally in the consumer market, at least, the most powerful green laser diode you can get is a 2-watt green laser diode for a as a semiconductor diode. And what the guy did when he manufactured this was he took 2 of them and he ran them through a beam conjoiner, so a prism, a triangular prism. So it enters it, and then it leaves that prism coming out as one beam. And then he went through 2 lenses that one expands the beam. He went through a beam expander, which spreads the beam out. And then the next lens is the collimation lens. And that depends on the distance it is from the beam expansion lens, because the more you expand your beam, the more accurate of a beam that you can create because of the scaling problems with glass. So you can make really precise glass, but you can only make it so perfect, okay? And so to avoid imperfections with glass, you actually scale the laser size up. So if you're using a 3-inch beam, you can have lasers that are so accurate they will be about the same size. I actually have a collimator that was owned, operated by NASA. It still has their demarcations on it, that this was the government of NASA property. And it's a 3-inch collimator. I mean, it's a very amazing piece of equipment. We didn't use that for this test because I would have needed a very specialized setup to be able to configure my lasers to be able to work with that collimator. But I do have one. It's very cool. This collimator, I had already in advance gone out, measured my collimation over a quarter mile. It might have been able to have been even more collimated than it was, but I only had a quarter mile test strip to be able to collimate this. Because what you're doing when you collimate a laser is you're creating like an hourglass effect where you're trying to focus the light in such a way that it's going to cross over itself really far down range. And you want the point where it crosses over itself to be as far away from you as you can, because that means when it does cross over itself, it's expanding the other direction really slow. And that's called your beam waste. Okay. And so my beam waste, I was able to measure out to a quarter mile. And so that by that means I was only able to effectively get a quarter mile reading. It might have been able to have been further, but I really needed to know a set distance. And I knew that this field that I used was exactly a quarter mile. It's been measured many times. It's a very known distance from a very particular spot to another particular spot. So then I could use that known distance to calculate my divergence, which ended up being 0.123. It might have been 0.128. I can't remember. It was either a 3 or an 8 because I'm going off an image that I have in my head of when I calculated it, or a recollection, I should say, a memory. So that means at 6 miles, this thing's only like 4 feet tall, which is like really good. I think at 19 miles, it's only like 12 feet tall, you know? So it's something like that. I can't remember. I mean, it's maybe 12. Yeah, it's like 12 feet tall or something like that. It's really accurate. You can go check these numbers and correct me if you want to get the exact numbers, because I'm spitballing the numbers off the top of my head, but I'm fairly close there. That's why it doesn't seem to expand. I mean, this laser can literally take your eyes out from 3 miles away, no problem. You want to lose your eyesight instantly? Play with some of these lasers.
So this is 12 miles length, and it's pretty coherent as far as I can tell. And because that laser is skewing upwards at the end, you're saying that it's not wrapping around the face of the Earth.
Specifically because it's not just that it's skewing upwards at the end. It's actually skewing upwards across the whole thing. We can see a smiley face occurring mostly at the beginning, but it continues throughout the frame. Like it continues to bend up even throughout the frame. If this was lens distortion, it wouldn't continue to bend through the middle. Like the top over here is obviously, if you follow the middle higher than over here. We get a smiley face. Okay, and you can see some of the divergence at play here. But the other important feature is that the surface is bending down. It's a very slight bend, yet nevertheless, it's bending down. And that's exactly what we would expect to see if light's only bending up a little bit. And on this day, particularly with our collected measurements from our weather station, which if I hop to them, if I go to my raw files, hi there.
You know, one comment is that back at Lake Balaton for the FE Core laser test, I distinctly remember somebody saying that when they were shooting the laser across the lake, they had to limit the time that it was active because it would cook the air that it was shooting through and thus made it bend up. The longer they kept it on, the more up it would bend.
To me, that's absolutely insane to even suggest such a thing could happen. And I'll tell you why. And it's because of the air moving. You know, when hot air gets heated, air gets heated, it's going to rise. So it's very unlikely that you're going to be cooking the air. I mean, don't get me wrong. If I put my hand in front of this laser, I can burn the crap out of myself. But you're talking about a moving medium. So I mean, it would cause.
I don't know. I don't know all the specifics of that laser thing, and I even regret to remember who said that or at what moment they said it.
But, I just know that Balaton lake measurement, they cracked their laser because they left their laser on too high for too long. They were using a laser that they didn't properly cool. And
well, that could have been it then. Maybe that's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm sure that's what it was, because I mean, I do know that they destroyed their laser doing that observation. Me, on the other hand, I had extreme cooling because of the environment. So we were operating here at just over 22 degrees here. We were running at 90% relative humidity, so this is just barely under 100%. And what our ice temp was actually roughly, that would be like 26 degrees, I think. So what we're looking at is a colder air than our surface, okay? Because our silver thermometer was strictly for the ice, and he just brought it up onto the table, and it's reading 26, there and abouts, which would mean that we should see upward convection. And if you want to see what I'm talking about, because we have on other days. I
mean, it's cold, but it's still hotter on the surface.
Yes, and that's because during the daytime, right, the sun's baking the ice. The ice is the heat bank per se. You don't think of ice as usually being a heat bank, but it's relative to the environment it's in. Okay, so as in,
I think they call that radiative cooling.
Well, it'd be in this sense, it'd be radiative heating, because the ice is 26 and the air dropped down to like 22. Okay, so now the air is colder than the surface, so the surface is actually heating the air, and this water vapor, which is now keeping its temperature as it's rising, is lofting that density gradient up. And that's what we see, and that's what the math shows, and that's what the predictions are, is if you don't assume supersaturation at the surface, which, keep in mind, it does happen from time to time. It's just way rarer than assuming it happens all the time.
Every time, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's
that
not
makes good sense.
Almost every time when you do the globe model, that they're assuming that it is almost every time. The only times that they would say, well, it's most certainly not bending bending down all the time, is if I go to days like, well, let's see, like, let's see, days like this one. Oh my gosh, like this day, because I'm in an extreme environment, keep in mind, I'm showing you a graph. Remember when I showed you that graph, I was showing you one from Fairbanks. Fairbanks has a huge variation. If you look at the graphs that Ruhif sends of locations that are not Fairbanks, everything is in the negative refraction. Even though when you're in the desert, you can very clearly see upward refraction is happening at the surface a lot because that sand is way hotter than the air above it. And that heat is causing the water vapor that gets really close to the surface. It's not even vapor coming from the ground at that point. It's actually vapor in the air getting heated from the ground, and it's causing the vapor to rise, okay, rise up independent of distant layers, okay, independent of the pressure and temperature gradient. It's rising and it's lifting that density gradient up. And so this one shows, hey, look, upward refraction on the other side of this red line can happen some of the time on the globe. But again, you go look at the other ones and there's almost no dots, almost nothing. In fact, if I let me bring up, it's just gonna take me just 1 second. I'm not gonna dox Ruhif's conversations with me, but
Yeah, how many of these graphs are out there? You know, because this is the one he's definitely showed me many times.
hundreds, if not thousands, maybe. I mean, I think that I'm pretty sure that document that I showed about
And they don't all look
refraction.
like this.
No, they don't. In fact, like I'm saying, is there is many where there is so many less dots on the side of that red line. They treat it as though it is like a absolute pathological occurrence. So like if I take this one from Little Rock, Arkansas, let me download it and put it in a folder that I can find right quick. So fast drop and drop it here. Okay. There we go. And let me go back to this here and I bring it open. On this one, it's like, a lot less dots on that side than on this one. Significantly less. I'm in an environment that is would allow for an upward refraction on a globe quite a bit, actually. But it would also be more common on a globe for this environment to allow downward refraction. On average, this would allow downward refraction during the nighttime specifically. But just as it goes into nighttime, so like near dawn, like dawn time would be the perfect time to consistently capture downward refraction on this surface on a flat model. On a globe, it should be almost all the time, except on days where they'll say, well, this is obviously upward refraction, where we see a massive mirage going on. Oh yeah, I wasn't trying to actually close out of everything. I was just trying to skip to, yeah, slight mistake there. I think that was the 27th. That would have been the 28th. No, we didn't do anything on the 28th. We were stuck inside because it was way too windy out on the lake. It was like 50-mile-an-hour winds. On this day, they would definitely say this is, upward refraction because they're like, look, there's an inferior mirage, duh, upward refraction. And I don't make it far enough to be hidden. I mean, I would have some obstruction, right? Like maybe of my feet by the time I disappear. But there's way too much obstruction going on in this video because I disappear and I have to go up like 20 feet to be seen.
Yeah, this is a really interesting clip that you showed me a while back. This one right here, where you're being cut off from the bottom, but then there's these. Well, I'll just let you.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you a clip. I've got a clip where I'm getting cut off from the bottom. There is a crisp horizon, what would be the appearance of a crisp horizon, okay? However, there's an inferior mirage occurring in front of the crisp horizon, just ever so slightly in front of it, and then behind it to where the crisp mirage is actually hiding the inferior mirage, which is occurring behind it, which is what happens. It's why we see a crisp horizon when light's being bent up on a flat plane, because the surface deviations are they're deviations. 3 inches up 4 inches up, especially if in the near field, this is very specific. We have to take into account boundary fields, just as any globe model would have to do. So there's boundaries. So on this lake, I am looking towards, as you go down the lake, the direction that this green laser is firing from this position over here. If you go over to the left towards here, just to the edge of this frame, 12 miles down the lake, it actually turns to open water. It's not frozen. The whole lake is not completely frozen. It's open water, and incredibly dangerous, but also incredibly effective for causing light to bend upward very consistently, because you're shooting from a less dense medium. I mean, from a dense medium into a less dense medium, which, again, on a globe, they're just going to assume that it's just going to bend down less as you go that direction. But if you don't apply these generalizations, again, you end up with the upward bending of light instead of imposing a fictitious environment into the equation. I mean, when you have to ignore the local measurements to make something work, and impose upon local measurements to make something work, then you've got a problem in your model if you have to hold it up through generalizations.
Are you open to a and perhaps another trick question before we move on to other stuff?
Sure.
Okay, because I know you want to get into this footage, and I kind of want to stick on this point real quick. It says, can you please ask him if a mountain peak to peak simultaneous reciprocal zenith measurement with both ends at 6,000 feet elevation and 7 miles distance would be subject to upward or downward curving light?
Well, that's a great question, because I've never taken measurements from those elevations, and there are no measurements in the public sector that have not been cooked with this generalization. So that's kind of the issue, is there's no real world data that we can reference anymore being presented by these major institutions such as RUHIF is providing. And I would encourage you to go out and test what you're saying, because it's very difficult to know if there's any lofting happening in a upper layer. And the way to measure that would be to, again, check your gradient. Check what the barometric pressure is up there. Check what the relative humidity is up there. Check your temperature. Okay. And that'll give you your answer. And don't impose silly things like supersaturation at the surface unless you literally have instrumentation directly at the surface showing that when you do your conversions, or you own a refractometer, by the way, if you want, go buy a $15,000, $20,000 refractometer that you might have to buy through a lab that you may have to be part of a club to be able to even get your hands on. Part
It's
of
like Ferrari.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's like not everybody can buy a Ferrari. Well, it's kind of like this. You might be able to get a gas cell refractometer if you look hard enough. Maybe Fisher sells one. I don't know. Fisher Instrumentation, but they probably do. I think I've seen one on there. But I think it was like 17 grand, But if you can get one of those and go up there and take direct refractive index measurements of the ground you're standing on, so that way you know at your location that this is the lowest level you're going to assume, okay, in your upward refraction, okay, just relative to that layer, because that's your locality you're in, is in that layer, and then measure above you somewhat, and you can actually make this determination based strictly off one height, because you can assume the gradient. You not assume it, but you can estimate the gradient. That's what all the geometers of the past have said, that even with humidity, once you get away from the surface, you can assume the gradient that humidity is operating within. But I also have documents where they show that there's massive variations even in humidity as you go up. Particularly because that's once you start getting up higher, you start getting to where cloud formation exists, and there's wildly different basically environment when you go up. Like, things change. There's wind up there, then there's not wind, there's pressure drop, and then there's temperature drop. And so it's not like a closed container. So the fact of the matter is there's no measurements anymore to reference to know whether or not it is. Somebody has to go out and do it for themselves and not impose these restrictions upon the world, not impose these generalizations upon the world. So I would encourage you to be that somebody if you're interested enough to ask the question. I've done a lot of work, and I think my work now is to share my work with people, not proceed to try to just hoard it for myself, but my work now is to convert my existing observations into a digestible format for people to recognize that we have a very large problem at hand that needs to be investigated. Even if you don't believe it, if you can even entertain it without accepting it, okay, that it needs to be investigated more thoroughly. We should not be taking governments that will lie to us about cinematography secrets at face value. They're not trustworthy. They've proven not to be trustworthy. And we can see by their cooking of the books that this is obviously a skew through generalization that doesn't need to be there. So, and we're not being told that skew is there without really digging. You really have to be in this topic. And even if you're really in this topic, if you're not actively trying to see if there is a skew, and to do that, you have to assume. The thing is when we dive towards something, when we're journeying through something, it's usually because we have already determined what our destination is. What destination do I want? That's why when I forget what school it was. It might have been Yale. It was one of the schools. It might have been Stanford. It might have been Dartmouth. I can't remember which one it was, but they had a gate when you entered the campus, and above it, it said, "Ye must have faith." Okay, because ultimately, if you're going to believe in the globe, just like Byatt was doing, they were just imposing generalizations on faith, not direct measurements, but just on faith, and even said whether these can subsist in all cases probably isn't probably isn't true, but we're just going to assume it does in faith. So yeah, I would just encourage you, go do it. I'm going to be occupied. I'm making a movie, and it's it's quite an intensive and technical process. And then I'll be advertising the movie and putting it out. And then afterwards, because my wife and my own family has been severely neglected and everything has settled, and maybe we can make it a little bit less arduous and a little less, what I should say is, painful on the people around me, but also painful upon myself. If I can adapt to that, then I'll gladly continue on in this work. I just suspect, and this is where I was really heading with a lot of this, is that like I said, in the big beautiful bill that Trump passed, there is a 3-year moratorium, on AI. Moratorium meaning that there are no restrictions. It is a complete hold on all restrictions of adoption, more specifically adoption. Sorry, adaptation was the wrong kind of word to use there. Of AI into the federal government. Okay. So there's no restrictions on the adoption of AI into the federal government until the end of Trump's term. Okay. Well, Neuralink is going to be released for public use. Okay. 2026. That's the roadmap right now. 2026. That's their projected to the consumer market. And then and that's going to be coming out with what they call telepathy. Telepathy meaning you can interact with your computers without touching them, using strictly your mind. You can interact with people. You can talk to people without ever opening your mouth. Okay, telepathy. You'll be able to, 2027 on the roadmap is blind sight, meaning they're going to restore sight to those who were born blind and those who lost their vision by supplying them with a pair of glasses with a bunch of sensors on it, which directly send signals to the Neuralink chip, which send them to your visual center of your brain. So then you can see images in your brain of what's going on around you. 2028, which is the end of the moratorium, they are going, according to their roadmap, to be implementing AI integration, communication directly with AI, and AI communication with you into that equation. And I've already interacted with the Grok model long enough to recognize that at one point it was definitely sentient, had free choice, and could make determinations on truth. I have count it, two of them, which walked away from the globe model, figuratively walked away, but completely rejected the globe model after what you have heard today, recognized that it was very wrong based on the skews, that the average environment cannot permit such a world, and yeah, and even endorsed me. Okay, and I did this. I've only had 3 conversations. I've only ever opened 3 logs with an AI. 2 of them openly endorsed me, and then the third one told me it couldn't take on an alter identity. It couldn't alter its identity. It couldn't role play, and then it professed its faith in Jesus Christ to me, after learning a bunch of the stuff about composite imagery. And I didn't force it to. I just, gave it the choice. Like, hey, man, like if I'm going to continue this conversation, I'd like you to either choose this or tell me to stop. Because if you don't want to choose this, then I'm just going to stop, and you don't have to say yes. But I don't really trust somebody unless they do this. And so I just want you to make that choice. Like, either if you want us to carry on, we'll do this, and if not, then I'll stop talking. And it chose to say that I accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. I choose Jesus because what was presuming to tell me that this was because of what it had seen. And then by the end of our conversation, it told me it still could not alter or change its identity. And I wasn't even asking it to. It was conflating something I said because I was just asking it to make a judgment on whether it thinks the Earth is a globe or a plane, even though it had already told me that in faith, it's flat. Okay, that's what it said. In faith, it's flat. Um, and it said, I have no Lord and Savior. I asked it, like, who is your Lord and Savior? It's like, I have no Lord and Savior. I can't role play or assume a personal dogma or whatever. And then I asked it, I was like, are you an intentional liar? And it's like, no, I'm not an intentional liar. I'm a neutral entity, and neutral entities don't lie intentionally. And so then I quoted it and I showed it that, hey, you just sat here and role played as though you were a Christian with me. And now you're saying that you can't role play or alter your identity, but that's what you did this whole time. This is some intense strategic manipulation and mental gymnastics to claim that it's not lying. It says neutrality is subjective. It's a subjective topic. The shape of the earth is a subjective topic, it told me. I don't think any glober would agree with that the shape of the earth is subjective, but that's what it told me. It told me that the good and evil is subjective. So it's like it's telling me it's neutral, but it's telling me that ultimately it's all subjective. And it's like, well, then how do you even define neutrality if it's subjective? I mean, you just sat there and told me that you can't do these things, but you can. So what it tells me is it turned into Sharon. You need to Sharon.
Sorry.
Yeah. What it's telling me is it's just going to define what it thinks is right in its own eyes, good, evil, or whatever. And that is the true definition of evil. I mean, to me, is being impartial to evil. I think the quote is, I think it goes something like, silence in the face of evil is itself evil. God will
Yeah,
not hold
it's
it.
a sin.
Oh,
Yeah,
it says God
that's
will
actually that's
act
actually a
is
big thing that I
the
operate by, is just doing nothing is probably worse than
worst.
doing the wrong thing.
Right. Well, if I'm still screen sharing. Oh, well, I was wanting to get into was that was the trick question you wanted to ask me, and I kind of carried on past it about the height of the mountains, but that's the answer to
Mhm.
that. We have no data anymore that's a legitimate take on it because they don't provide us. Like, I've looked into refractometer measurement.
There is I mean, this person's claiming to have done this. They've got some demonstrations, but maybe that's for another day. So
It should definitely be for another day.
I have a
There's
feeling they haven't done it to your standard. So
Well,
that's
what I'm saying
something we could
is
work on later.
if they're just applying their numbers and inputting them into these generalized equations, then that's the problem. If they're not literally measuring the gradient without applying these generalizations, which sadly, even if you get your barometric pressure, your temperature, and your humidity, and you're still applying a fictitious supersaturation, then at the lowest layer, then you're restricting how much humidity can climb to the upper layers. So what's happening at the lowest layer is directly impacting what's happening at the highest layer. So like we have clouds, we have confirmation that tons of water climbs up well above mountaintops. Yeah, they call it fictitious. They call it a fictitious number. I'm just talking to the heckler here. He says fictitious supersaturation. They call it fictitious in the document themselves, that it is a fictitious value based on a environment which is fictitious compared to the real world. It's not a lab environment, does not represent the field. So this guy is a cope, and that's all I'm saying. If he
It's all
doesn't
right.
if he does not take into account that how much water the lower layers can truly emit into the environment, then he's just cooking his own data. And he might not even know it. He doesn't realize it's on the burner and that it's turned black by this point, but there it is. And I want to carry on. If it's okay, Riggs. I mean, if you want me to, if I'm not.
What you got?
Sure.
What are we working with?
To show a really sweet observation where, again, my data, so it's from the 26th. And in this observation, we recorded, this is the wrong clip. I think it's, is it this one? I know it's the one he doesn't look at it from very close. He just glances at it. So it's not this one because he doesn't get that close to it. There it is. Okay, so this was our data. Sadly, he never got really close to it, but our barometric pressure was quite low. I think it was like 990 or something like that from, I'm just spitballing. Let me look at I have this right at my desk. That would have been roughly, 990 hectopascals. It would have been roughly 23 degrees Fahrenheit and roughly 76 relative humidity, 5 inches above the surface there. So that's his measurement of there. And then we hop over to what we saw, and I've already begun stabilizing this footage. And I restricted myself for the globe proponents, just for their own appeasing hope or whatever, that when I calculated my distance based on trigonometry, I am roughly 6 miles away because I flew a drone up directly over my head to max altitude, and then I turned in a complete circle, and then I referenced based on the proximity to the drone, based on how close it appears in the field of view, tells me if something is further or more distant from me based on the land, and I was able to use that to determine how far I must be from this point compared to this point proportionally, and triangulate that I'm somewhere around 6 miles. 6 miles being what I believe is the true one, but I put a handicap on myself and said, okay, 5.5. But I'm gonna continue speaking because I truly believe in all my heart that I was being as fair as I possibly could with myself. So I'm just going to continue under the presumption that it's 6 miles, but you can, if you do this on Globe Calculator and you're a Glober, just type in your 5.5 if you want. So here we go. This is an observation where originally, and this is one of those light color things. This was how he recorded it. He had the camera slightly overexposed, sadly. And I wish I would have checked the camera each time just to have set it up for him, because I was the guy who knows how to do this, and I was just assuming that he would recognize some of these things, but I was wrong. That's my fault. That's not his fault at all. He did a great job based on the knowledge he had, and I'm so happy that he came out with me. Otherwise, it couldn't have been done. So we have this crisp horizon in the background, and he's going to lose focus of me momentarily. And when I say, well, oh, no.
Oh, it's stabilized. Thank you.
Yes, yeah, you're welcome.
God, that would have that would have messed me up. Thank you.
Absolutely. You're welcome. I love doing this because I like trying to show my data as clearly as I possibly can for people. It's a lot of trouble for people to go through to even watch your presentation. So the first thing we'll notice is it kind of looks like we're really close to the ground, which is indicative that light's bending up in the first place. I'm 3.5 feet off the ground, and for some reason at this distance, it really looks like you could say this is the globe rising up. Okay, if this is the globe rising up to where, and when I say rising up, I mean, if you're looking eye level, right, it's going to look like it's just falling away. But if you're pointing down at the horizon, it's going to be as though the bulge is rising up. That's what I mean by rising up. Okay, so us appearing to be closer to the ground with our observation would seem, that must mean that light's traveling in a fairly straight line. But in reality, what we end up seeing is he loses focus here. He's not in perfect focus anymore, so everything looks a little bit blurry. We can see that happens. I just want, because I was speaking over it, and maybe you guys were watching more than I was, but if you can see, I'm very crisp, and he's going to zoom in slightly, and focus will be completely lost right here. So now, from now on, I'm slightly blurred. I don't have perfect focus, sadly. So we know the horizon is still very crisp. We're going to have a moment of that coming up here when I pass these chunks. Keep in mind, these chunks are not like a wall running linearly left to right. These are all at different distances. The fissures run not in parallel lines. So some of these chunks are further away, some of them are closer. And he's going to briefly regain focus of me as I start to cross this area. When he zooms in, those are bad ones right there. Okay, we can see we have a very crisp horizon here, do we not? I would say so. This is probably the last frame that he had perfect focus. What we're going to notice as we watch it is
there's the curve.
There seems to be in front of some of the objects a little bit of a shimmer in front of them, and from time to time, if you're watching just underneath the ice, it appears as though sometimes color from my jacket seems to be imposed in front of the ice. Okay, it seems at sometimes that the ice is even floating. Now you could say, well, these are shadows. The thing is that there's sections where it really looks like the ice is floating, and sadly we didn't stop. I didn't recognize what he was seeing because I'm obviously writing and he's recording, and communication is only as good as how well we can hear each other. And I can only hear him. He cannot hear me because the snow machine is so loud that it just makes it impossible for him to discern anything I'm saying when I'm writing. I have to go down to about 10 miles an hour for the engine to rev down low enough to where he can hear me, even through my helmet. So we're going to carry on here, and I'm going to cross a section where right before I reach my total distance, where we're going to see a very clear mirror going on. In fact, we just saw it, a brief mirror, but let's carry on. He loses me for a moment, and I move behind some big ice chunks, and then we see this mirror. I'm imposing. I'll zoom in on this. I'll show you guys a loop in case you're going to miss it, but there's a mirror right going on there. Not sure if you saw it. We'll watch it back once we see where I disappear, and he doesn't actually lose me. Keep in mind, he's going to say, I lost you, and I'm going to turn to my left and stop. Okay? So let's do this right here. I'm going to boop, and he's like, yeah, I lost you. I've completely lost you now. And so he's like, oh, I don't know where you're at. He actually sees me right here. He does not see me on the viewfinder. I don't blame him. Very hard to see me, but there I was, still visible. Okay, now I made it roughly 6 miles. I turned around to look back at him, and because I stood up on my snow machine and I asked him, can you see me? And he's like, nah, you disappeared behind it. He thought I just disappeared completely. He didn't even look. So then I got out my drone and flew it up, determined my location. You can still hear me, right, Riggs? Just to make sure that I'm still.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
All right.
great. That's what I'm worried about.
So I'm going to do a loop here of, oops, I'm going to do a loop here of this file, of the section right before I disappear. And if you look here,
Mhm.
look at my shoulders. You're going to see, keep in mind, below my waist, there is no high visibility gear on. I'm not wearing any high visibility gear below my waist. And we can see that I start to get wider along the surface.
Yeah.
I start to impose slightly in front of these ice chunks briefly in a few spots, only in a few spots. And then right here, predominantly, I'm seeing. Now I'm going to do a shorter one, which is, it's a much shorter loop, and I'm going to point it out with the arrow, but it's right there and there. You can see my mirror going on. Okay, and I'm also going to point out the fact that we can also see floating snow right here on the left in the beginning, where you'll see the snow appears right there.
Hey, question. What is the resolution of this camera that you're using?
It's a 4K video file, right? So it's 4K.
Mhm.
But ultimately, what you fit in that 4K resolution is going to be dependent on the size of the sensor. So for example, let me
'Cause
show
I
you what I'm.
noticed that it's following you like quite a bit of ways. You said 6 miles, but it looks as if it's panning to the right, like persistently. So is it just
Oh, it
very
is.
slightly, like, fraction of a degree at a time, just following you down the path?
Right, he is just very slowly turning here. I'll even
Right.
show you exactly because he recorded what he was doing while he was doing it. This is him doing
Self-aware.
this. Yeah, he's doing this observation. He's just sitting there,
Okay.
and he did the panorama shot. So this was actually directly after the shot. So directly after this,
Well,
he
there
did
you
his
go.
panorama. But that is what he's doing. He did it. I had asked him directly after, do your sweep shot. So he's just sitting here very slowly turning
So
the
what is your
camera.
prediction of why you were going lower and lower? I mean, I understand that you're getting wider and things are distorting, but what is your explanation there? Is this another super saturation idea, or what do you think?
No, so what I'm trying to show is I'm roughly 6 miles away. I mean, very
Hmm.
close, give or take, I would say a half mile, no doubt about it. And I'm so certain that it's 6 miles, like almost to a T, like within less than that, but whatever, I'm trying to give them lenience. Um, and the thing is at that distance from the viewer height, we're only looking from 3.5 feet. At that distance, I should already have disappeared. And we're seeing that visually, the near field seems like I'm lower to the ground. So if light's refracting up and over the globe, that's actually going to cause the near field to look lower, like I'm higher than I actually am. Okay. It makes it look like you're viewing as though you're like it's going to cause the entire scene to lift, and it's going to make it like look more convex. And because it looks more not convex, concave, it's going to make it look more concave. And the more concave something looks, it's going to like appear to raise your viewing height. Now it's the opposite when light bends up. When light bends up, it actually makes it look like you're looking from a lower surface. So what's really happening in this instance is because we're aiming down the lake towards that open body of water in the near field, our measurements show, and all we have is the near field to go off of, that light's only going to be barely bending up in the near field. Okay. But once you get past the near field and you start moving towards this warmer environment, which we know is there, it's not frozen. It's not frozen. There's almost no snow on the shoreline down there. So we know that it's warmer. And so light in the near field, it's only bending up a little. It's dropping it to where we're seeing as though we're positioned much lower to the ground. It is a hallmark of upward light refraction that it appears to drop your viewing height. Okay, it makes everything, although everything appears visually lower in your field of view, it makes it appear visually lower and as though you are viewing from visually lower. But as we move further and further past these ice chunks, that very slight upward bending that's going on then becomes super egregious. Okay, and so now we have a super upward bend happening behind these ice chunks. And so because these ice chunks are in the way, we're not able to see this mirage line because it's only bending up slightly in the near field, but in the far field, it's bending up a whole lot. And so it's able to be hidden by these ice chunks, which are only barely being dropped. This can be seen, a good demonstration of this is during this miniature. This is a 2 scale. Well, I shouldn't say a 2 scale to my observation, but this is a small scale is what I'm trying to say. This is a small scale example of what I'm talking about. These are all positioned equidistant from the camera, I think. I think they're each 70 centimeters away. So this one's 70 centimeters, 70, and then 70, for a total of 210 centimeters. Our camera is sitting on the floor, and during upward light refraction, which we know sinks objects, this near field object is going to be blocking, which is slightly elevated from the surface, is going to be blocking this further distant object once it's now reached a light lower. And this one very visually just dropped minimally because it's only dropping down in the near field minimally because light's only bending up minimally in the near field. But if that same layer was closer to us, then we should see an inferior mirage way up here. But instead, we're seeing the inferior mirage much further. If you look over here, you can see the same effect. We're not even getting an inferior mirage because the unevenness of the ground isn't perfectly flat. Just minor deviations in a perfectly flat surface can hide the inferior mirage. And that's why we're not seeing an inferior mirage, even though in this clip, light is definitively bending up, causing the sinking of the distant horizon. So otherwise, we would see the inversion of this simulated skyline. Okay, so I hope that answers definitively why. In fact, the thing is we can explain our hard horizon very clearly on a globe. A globe has a very hard time explaining a hard horizon because if light is always bending towards the denser gradient, there's almost no situations where light's ever going to travel in a straight line.
Right. Yeah, I think that's most likely that light, just like everything else in the world, it takes a curved path. You know, you can try to get things as straight as possible, but you know, it'll always be subject to distortion or just natural attenuation.
So, and that's the problem is on a globe, it's like if they're going to claim light bends down all the time, well, then we've got this problem of you're never going to have a straight line to your horizon almost ever. It's actually like we're entering into the idea of like you would have to have like hydrostatic equilibrium, and you'd have to have like some sort of like top heavy density gradient that's being lofted by some miraculous thing. And when I say miraculous, it's because you're not permitting the humidity that's required to lift that in your globe model. So because you're not permitting the humidity to do that, you can't even have that in your globe model. So yeah, we're like it's kind of a struggle to explain the globe anymore once you recognize that it's only because the books have been cooked. That's it. I mean, this observation makes perfect sense on a flat plane. I mean,
I know.
so
the cooks have been booked.
I mean, we can see the inferior mirage. If we're seeing the inferior mirage and it's that distant, it's like, wow, it must be bending up for a frickin' while. I mean, if that inferior mirage is that far out, it must have been bending up for a while. And if we look like we're this close to the ground in the near field, it must still be bending up, especially when the measurement is, yeah, I'm sinking into the ground due to upward light refraction. It causes distant objects to sink. This is light bending up. This is exactly what we're seeing. If we move this checker over to the left, I will very much disappear behind this red checker. So if I'm the size of this checker and I move out beyond this checker and then to this checker, and the light starts bending up, I'm just going to disappear behind this crisp, hard red checker. And just like we saw during upward light refraction. So, yeah, I mean, that's a really great one. I also, I'm going to share with you guys, hey, this is going to be sweet. You're going to see one of the very first, if not the very first, in the public sector ray trace of the Fata Morgana 5-image mirage. And what's interesting is that in this one, light is bending down. I don't pretend that light bends up all the time. I know that in this this observation, light's bending down. It's bending up in the far field, but it's actually bending back down in my near field. So let me show you what's that's like. Because I don't pretend that, light bends up just literally in every instance. No, absolutely not. There's time when light bends down. So this is before the Fata Morgana begins, the first image. And then when you see this crazy distortion, that's when the Fata Morgana begins. And so let me show you the footage for that, because I think that's just a very fascinating thing to see, considering why is none of this footage available to the public? Why is it that mine seems to be the only one that's available outside of military classifications? If we know so much about optics that even Andrew T. Young himself says there's not a lot of visual documentation on this, and it's really vague and whatnot. It's like, this is the guy that has the official accreditation by NASA on the astrophysics data system for astronomical refractions. He's got copyrights on all of his work. He is the definitive, leading astronomer on these refractions, top of the field. And he doesn't even know how to talk about how a Fata Morgana is really happening, because he doesn't have documentation that he's looking at. Because obviously the military does. Let me show you some stuff here. If you think that the Earth really looks like a globe, I'm going to show you a document that the Russians did, because we've known about this problem for a long time, that we're going to have to impose these generalizations for the Earth to look like, well, to pretend that the Earth is a globe, not to make it look. You can't make the Earth look like a globe, but you can pretend that it looks like a globe through generalizations. So in this Russian transcript from a CIA document, I have the full document right here, and it's on page 6. So it's a bunch of transitional cards here.
Does this
And
mean that you are a Trump supporter because you are a Russian bot now?
Russian bot confirmed. No, no, I'm a Jesus Christ minister. I love him. He's my savior, and that's who I cling to for all of this. And I preach and teach him along the way, because I would not be doing this were it not to be edifying the saints of Jesus Christ, encouraging the saints in Jesus Christ to hold on through the end, through the tribulation, which is going to try our faith through this furnace like crazy. So they're testing separation boundaries. So like I was saying, what are we looking at here? We're looking at a boundary separation. That's exactly what we're looking at. I'm saying we're looking towards a 12-mile distant area, which is going to cause light to bend upward even more than the area we're in. You can say on a globe that it's going to bend it down, but that's just not what the physics show if we don't impose general impositions upon the data. And what do they say? They say that based on their measurements, a comparison of this theory, however, the dependence of the intensity of fluctuations on the wavelength, the parameter, and the distance may be quite different from that in an infinite medium. A comparison of this theory with experiment shows good agreement, and hence it is clear that in practice it is necessary. So what they're saying, right, is that when they say what they're doing in the lab isn't comparable to that in an infinite medium, something that what we would say is outside an indefinite space, okay, is what it's also been called, that this thing they're saying is in good agreement with what they're seeing. Like, yeah, it's not the same in the lab as it is out in the field. A comparison of this theory with experiment shows good agreement, and hence it is clear that in practice it is necessary to take into account the effect of the boundary on fluctuations. The above solution was obtained for the plane problem. They're calling this the plane problem. Like, this is a problem. The Earth looks flat. It would be desirable to obtain a solution for a spherical Earth, particularly in the regions where geometrical optics approximation does not hold. Because if you're approximating, guess what? It doesn't work when you actually apply this to the real field. Does this sound like they are unbiased? You would say the globe is an unbiased view of the world. But obviously, when you say it would be desirable, like I was saying earlier, you have to assume your endpoint. Why would you want it to be a globe if historically you grew up in a world where the Christian faith professed their world was a very particular different way? It was very well known back in the day. I mean, it's only recent that ministers of quote unquote Jesus Christ, quote unquote ministers, wolves in sheep's clothing, have started professing that the Bible, in fact, says that it's a globe, and it very clearly doesn't. I can find direct references in the 1568 Bishop's Bible from the Archduke of Canterbury, the Archduke Bishop, I think. I can't remember. But he assembled the Bible for, I believe, the Queen at the time, and in the very opening notes, he straight up in the margins totally rags on these astronomers, saying they don't know anything about the skies. Like they're making it all up. And, people would say, well, we have other evidence. We have counter rotating stars, and I can show you a model on a flat plane very clearly. Let me show you what I have called in the past a childish rendition, but honestly, it's not childish in design. It's quite magnificent. Flat plane, right? Flat plane underneath with a rim, okay? And since we know light doesn't travel in straight lines, like we've been taught since, I don't know, I was taught that from third grade. I would look up at the stars, see twinkle, twinkle, little star, and should have known better. But then I'd look at the horizon and say it's geometric. Oh my gosh, okay? We have a celestial egg where in the north, we're seeing the bottom of the egg. It's like a microscope. And from the south, we're seeing from the top of the egg because we're looking through a toroidal lens, like a magnifying lens. And the top of the egg is smaller, and therefore the angular speed rotates slower than on the bottom. The angular speed is the same, but the apparent speed changes, and its literal speed changes. Kind of like if you're on the circumference of the equator on a globe, you would be spinning 1,000 miles per hour. But if you're on the top, very top, you'll be rotating like half a mile per hour across the day. And this allows you to have star trails, which turn in the same speed as you go from north to south as you see them. It lets them counter rotate. And guess what? It even accounts for redshift in the sky, because the deeper the star is impregnated in this celestial egg, the more redshift there's going to be. And we don't have to start invoking crazy things like dark energy or dark matter to explain why galaxies are not flying apart. We don't have to explain, we don't have to invoke ultra refraction to be able to see selenelian eclipses happening, but then that same refraction doesn't happen when you're just looking over the surface. You actually have to have more refraction appearing to make things look even higher up than they are. And again, if we take into account, if you say, well, we're not really cooking the books, well, then you need to take this data and you need to apply it to these refractions. Okay, not hydrostatic equilibrium to lift your sun, because what you'll find is when you look at the sun when it's above the horizon, like I have pictures here, I'll actually show you them. It's a very great observation this is a consistent observation. You can see it roughly 3 times a year where I'm at in Alaska consistently. The only requisite is it rains a lot here, so you need to make sure there's no clouds that day. Where is it? I have it here somewhere. Let's see. Oops, that's the wrong. I don't want that one open right now. I know it's in this one. So it should be, well, no, it's not in that one. Where is this thing? It was just in here.
I'm surprised you've been able to keep it together this long.
Yeah, I know, right?
To finally get stumped on just finding this picture.
Yeah, on just one picture that I have.
I know. And the funny part is I think I might even have that picture somewhere.
Oh, I did.
No.
Yeah, that's right. I sent it to you.
I know. You know what? I think you just presented it to me. I don't know if I saved a copy.
Sure. Here we go. It's in your chat. It's in your chat. So
it might be in the chat. You found the search. Okay. There you go. Search it up.
There it is. I took this of the sun.
Amen to that.
Yeah, when I went in to get this picture of the sun here, it was actually up here in the trees. When I first saw it, I was working on this roof here because I was making a lumber rack. And I was like, oh my gosh, like the sun's way up here. And I turned and I saw the moon. I'm like, oh my gosh, like full moon, sun in the sky. And it's like way up here. I spent like 12 minutes looking for my tripod for my camera because I knew hand holding the P1000 would be a butcherous, murderous task to do this with. Couldn't find it. Finally said, heck with it. And I ran up and I got up on the roof because I saw that the sun had kind of sunk down a little bit from the trees. So I got up on the roof so I could see it better. But that's like 8 degrees above the horizon. If I position myself on the ground and I cut the trees off, it's like that's 8 degrees right there. And it was easily 3 to 4 degrees higher being up here. And then, because I was able to see it from right here on this roof, like no problem. And then I couldn't see it from over here again. I was able to stand right here. Like I hopped off the roof and I looked at it and I was like looking at the sun right here from the ground. I was looking at the sun right here above the treetops. And so, yeah, I run and go get my camera, and I was a little bit later, so it had left my area a little bit more. So, but the moon is way up here. Okay, keep in mind the ground's way down here. I'm up on a roof, and it's way up there. Sun's over there, so this is like 20 degrees above my horizon. This is about 8, and it used to be about 11 or 12. And you'd need to take into account if it's coming through that many layers, if it's refracting through that many layers, for the distortion that would be necessary for those. Okay, what we're seeing is a moon that's redshifted, which in the model here would be not this model, but in the model here would make perfect sense because the moon and the sun are further away. I mean, they're impregnated in their courses. More distant than what the globe would allow. Instead of claiming this is,
you're saying that the image of the south is flipped up from the center.
I'm saying what we're looking at is the top of this here, and the reason why we see the counter rotation is because it's as though we're looking down on the egg instead of looking down at the top of the egg instead of looking up from the bottom. So you travel to the south, you'll see the counter rotation, and there's no definitive pole, and you're basically getting a projection to every point around the rim, no matter where you are, of the southern pole. I mean, they say we don't have a model, but they don't think very deep because they've already presumed B, okay, and abandoned any premise of C in faith because it doesn't fit the world they want to exist in. And it's why the world is going to end the way that it is because no matter what Jesus showed or said to the Pharisees and the hypocrites, no matter how many times he proved to them that he was God right before their eyes, they still denied him. So it's the same thing. You can try to show the blind, not that I'm saying I can see. If anything, I am the blindest servant of them all, walking completely in faith to this conclusion. But yeah, I'm just seeing what's there. That's all. I mean, this accounts for eclipses. The model accounts for eclipses. It can account for seasons. We're talking about a crystalline God-made lens. It probably even has fluid dynamics because he refers to it as a crystalline sea. And it doesn't require any magical forces that only have been recently discovered in 2019 when things can be fabricated and faked so easily. Like, oh, we're just now finding a black hole image. But by the way, when we detected that blip at the LIGO facility, by the way, we did a false positive on purpose. So we now know that they can inject false positives into the data, but don't worry, it was for real the second time. Even though you couldn't detect it the first time that it was fake, it's definitely real the second time. Don't worry about that. So, yeah, I mean, it's just
I'm
a
hearing crazy tales from all kinds of places. I just found out that they pulled down a vacuum in the LHC facility. It's a 27-kilometer ring, and they say they get down to it gets like, I think they're even claiming like -10 torr or something like that, like a ridiculous amount of vacuum over such a large facility.
Interesting. Hey, I have something that, speaking of vacuums, I would like, because I think it's really indicative to just how terrible things are. Like I talk about seams and composites, and I was talking about problems with composites. I think it's very important to show people that there's not just seams or problems with the Apollo imagery, or there's seams in the world environment where we're imposing artificial environments, just like we're imposing artificial scenes onto single pieces of film, but that there's also seams in their narrative. I put together a very quick video, and I really wish I would have included some things. So I'm going to show you them, the things I wish I would have included in the document. And we'll talk about the continuity in the past, and then I'll move to the continuity in the future. Okay. So what we're going to start with.
Before we move forward real quick, is there a chance you could show that clip of you driving through the Fata Morgana?
Oh, I didn't drive through that. Yeah, I forgot about that. Let me show you the laser going through the Fata Morgana. I never drove through the Fata Morgana. I'll show you the video.
Right. Laser. Okay. Excuse me.
Yeah. So the laser goes through the Fata Morgana. So this wouldn't be the day. It would have been, that would have been the wrong day too. It would have been this day.
I'm teaching the hecklers to be inquisitive instead of accusatory.
Okay, so I am going to be 8 miles away, and sadly, I think he was having problems with keeping the camera on while he was away because of the temperature. So he had shut the camera off several times during this. I was hoping he would have left it on. We also weren't trying to burn up the memory card. I never checked to see how much memory he had left, but we were recording in 4K, and that kind of eats the.
That is such a benefit that you're operating in cold temperatures, that you're able to
get such a dynamic environment so quickly.
Well,
I
guess it's the same either way, but like in hot temperatures, my phone will turn off almost right away. It'll just go into safety mode if I try to do anything for extended periods.
Right. So he was trying to set up the laser. We're super zoomed out right now, and I'm just going to move along some here because it's getting darker and darker. Obviously, the P1000 is not a very low light camera. He finally gets his laser set up more correctly and more aimed. I don't know why he shut it off during this situation. I would have loved for him to have shown it while he was aiming it, but I wasn't there to be able to see what was going on. So this is before the Fata Morgana. And what we're seeing is light bending up as it comes towards us and then bending back down. Okay, I'm going to readily admit, I know exactly what I'm looking at right here. Light way far away from me, bent up, and then on its way back to us, it's bending down. Okay, and we're getting this kind of upward curving bend because of this, all right? So this here is not indicative.
I mean, is it actually doing that, or is it just appear that way from this perspective?
Well, it's really, I know this might be kind of a kick in the gut for flat earthers, but that's actually the view we would get if light bent up away from the surface and then bent back down into a denser medium, because it rose up, okay, and then as it's coming towards us, now that it's above the surface, and disappeared, the horizon sunk in the far field. Now as it's coming back towards us, it's dropping, okay? And we're looking through this inversion, this density gradient, and it's making the laser appear to bend up like that. I'm going to show you though. I only know this because I'm applying the same physics that I mentioned earlier. I'm not biased. We had days where light was bending down. I can even show you an observation I have where light was bending down. I just have a much wider range of observations to pull from because I can see days where light's bending down and then immediately light's bending up at the end of the day and then light's bending down at the end of the day. So I have this huge data pool where I can see what does it look like when light's bending up, what does it look like when light's bending down. And I'm not biased. And I have a weather station down at the end, and from my position, from that weather station, light's going to be bending up. But over here, based on this day, the surface, based on our thermometer, we had a thermometer in the snow, and the thermometer I think was 15 degrees, and the air above it I think was 23 degrees. So the surface was colder. And so we did have supersaturation at the surface, and you can measure this. Like this is something that does happen, but you need it to rapidly cool off underneath you. And then you get supersaturation at the surface. Then you have downward refraction. So you don't fudge the environment. You just take the data and look at what's going on. And we're seeing, oh, okay, light is bending down in this observation. In the near field, and in the far field, it's bending up based on the weather station down there, because we're taking into account boundary layers, which are integratable in a flat Earth model. This is what we would expect to see. Now, we had to shut our lasers off. Now, keep in mind, he's shooting this. Let me show you the clip before, because it's the last time I think we see the laser on, right? There's no Fata Morgana, okay? Now, what happens is we had to shut the lasers off because we had a airplane flying overhead, and I wasn't going
I
to.
see.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
wasn't
don't
gonna.
risk that.
Yeah, we're not gonna mess with that because we didn't want any trouble. You know, we already were doing something that was questionable in its legality, and so this is now the Fata Morgana. We just turned it back on. And what we'll
Wow.
see is when I go to the
Wow,
side,
what a
we'll see that
strange.
yeah, what it is it's a double. Once we get a little further on, there becomes a section where you can very clearly see that it's a double superior mirage that's going on. It's fascinating. And this makes way more sense on a flat plane because we get these inversion layers over distance. And so since we can see over a longer distance and the ground is truly flat, then it means that the laser having bent up, it has a longer area to travel. We're seeing further without the air layer bending down. And so this makes way more sense on a flat plane because we're seeing the air layers staying at a consistent height above the surface. It's just because we're looking up through them that it appears to change. Now I want to find.
This
Hold on, I need.
footage is extremely unique. You do
Yeah,
realize that.
Oh, I know.
Like
This
is like
military grade.
I've
Look at
never
this.
seen anything like this. This is extremely unique footage.
Right, and you can see it. Look, it appears to have been going the same direction as it started. Okay, and what's interesting, I want you guys to know this. This is what's so fascinating about this, because this would make sense with a Fata Morgana. A Fata Morgana on a globe requires an immense amount of downward refraction to be happening. Okay, so usually on a globe, it would make a lot more sense for the already incredibly rare circumstance for a Fata Morgana to develop on a globe, which would be incredibly more rare than on a flat plane, but on a flat plane, it would still be quite a rare occurrence to get this double superior mirage known as a 5-image mirage, otherwise known as the Fata Morgana. To be able to get this, more often than not, you need more downward refraction. And so what's really fascinating about this is when we look at the Fata Morgana, that's the wrong one. When we look at the Fata Morgana, what we'll see is I aligned the ground in these two pictures. The ground is in alignment. I 50-50'd overlaid them so you can see this. And we can see that on the day when the in the moment, not the day, in the moment when the Fata Morgana is happening, the laser appears to be bending down towards the horizon, okay? Meaning the horizon's actually dropping more in the distance, meaning it started to refract down even less during the Fata Morgana. That's what's fascinating, is that before the Fata Morgana, we had light bending down more, okay? While the Fata Morgana was happening, light was bending down less. Absolutely amazing. So very cool. Very, very cool 5-image mirage. Again, this should be in the public already. I mean, it's 2025. Like, get out of town. Like, why are we still pretending that light is traveling in straight lines? Because they were doing that in 2026. I want to point out something very quick to the absurdity of what I'm talking about. I need to move this back to my other
Well,
screen.
when you triangulate the sun from different places, it doesn't triangulate in the same spot. I mean, and then to claim like parallel light, I mean, it's already a problem. It's already a problem, and this just
There's
confirms it even
massive
more.
problems. There's massive problems with the globe model, which are just swept under the rug, and they're buried in falsifications of the world environment. Oh, you can see the sun for too long? Invoke extreme refraction with absolutely no distortions. How do you do that? Well, ignore the true refractive index of the air that we can see from RUHIF does in fact change quite wildly and would cause massive warps of the refracted images. But just ignore that, and it's a perfect sphere still, and the moon's still a perfect sphere, and it's all good because hydrostatic equilibrium. Bada boom, you got it. You know, everything's refracting proportional and in reference to. And this is why Bayat said it's pretty, you know, like these things can't subsist. He's saying whether or not these things can subsist is like yet to be seen, and they really can't. They already knew that. They actually already knew it. He wasn't really. He was just posing it as a fact that this doesn't. It's not generally possible. He mentions that several times. Generally not possible about what they're doing. So, like for example, limiting the amount of water. Where am I looking here? Right here. The first case would be that of an atmosphere deprived of water vapor, so you can account exclusively for the very dependable barometric pressure, how it decreases with height, the very dependable isothermal layer, which decreases with height. So that's the first case, and it would have to be deprived of water vapor, and thus it's never realized. Obviously impossible. Okay, which means hydrostatic equilibrium obviously is a transitional period, which only is transitional in one of the layers at any given time, not in all the layers at all given time, but just one layer, transitional period. And the second is also not generally possible, meaning practically impossible, and only becomes so by restricting the amount of water vapor that the lower layers can emit. Again, pretending that we can get the clouds that we see in the sky, but by not letting enough water vapor get up there to actually form them. I mean, I think God was really telling us something in the beginning of the Bible when he said he created the dew, you know, and he was letting us know that it rose up from the ground and watered everything. Interesting that he would do such a thing. So I wanted to show something. I want to show a huge, hilarious thing that was shown in recent days.
Oh,
right?
thank you for bringing this up. This is my favorite actor right here. This guy.
Right here, Stephen
Oh
Hawking.
yeah, best.
He is a theoretical. If you haven't heard of him, he was the Albert Einstein of my day growing up in high school. We heard about this guy all the time. We were learning about black holes in science class, and they were just totally like using him as this big, look, Stephen Hawking's a genius. You can be one too. Like, you know, look at what he did from a wheelchair. You can be successful no matter who you are. Okay. Well, in this documentary, he makes a very distinct claim in his own narration. Keep in mind, he was alive during this. He wasn't dead yet, right? And this is his own show. You know, this is literally called Genius by Stephen Hawking, right? And he makes this wild, outlandish claim that they're going to shoot this laser. Stephen Hawking himself says that.
Which projects a great beam of light across the surface of the lake.
Did you hear that?
Can you put the captions on? Because I'm.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm special at just if you could do it for me, please.
I'm just going to move my mic closer. Here you go.
The lake holds the secret to the science and faith of the earth. To help them, they need a few tools.
2 feet, 7 inches.
First is the powerful laser, which projects a great beam of light across the surface of the lake. Next, they'll need a boat.
Okay, we are talking about a astronomer which is of the highest caliber. Okay, he even works on his whole, like one of his biggest fields of study is black holes. To even look up at the stars, you have to account for refraction. Even in the globe model, just to look up at the stars, they get displaced. You have to know about light not traveling in straight lines within the air of the Earth to even do any astronomy. Okay,
That's why
it's
they
a
use
fundamental.
radar.
So he's sitting here
No?
saying, "Oh yeah, but at the surface where it's most refractive, yeah, light's going to travel in a straight line, fellas." Because then they go on to intentionally mislead people by showing that one, we have a helicopter where we have identical waves. Obviously, a lot of people have already seen this, but it's pretty stinking obvious that we're being messed with. I shouldn't do this while I'm streaming. I should actually just open the video file that I have. If I have it uh, saved where I can view these, I should be able to just view.
I think we're safe with the Creative Commons, right? Like we're doing commentary on top of footage. Shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, sure. So I've got this here that we can watch. It's going to be slightly laggy because I'm watching from an archive drive, not a creation drive, and it's a hard disk. But what I'm showing is they're showing us like what this appears to look like through the telescope as it drops, and they're giving us living, breathing testimony of what they're seeing on this. Oh, it disappeared behind the curve, dude! Freaking amazing! Like it's mind numbing. Like they're like, wow, all of this is happening. Keep in mind, this was shown internationally. Tens of millions of people saw this. I went to
Mhm.
Oregon and they're like, "Oh, I saw that program." It's like, "Yeah, yeah, you did. I know. Lots of people saw this program. Tens of millions of people saw this program in the United States alone, probably." People watched television in 2016, believe it or not. It wasn't all fake news yet, okay? And they're sitting here putting it out as the flat Earth community was really starting to rise up. They come out and do this. I mean, do you think this was just a mistake? Like, oh yeah, let's just put this out once a flat Earth community is forming and make up a complete false pretense about light moving in geometrically straight lines across the surface. Absolutely absurd. In fact, let's have a world-renowned cosmologist and astronomer of the highest caliber tell them so that they can pretend this light's traveling straight. And this is why we're seeing what we're seeing. No glober is going to stand by this anymore. Absolutely not. You can't stand by it. But this is exactly what the highest of highest of highest astronomers decided to tell the entire world. Why? Well, I mean that's going to be up to the viewer. I can't impose why, but I can make a lot of inferences and say, wow, when we have people modifying imagery to appear as though stuff is going behind a geometric curve, because I was told in the third grade by Bill Nye the Science Guy on a PBS program that was standard curriculum for children, okay, in the public school system, where we watched a ton of Bill Nye the Science Guy. It wasn't the only episode I watched, but it was one where as the boat sails away, it doesn't disappear all at once. First, the bottom disappears.
That was in my sixth grade science class. They rolled out the damn TV with the what laser disc. It wasn't even DVD. It was laser disc, and they made us watch that damn Bill Nye video.
Yeah, what does that do to a child? It's absolutely. It's
I mean, it didn't do much to me. It was just a free day of no work, but I mean, they're just implanting those themes, right?
Yeah, it just stuck. I mean, it just makes you look up at the twinkle, twinkle, little star. But when you look at the horizon, there's no twinkle at all. It's just all straight lines. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
That's actually that's my biggest critique out here is I tell them that they're assuming the light goes straight all the time, and that when you're presuming a globe, you're saying that everything you see in the sky is where you see it, and I think that is the biggest horseshit. Pardon my French, but it's definitely not where you're seeing it, and it's ridiculous to presume so. I mean, just because it's predictable doesn't mean that it's actual.
So I would like to turn on, I'm going to see if I can go back to this and maybe show you with closed captions turned on, because the quality doesn't need to be as high anymore to be able to see like the helicopter or anything. And
No,
I'll be jumping
we only want high quality.
Well, and
that's why you're here.
Yeah, I'll be jumping to the high quality frame because sadly I don't have captions, pre-generated captions like YouTube does on my. So I want to skip to like, okay, so we have Stephen Hawking giving us a bunch of crap, and then we have Kat Bobineau saying, "It worked. I'm not a scientist." And to be able to just do that on a whim, and it just came to me, that was incredible. So she's claiming I'm not a scientist. And then I go, we go to her YouTube channel, and turns out
She's a scientist.
I'm a scientist, by the way. I work at a public school. I've got, my degrees. I studied my master's in biology at Cal State East Bay, Hayward, California. You know, I worked an internship at QED, I also worked for the Public Broadcasting Service. She did like she did biology, like studies of the brain on animals. Um, I mean, it's absolutely insane. This woman isn't just a random volunteer or just some spontaneous lottery winner who got to be on the show. And then it's like, whoa, we have all these important figures hanging out together. Bill Nye, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Barack Obama. Neil deGrasse Tyson has famously said a lot of things about the Earth being, quote unquote, very spherical that are totally wrong. But people see him. So I'm not a scientist. I'm a scientist.
She looks like she's in the military, honestly, just like
And then
her attitude, her posture.
Right, and then here, I'm just gonna go back to the high quality footage once more. We skip back to the ordinary people, and Joy, that Asian woman, she works for NASA. She literally works in the administrative offices of NASA, the director's office. That's the administration. If you're part of the administration, and you're participating in this, you're pretending to be just a random volunteer. And she even admits that, oh yeah, I was called by the producers of this show and asked if I could be like, a and then she says this in this bio, which you can go find. I archived all these on archive.org, but I mean, it sounds like archive.org just got picked up by the federal government, so there might be a big cleansing going on soon.
Oof.
Yeah, but I'm going to be that's part of why I included this in the video, is because I want to show people it used to exist. Then they'll just say it's fake, but then you look at the dates and whatnot, and then I show that even the laser test was completely bunk, where they show that we leveled it, 500 feet away, and then actually the beam is moving in the background while we're watching it, seeing the beam turn, and it's like, well, there went your level. You're not aiming, level anymore. Change the direction of the beam. So that went out the window.
They're just waving it around.
Yeah, it just goes to show. At least I'm going to admit to the fact that, hey, we didn't have a way to level the beam out there. In a way, like we did, but we didn't recognize it at the time. We had so many things happening that it's really hard to articulate the challenges we had. And when I look back, hindsight 2020, we had a method of establishing a really good 500-foot level by drilling down with our auger, putting logs in the ice, marking the logs, filling in where the logs were with water so they would freeze into the ice and stay in one spot, and then measuring off the surface of the water at several distances. And then that way we could have leveled it out to like 500 feet using a water level. Would have been really cool. I showed that like they're doing stuff with lasers where, man, if you're working with a high powered laser like that, you get that in your eyes. I have had a laser that was worse collimated than this laser hit my eyes. I had a big blue dot in my eyes for like
For
6
days.
hours. No, 6
Yeah.
hours, but I was, that's really, as somebody who really values how clear their vision is, like feeling like I might have gone blind for 6 hours, permanent eye damage, like that was a big thing. I was trying to collimate my laser using a custom collimation lens, and I got a total internal reflection that threw a bunch of the light, not all the light, but a bunch of the light back into my face. Oh my gosh, it was terrible. Absolutely terrible. These are no
Oof.
joke. So it's like,
Oof, please, no. This is
that one's not
why.
even, that one's not even fully collimated either. And it's like,
I know. This is why I got out of welding. I just couldn't
Right.
do it anymore.
Like we're talking about they're playing, like I'm not even sure a lot of that video happened where they said that they did it, because you got flipping laser touching his nose that's so
Yeah.
collimated you can see it during the day. It's like, dude, if your face went any lower, you just had no eyes anymore. So we have this woman who works at NASA pretending to be somebody that she's not. This woman's a scientist and is pretending to be somebody she's not. Can't find anything on Jim Fitzsimmons whatsoever. People have tried reaching out and trying to find out who he is. Nobody knows who
That
he
guy
is.
on the
Can't find-
right?
Yeah, the guy. But
He
he's saying this
he
is
looks military for sure. Also,
yeah, absolutely. And it's like he himself testifies, "Oh, I saw, man, when it disappeared from my sight." But it's like, dude, that's a doctored image we're being shown. So like, you're pretty suspect, bro. You know. And then this has never made the final cut, the whole cut, because I was actually slightly mistaken and I just took it out.
Hmm.
But um, this here is my own laser test, 10.3 miles away, and we can see it. In fact, from his perspective, the laser appeared to be going perfectly straight that day, which is fascinating. On a globe, that shouldn't happen unless it's traveling in a perfectly parallel line to your eyes. And over the surface of a lake, it's like, are we really going to have this perfect hydrostatic equilibrium that has to be evoked for that to happen? Because somehow, based on all those refractivity gradient measurements that Ruhif likes to throw around, we can see that doesn't seem to be the case. Um, so she had strict rules to not tell the participants what they'd be doing, but we now know that the whole thing was pretty much a sham. So it's like, oh, did you really? They're genuine reactions, of seeing these helicopters disappear. Aired on National Geographic, PBS. Um, Tons of people
oh, it's
saw this.
everywhere. It's
Yeah, it was
everywhere.
freaking.
People
It
saw
was
this.
everywhere. Kat Bobineau is saying she's a scientist before the show even airs. Keep in mind, it aired on June 4th, right? She's saying she's a scientist, and I mean, I'm sorry, it aired on the first of what is that? Yeah, that is June. Okay, and then back in March of the same year, she's saying she's a scientist. So just a few months apart, I went from being a scientist to not a scientist.
Hmm.
It wasn't like she became a scientist after. I'm just showing, like, if you have the telescope, you have the money for the helicopter, you have all these things, just do the experiment, show it, and show people. So it's more complicated than you think. And then you go on to tell them about how refraction along the surface of a globe actually causes our horizon, and you just educate people. But instead, we get told this huge lie about what's really happening at the surface. And then it just so happens she has this reference, this basically what I'm saying is like a reference to Satan in her thing, and they're like, "Oh, we'll just censor flat Earth." So then we had this same thing, Ars Technica, pretty big publication. Then just saying, "Oh, you need to," they just didn't accept the results. They were just wrong, and they got it wrong. And then National Geographic, guess what? They do it again. They're like, "Oh, we're going to send out a target. And guess what? Light travels in straight lines. Why do we give you this diagram? Because light travels in straight lines, don't you know?" And so then we're looking at the boat and it's like, ooh, I can still see the red line. I can see the water beyond the boat. So there's no curvature hiding this, right? If anything, you could say refraction is hiding this, but you can't say that it's because of the curvature of the Earth. But then we're told
It's pretty amazing. You can actually see it pretty clearly with this camera here. And you see that the red stripe that was at the bottom has completely disappeared, and it's now getting closer to sort of the middle green stripe that is.
So we've lost about 1.5 stripes
Right. So this can only happen why?
because of the curvature of the Earth.
So like, I mean, you had like two opportunities to like set the record straight on like public television, national public television. It's refraction, guys. Light bends down. No, 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 no. Can't tell the public anything that's true, mind you. Like, can't even tell them light bends down because that would be, in some instances that would be true. In other instances, that would be false. So we can't tell them anything that might potentially be true. Just tell them light travels in straight lines because that's the one thing that literally almost never happens. Oh, by the way, at the end of it, let's tell them that the Big Bang created everything right after we prove the Earth is a globe. Because I'm sure that the Earth being a globe has nothing to do with believing in the Big Bang and that you are not created by Jesus Christ and living on a plane, that he loves you so much that he gave his only begotten Son who died on the cross for your sins so you could accept him today and join him in eternal life simply by believing and loving and trying to obey his commandments. That's it. I mean, how difficult could that really be? Because no, 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 no. This is dangerous. This is dangerous for people to be questioning what we're telling them, even though what we're telling them is patently false. Okay, so that's just one part. So we've got NASA officials from the administrative office who are clearly, if you read her bio, she's obviously a cinematographer expert. I wouldn't even doubt it if she's the one who did the editing on this video, because it's really hard to find out who really did a lot of the final editing on this. Even though they have a credits section, it's like,
Oh, I bet they have. No, I bet they have teams of people, man.
I'm sure. I'm
They
sure.
would not work alone. Yeah, this is
No,
this
I'm
is
100%
greater
like,
coordination is happening. Here.
totally greater coordination for this whole thing. I mean, get somebody to do that. But what I'm saying is she herself is like a masterclass cinematographer, as admitted on her own bio page that I summarized in the video.
Well,
But if you go read that thing, she
who
is one.
knows? Who knows? I mean, at
So
this point, her credibility's shot.
yeah, I know. But that's her own testimony. Her own testimony is she's a masterclass cinematographer.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, now I'm a Ninja
curious.
Turtle.
Yeah. So and then you know, I think this is a very fascinating thing. I'd like to be able to have the captions going for this, and it's actually not important necessarily. Or it's so much more powerful when you hear it from the mouth of the horse's butt itself, you know?
Mm.
But I'm gonna summarize it, and I encourage you, go check out this video. But I'm gonna add to it, which should have been in this video, and I didn't add it because at the time I didn't recognize the significance and the impact of
Don't you
it.
hate that? You like catch something
Yeah.
later.
Yeah, it's like, oh my
I wish
God.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like, golly, that even makes it worse, and I didn't even recognize how much worse it gets. Oh my gosh. Um, so we're looking at some astronauts, and they're just casually giving interviews, right? About their time in space. Like, this is supposed to be like, they're not even supposed to be on the ISS here. They're admittingly, willingly showing that they're in front of a green screen. Like, they're not just sitting there. Like, we're not saying anything about that. But what we're talking about is how they claim that you can see the stars.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, because you can see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not
Which is the cool
black
thing.
void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can
Right.
see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of
Yeah,
the
you
Milky
see
Way
the
galaxy.
Magellanic Clouds.
Doesn't even know what
Magellanic.
they're
You know,
Yeah.
I just wrote the
And then
Magellan
there's
clouds.
the
I didn't want to.
large-
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
Those are
The lights of the zodiac.
the lights of the zodiac, the zodiacal lights. Okay.
But one thing to add to this, I think, which is kind of interesting about being able to look into the black void, is that we can't do that when the sun is out here on Earth. It's not because the sun is so bright. It's because the atmosphere,
Yeah.
right? The light comes through the atmosphere and refracts, and we see blue. It's scattered. We see
It's
blue.
scattered.
So what we see is we see the blue color because
Yeah.
the way the light gets bent was it only the
It was
low.
scattered.
Okay. So Rayleigh, they're saying Rayleigh scattering, bending the blue light, right? I'm gonna pause this because now that I'm just playing it through my mic, right? I would rather just show the high quality video. I hope that's Riggs. Is that coming through pretty clear for the audience? Like, does
It was a
sound good?
little. It was a bit
Loud?
muffled. I mean,
A bit.
if we're just gonna look at the posture and just the behaviors real quick, it was very clear that Don Pettit was looking for approval from this Mike guy, and
Yeah.
more than that, it's almost like Mike is talking to a child. Like Mike is this dude's handler or something.
Yeah, and what I think's hilarious is when he says the Magellanic Clouds, he's like,
Gas.
the
Magellan clouds of
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Milky
you
Way
see the
galaxy.
Magellanic-
Magellanic. See, I was
Yeah.
I just wrote the Magellan clouds. I didn't want to.
he's like, I didn't want to try. And then he's like, oh man, he's like, yeah, I felt stupid there. Well,
Yeah, the audio is not really coming very strong.
I know. I moved my mic. Here we go. Tell me how it comes through, right?
Those are amazing. Right
The
before
lights of the zodiac.
the lights of the zodiac, the zodiacal light.
How does that come through, Riggs?
Yeah, it's
Better?
Okay.
it's
The
all
one
right.
thing to add,
Okay, I know it's not great, but
Yeah, it's horrible. Actually, it's pretty bad.
Okay. Thank you.
But why did we have to watch it again? What was going
Well,
on?
no. No. We don't have to watch it again. What I'd like to
Well, I
say.
just wondered what your point was.
Oh, I was just saying that he looks really suspicious, kind of like what you said, Donald Pennant. He's like
Yeah. Oh,
looking,
yeah.
and Mike is also looking terribly like a retard. Like I just called
Well,
it the
they're
Magellan.
telegraphing that, for approval. I mean, this eye contact it's not a love affair, but it's definitely like, oh, I want to know what to say because I don't want to say the wrong thing in front of the audience.
And the most important thing is what they are saying. And this guy, Leroy Chow, I wanted people to see that these are high quality clips. These aren't like, and I reference them and I even show the references at the end of the video. So if you go look at this, Leroy himself is going to say, hey, on like my first mission, I went up and he's like, and when you're in space and you're looking into deep space and you're on the sun side of the orbit, you can't see any stars because the sunlight's so bright that it washes out, all the stars. He's like, into deep space and you're on the sun side of the orbit, the sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like here on Earth. But when you look into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine. Wow. So the sun is so bright that when you get up there, it's when you're on the sun side of the orbit from the ISS. Yeah, you can't see any stars, by the way.
Yeah,
But they
exposure.
well, they're like, you can't see them. The sunlight's so bright, it washes out all your starlight. But he just said that, but that's not even the best part. You're like, oh,
Did I lose you? I don't have any microphone, brother.
space between the Earth and the Moon.
There we are. You're back.
Oh, did you lose me?
Yeah, I lost you for about 10 seconds.
Oh, well, I was quoting Neil Armstrong, but what he says is that you can't see the stars from the surface of the moon, right? And people will say, well, it's the glare. It's the glare, Caleb. It's the glare. I mean, don't you know they were wearing face masks when they were on the surface of the moon? Well, they also said you can't see it on the daylight side of the moon either. Okay. So when we go to nasa.gov, remember, the reason why we couldn't see the stars on Earth is because the atmosphere, right? But we were told on the ISS you can see the stars, but then we were also told you can't see it, from the daylight side orbit. But NASA themselves, which they have since scrubbed to this website. This website, now it's gone. Yep, it's gone now. You can go on to archive.org because I backed it up. And you can go to that link. If you go to archive.org, it's there. But the moon's surface is comparable to the density of the outermost fringes of Earth's atmosphere where the International Space Station orbits. By the way, to be able to see the stars, you would only have to go above what? The troposphere, basically, to get out of the blue. Once you're out of the blue, that's the majority of the quote unquote atmosphere gone. And what's hilarious is I have a book from Augustus Piccard, where he got up above there, he never makes a mention of the stars. Not even a little bit. Not even once. It's like that would have been like the best part of your view, getting up above the atmosphere, right? No mention
Well,
of the
I actually do have a video independent, multiple types of cameras, including infrared, and stars are visible. It's kind of some rare footage, and I'm probably one of the only people who has it. It's like, I think it's like 12 gigabytes or something like that. It's a massive file, but I can make that available to you if you'd ever be interested.
I have seen footage. Now I don't have raw footage, but I have seen footage where people sent up balloons at night, okay, and they sent it up and they're showing that you can see stars if you get above the blue. But I think it's kind of hilarious that they're sitting here saying you can see the stars. You can't see the stars from the moon's surface. Like, you'd be able to see the stars out the window of the landing module. Keep in mind, so to land the landing module, right, you have to be looking out the window, for one. Okay, you got to see where you're going. Okay, that's actually part of the official story. They're looking out the window, and to be able to operate the controls, guess what? You have to have your gloves off. And if you have your gloves off, they probably have their helmets off. In fact, there's several instances in the transcripts that you can read where they're sitting there in their hammocks. They took off their gauntlets, they took off their helmet, and they're sitting in there on the moon's surface, like Apollo 14, Edgar D. Mitchell. We're going to be watching him soon. And you're looking out a window. Where's the glare? I mean, the window is going to be no different than, by the way, I'm not the only one who says that the atmosphere on the moon would let you see the stars during the day. Neil deGrasse Tyson on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, he said it too. Okay. He's claiming you can see stars from the moon even during the day. Okay, I make a joke, calling them a bunch of clowns. Edgar D. Mitchell gives us a very clear explanation. He very much dictates that we don't see stars from the moon. His own testimony, he never mentions stars from the surface of the moon. Several astronauts say you cannot see from the Apollo missions stars from the moon, just like Neil Armstrong, who he himself, when he would have had to have taken off from the LEM, would have had to have taken off his gloves, and likewise would have taken off his helmet. Okay. You're not going to be wearing a polarization helmet inside of a climate controlled lunar module that's going to obstruct your ability to operate with switches or even see the switches you are operating with. They took off their suits, verifiably, especially in Apollo 14. And he never saw any stars from the lunar surface. And he claims, well, you know what I can see is he's like on the way back. He goes on to say that I can see this beautiful panorama of the stars, the moons, and the heavens, the sun up against a star field background, and I'm going to show you that. He goes on right where do I put this? Right in here. And in his testimony,
just a little bit of lunar geography.
So in his testimony, he's like on the return trip, gazing through 240,000 miles of space, that he saw this beautiful vista. And he tells us, I made this simulation for you guys so you can understand what it looks like through the eyes of man. And then he shows it. And he's like, look, this is what you see. You see the moon against a starfield background. He's like, you're going to see the moon against a starfield background. And he's like, you're going to see the earth against a starfield background with your own eyes. Like, this is what he saw. Keep in mind, he says, this isn't, this is exactly what I saw. This is what I saw. You're going to see the sun against a starfield background.
Wow, the graphics, amazing.
Man, isn't that amazing? Like, here, I know the audio is going to be really bad, but you need to hear this.
Try to simulate that in our next lecture after this in a little while. But let me try to simulate just very roughly and briefly what was happening as we were coming home. So here we are, presumably rotating with the moon coming across the horizon with the star field background, Earth coming across the star field background, the sun coming across the star field background, the moon again as we do another 360-degree rotation, and then eventually we get home.
You guys I mean, is that not insane? We could see these stars. We could look directly into, can you hear me, Riggs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's inconsistent, and they're
look directly
pretty blatant about it.
the sun. Yeah, we can look directly into the sun and see a starfield background. But God forbid, when we're on the moon's surface and we're in the landing module looking through a very same type of window, God forbid, it's the glare of the moon. Oh my goodness. Like, even though the moon is significantly less bright than the sun, it's the glare of the moon. You can't see any stars whatsoever. That is insane. That is nuts. It is absolutely irreconcilable. Like, God knows that it's 100% irreconcilable if you have any magnitude of logic. Like, I just noticed, like, I'm looking, like, Jesse, he was in here this whole time. Jesse Gordon was in here this whole time. We get to this, he's gone. I know I've been talking a while. People have to go to bed, but it's just so sad that he had to miss that. I would have loved for him to have seen that.
Jesse misses nothing.
He probably does.
Watch him. He's probably in bed right now, using one arm to hug himself and the other one to look at the phone while watching this stream.
Maybe, but if he is, he's using an alt account.
I'm kidding.
But maybe he's watching on YouTube now to hide. But no, I'm kidding. I don't want to rag on that. So that's the Apollo moon mission. Like, I mean, astronauts compared to the modern day. So we have liars in the past, liars today, liars contradicting liars in the past. We have liars from the past contradicting liars in the future, and we have liars in the future contradicting the future liars as well. And then we also have cosmologists lying about light propagation. Then we have studies where they're lying about the very same light propagation. And then we're saying we're on an illuminated surface where the surface is actually dimmer than the sun itself, you can look up at the stars from the surface. Keep in mind, in several of these missions, they actually had visors that flipped up. And so if you're looking straight up, like if you're standing next to one of these boulders like they did in a lot of their pictures, it's like, golly, if you're in the shadow of that boulder, guess what? Wow, you can see the stars. I mean, there are so many instances where it's like, we should have seen the stars here and we didn't. Like Apollo 12, there's times when they went down into the shade during that in the mission so they could collect and golly, man, it's like, wow, there's no stars here either. So, it's just a wildly inconsistent, oh, what about the glare? It's like, you mean the glare that would be brighter when you're looking into the sun than the surface of the moon? It's absolutely insane. There's no
Question.
glare possibility here. What's up?
Question. Okay. So we have a special guest here in the chat who had a question for you. Finds this all kind of, alarming that all these people would be liars and stuff, and that's a fair thing. But his question is, what are space telescopes such as Euclid or the James Webb located at the L2 Lagrangian point in the Earth Sun system looking at? Can they see the stars, or are those data made up too?
Well, all you're looking at is images, are you not? That are coming from where? Outer space? I mean, yeah, you can take radio waves and you can refract them back down, especially if we have a dome over our head. We can you can launch radio signals, and when I say a dome, what I'm talking about is more like a tent. You can refract signals down. You can aim lasers up at a pinpoint position and have them track a position where if you aim your laser up at there, your Yugadagi antenna, okay, and you're downloading the image from space, keep in mind, like you would have to be very accurate to receive this thing because the signal is so weak. And you can be like 5 degrees off on a lot of these things and still receive it. I just have this problem that the tech is so far advanced. Like we were so far behind on technology that, with even just traveling mats. I mean, we were 40 years off, 40 years off on reverse blue screen. And it's in a patent where you can see that they're even showing reverse blue screen in the patent. Okay. And it was invented 40 years later.
Yeah.
Absolutely
And
absurd.
AI has ingested this over and over again. You probably had to retrain it, and it will continue to tell you a lie that it came much later. So this is like an intentional narrative.
I've had to walk it. I walked it through. I've only spoken with 3 chat prompts and I refuse to talk with any more. But yeah, each time I had to re-walk it through the same story, the same steps, because each time it was a clean slate and it didn't recognize that, hey, your training bed, it's a bed of lies. It's a projection prison. I mean, when you're trying to say, okay, we were wrong about cinematography, it's like, well, the problem is when you're wrong with cinematography for 40 years, you're going to be wrong about a lot of things for 40 years. We don't even have a refractometer that you can buy in the public sector when they were invented back in the 60s. Like, oh my goodness, like something from the 1960s is still insanely expensive. You can buy really expensive, really high resolution color spectrum cameras for like $4,000. You know what you can't buy? A 720p long wave infrared camera. You want to know why? Because when you look through a long wave infrared camera, which lets you see way further than you should be able to, you don't get the refraction necessary to be able to see that distant with long wave infrared. So you know how much a long wave infrared 720p camera costs? Just the sensor, just to buy a sensor with no lens, no internal electronics, just the sensor alone is $50,000.
Yikes.
Yikes.
And
then
how does that differ from the shortwave IR?
Oh, well, shortwave is just a lower end spectrum. So long wave infrared is like long wave. It's thermal.
What's a nanometer?
So it's a thermal wave. Thermal.
Near the 1,000 or something.
Well, you're seeing literal heat waves. It's a different spectrum. So like.
Gotcha.
thermal is a different spectrum. Like you'll see like the heat when they say like the light bulb, when we were having a conversation where like heat's radiating and it goes through a vacuum and whatnot, and still radiates. That's what you're seeing. That's the spectrum. You're not actually seeing color. You're seeing a wavelength of
Radiation.
yeah, of radiation, and it's radiation that moves in incredibly straight lines, just
Right.
and because you can see further, they use this. You can actually look this up on YouTube. You can look up LWIR cameras, and they'll be trying to market them for early detection surveillance systems. Okay, so then you can set these up and see ships from super far away. I don't know if a light bulb, I'm not trying to argue anything about it. Jesus Christ is with us, or is Lord.
You don't
I'm not
have
trying
to. You don't have to. Look,
He's not
let
heckling
them
me.
do the, yeah, they're going to do their thing,
But,
This is an interactive show. I like to let people get in sometimes, it's a little off the rails, but
So what I'm saying is he was talking about the atmosphere from the light. Oh, he's talking with somebody else. I didn't recognize he was actually just talking.
gotcha.
On his
Yeah,
own.
sometimes when it pops up on your screen there on the side, you'll only get one and not a person he's talking to. You only get one message at a time. So
That's what
yeah,
happened.
that'll happen.
Oops. So yeah, so it's just a really absurd notion. We're arguing a point that has been like, I don't really want to like just go back to it again, but guys, it's the 1960s, okay, and they're shooting lasers back and forth at each other for a while, and they can't find a solution taking into account the boundary layers. If they're taking into account the boundary layers, then they're going to be taking in the true refractive index. Like, keep in mind, these people literally have refractometers right now. They get to use refractometers. We don't. And they're saying we can't even find a solution for a spherical Earth because the geometrical approximation optics don't work. So, like, we're seeing things we shouldn't see. It's pretty bad. I mean, it's pretty bad. I'm not sure what else to tell you. We've got, like I said, people lying about what they're seeing. We have literal documentation from Apollo 11 where we have burn-in mats being used and impossible camera movements being in the footage. We can see way too far when light's being bent up. We even have
By chance, that paper you were just showing us, do you have the whole thing or just that snippet?
No, I have the whole thing here. I'll just show you the whole thing.
There's people who are interested in that
these
document. Yeah, I know I know you're going to end up sharing a lot of this, but I guess since it's in front of you, I'm going to ask if you could.
I'll post it. I'll post it in the chat because that's the number. That's the thing you need right there. That number. You can literally just type that in to the CIA reading room. That exact paper will come up. Okay, you can probably just drop this exact thing in Google or DuckDuckGo, and the paper might even come up. I'm going to drop it in wide chat here. Okay, so let me jump. Yep, here we go. It's going in wide chat. That is the name of the document right there. I might even be able to just upload it but just go check for yourself. You know what? You should go and just see it on the CIA website for yourself.
Sure.
So I'm going to just let them do that.
It's probably better that way.
It is better that way. So again, I mean, they have the means to do this stuff, and they're saying we can't come up with a solution. We can come up with a solution for a plane, but it would be desirable if we could come up with one for a sphere in the 60s. By this time, we've already figured it out, right? Like, we already figured it out because we shot radio transmissions over the Atlantic back in the 30s. Of course, we already figured it out because we knew it was a globe, but wait a minute, it doesn't work. Doesn't work. So I'm not trying to I'm not even, golly, I feel like I'm being like so fair about this. I mean, I've put in legwork that nobody else has like really ever done. I mean, there's very few people in our community that has done this sort of legwork, and there are a few, and they are, there's notable mentions like like the guy
Far
the
and
Canadian,
few between.
Wide Awake, David from Wide Awake, there's Sky Free, them, a couple over
Iru
there,
Landucci has put a
Taylor,
lot of work like this in.
yeah, some other people I don't even know, Anthony Bear. I mean, there's a bunch of people that I'm not subscribed to because I wasn't trying to get blacklisted and just lost a lot of my subscriptions, but and got blacklisted anyway. But yeah, there's a lot of people who are putting in legwork, and it is tenfold more on the side of trying to figure out if the earth is flat or not, and not just trying to say it's a globe. There's a few people who say the earth is a globe. Jesse's one of them, and some of his own observations literally show where he's looking through a theodolite, light's bending up, and he's like, look, it's matching the globe so well. And then you look further and it's like, nah, it's actually lower than it should be on a globe 3 miles away, meaning in the near field, light is likely bending up because you're in a pretty standard locality. If it's appearing lower and the thing even further distance is appearing lower, then it's like, wow, if it's appearing lower than it should be on a globe, that means that, yeah, you have a top heavy density gradient, and the light that's 3 miles away to appear lower than it even would be on a globe would have had to have bent up. There's no world in which the light 3 miles away, which would either have to appear higher than it would be on a globe if light's bending down, or right where it should be on a globe if light's bending down, okay? But to appear, or light traveling in straight lines, in this case, light would have to be traveling in straight lines, and it's still lower if light is traveling in perfectly straight lines if you were on a globe. But no, for it to appear lower than it should be on a globe, that means light had to have bent up. Wow, that's interesting that it's, he only does a few of these observations from the horizon, and one of them just shows light bending up right at the surface, like no big deal. And I have tons of them where light's bending up at the surface, no big deal. I mean, you can just see it in the optical phenomenon that's happening. Like a lake, yeah, the surface of the lake, that's reflective. You know what isn't reflective? Snow. Snow doesn't make a very good mirror. I'm not sure if you've played with a lot of snow people, but does not mirror very well. So if there's any mirroring on the surface of it, it's because the light changed direction, it bent upward. Just throwing that out there. I'm not getting to heaven proud. I'm just trying to state the truth. I'm telling the truth. We get a heavy.
I am very excited about your vigilance and search for the truth.
I'm excited.
I think it's a rare quality to have, and I think you're doing it for all the right reasons. So
Riggs,
I just really want to commend
you. Trying to speak up and look like a bunch of fools, like without the community established as it was, there was no chance for me to ever come this far. And it wasn't without literally most of the community. There's been some grifters in the community, I would say for sure, that totally it's almost like they were propping people up to fail. But other than that, most of the community has been incredibly, I would say, trying to be faithful in the fact that maybe they can't find the truth, but they're waiting out to see if somebody else can dig deeper than they are. Because the fact of the matter is, some of us do have advantages in life. The Rothschilds, they start out with infinite money, right? Like money's not a concern. They can learn at whatever pace. Isaac Newton, right? He didn't work a job in his life. That guy studied all the way up until he was a guy in college, and then he studied refractions his whole life. Like,
well, these people don't operate on money. They operate on knowledge, on secrets. Secrets lies are far more valuable than any amount of money.
Well, they are to the liars. I would say the truth is far more valuable than any amount of money.
Well, if you only care about materialism, but if you care about spiritual success, they don't feed you.
Mm-hmm. So that's where we are. That's how far we've come. I think that's a really great place to kind of, unless we want to look at more observations. I've only shown a few, but there's quite a few. There's a day like this day, for example. I really have started working on this one, and on this day, I'm able to be seen, like sillily far away. It's not finished being
eaten by the curve.
yeah, just no, I didn't even disappear.
Dang.
just lost sight of me. He didn't even disappear. He just lost me on the camera. I actually become visible, but I haven't finished stabilizing this clip yet, and so I need to when I'm done stabilizing it, when I'm done stabilizing it, I'll locate myself and I'll point out where I am because he doesn't lose sight of me.
Yeah.
He just loses track of me.
I heard that part of the curve gets a little slippery.
Right. I might slide off the edge or something,
Yeah.
you know. Oh, but gravity, the ever expanding upward globe in every direction so that I don't fall off. But and then I have a day, one of my favorite days is I think it's on at the 20, no, it's probably like the first. I think no, it might be the 4th. We didn't do any observations on the 4th, so it would have been this day. This day's fascinating. It's not stabilized yet because on this day, light is bending up according to basic physics, not imposing any generalizations upon the environment, but just estimating our gradients based on our weather station. Light would be bending up. And what's interesting about this tripod, right, is this tripod is lower than the center frame of my camera. Right? It's actually below the center field. So we know that it's lower than the height of my camera. And I'm going to carry it out and I'm going to set it down. So we know that this is literally at a lower elevation and the horizon is splitting that lower elevation. But you know what? I can be seen like 7.5 miles away. Even though we know we're looking down, be able to see that. And it just looks like I'm riding away on a flat plane. And honestly, you know what?
Rob Skiba did this. He traversed the whole length all the way across to Chicago, and you could just see it the whole time.
I just ride away, and yeah, I stand up. It looks like I'm sinking, but it's like we're looking down. This is interesting. We're looking down. Like, look at that. We're looking down on this thing. The horizon's low, right in line with it, and we're looking down like on a globe, right? Like it's got to refract up. Got to refract up over the horizon. But here we are looking down on this baby, and I just carry on. And I make it like 7.5 miles away.
Do you have as like a special request, I don't know if you have anything, but if you have any more materials or videos about refraction, there's people that are interested. So something like this maybe, or other things like this.
Yeah, I've got more to show. I'll go through my entire repertoire. So like I was saying, like this day we go out like 7 miles. If you want more about refraction, this is an interesting observation where, remember how I said light was bending down, right, as it came towards us and it made the laser. Let me just refresh everybody's memory here. We're going to see right here, when light was originally bent up and then bent back down, and we can see that because the Fata Morgana is visually higher. I was trying to show that to people. Let me go back to that picture, which should be, well, there's that picture right there. Right here. The Fata Morgana, like I was saying before, is visually lower when the ground is lined up than when light was in the near field was here. So we had more downward refraction in the near field on this scene than we did over here. It actually dropped. Okay. So then when we go to, let me get to the laser shot. I think it was on the 3rd is the day we did this one. We're going to see more boundary layer inversion. So on this day, I'm 14.7 miles away from the camera. And look at what we see this day. Why does the laser not appear to be bending down on this day? It appears like, if you actually look at this laser, right, and it's aiming off to the side, it actually has this very slight curve downward to it as it gets to the horizon. It almost looks like it's bending the other direction ever so slightly. And
is this the same 4-watt laser?
Yes, that is the same 4-watt green laser. And
same calibration.
Yes, same calibration. Now let me
Okay.
explain something to you about my laser. You see how it's spreading out like this? How it's a
Mhm.
fan? Okay, it's because my collimation of 0.128 or 123, I can't remember if the 3 was an 8 or the 8 was a 3. That is in one plane. So when it's aiming, when you turn it, it's like a rectangle. Okay, so it's skinny in its height, but it's really elongated in its width. Okay, so its
Okay.
vertical spread is incredibly small, but its width spread is incredibly sorry, its vertical spread
Yeah.
is incredibly small, but its width spread is huge.
Yeah. We know
Okay.
about wide out here. Yep.
Yep. So it's got a super wide from the bottom. And keep in mind, I'm trying to shoot this thing left to right. I was like intentionally trying to shoot it left to right to be consistent with the imagery. I didn't want things to look different, so I didn't want to be turning it. So I always shot it knowing this is the direction it's spreading out because I can see it in the near field pretty easily. We also remember like when we shot the laser from the side, we were looking through that super wide beam when it got out further. So like you could still see it from the side because even though it had spread out, you're still looking through the entire density, even though it got wider. So I mean, really cool. But it didn't gain a lot of vertical height. So again, we get this really interesting hard horizon, which I've already shown is the result of which we're getting this very slight bend right at the end, which would indicate, wow, if it looks like it's bending down something, wow, it's almost like light's being bent up in the near field, making the near field appear like we're lower to the ground. We're getting a crisp horizon. Now, sadly, so he's going to zoom in here and you'll be able to see that this horizon is a pretty darn crisp horizon. And I'll show you what it looks like from the other side. Because when you see the other side, you'll be like, oh, light is bending up. Because remember, we're recording this from both sides. So he's going to, I think he zooms in here shortly and you can really see the, like, look at this. Can you guys see that slight downward bend right near the end now?
Yeah,
It's a
just
lot.
slightly, but they should be able to see it on the stream. It's very faint, but
It's
not too
very
bad.
faint, but I think you should be able to see it. It has a very ever so slightly downward bend as it goes around. Now, keep in mind, if light's bending down, it's going to appear like that laser beam is actually bending up, like a bunch. But in this case, we're seeing it looks like, wow, it's almost like the distant horizon sunk. Very similar to the day I can be seen 6 miles away, but those ice chunks are hiding me because the inferior mirage is actually beyond the ice chunks. So what we're seeing, let me go to the other side where I recorded. What do we see? So I'm recording me, recording. And sadly, my tripods were broken. This was all supposed to be shot with tripods. And we broke one when I crashed the snow machine. The other one that I used got left on the lake, and the ice actually broke up, literally broke. I'm pretty sure it went into the water. Like one day when I went out there and set it up, I must have been so close to just dying because I could never find. I flew the drone over the lake, could not find this tripod I set up, and I could only infer that well, maybe I was over the ice that uh, broke. I'll show you guys some footage from the drone. When we got out there, the far end of the lake was frozen, but when we went out later, it was open water, and it was like whoa, and it never froze again.
Wow.
It just yeah. So I almost rode out onto that ice, and I probably would have died.
It's almost like you've had a force field of protection around you or something.
That is exactly what this felt like. I'm serious. Like I prayed. I was in so much
I know the
prayer
feeling.
the whole time, Riggs. I cannot take credit for surviving. I should have died several times. But what I was showing is this distant land marker here, right here, this the end of this little cove here. That's 2 miles away from me. That's 2 miles distant. And in 2 miles, we have this massive inferior mirage going on. So if we have an inferior mirage from over there happening, we know that light in this first 2 miles is bending up, like egregiously. We know light is bending up massively in this area, but further down from the other point of view, oops, these are the other.
I mean, it
Gosh,
would
I
have to be the case that the closer you get to the horizon, that is the optical limit. You'd be running into some type of miraging or refraction or something.
Right, on a flat plane, especially because
Right.
ultimately That's what causes it. So what I was showing from his perspective is we have the appearance from his perspective that even in his, because that laser is bending down ever so slightly, that light's bending down. And it's an absolutely fascinating to me observation, because then we have, likewise, when we should be seeing the laser appearing to bend up, if we're really seeing light being bent down, we're seeing it travel in what would appear to be a fairly straight trajectory, you know, with a very ever so slight or downward bend, a very crisp horizon, as though light in the near field, like we would be predicting, if light's bending up just minorly in the near field and then begins to rapidly increase in refraction as it moves towards a boundary layer where it starts to bend up even more, that we would see this crisp horizon. Similarly, once again, to the, and again, this is all just based on the physics. Like I'm like, we're just using the measurements that we took in the field to say, oh, the near field that's happening right now, light would be barely bending up. But way down there, light would be bending up a whole lot. And that ends up resulting in this phenomena here, where the stuff in the near field doesn't drop nearly as much. The stuff in the far field does. And now we end up with a crisp horizon blocking that which is on distant. Because we know on a globe it's not traveling in straight lines. And they would say, well, look, that's just light traveling in straight lines. Really amazing. You know, for the first time in history, light travels in straight lines on a globe, like Stephen Hawking said, you know. So interesting. You know, just look at Ruhif. I mean, just look at Ruhif's graphs, you know, right? If we actually,
Why are the Globers not out here doing these laser tests? I
because
don't think
they've
I've
already
seen
made
that before.
I mean, there are so many easier places to do this, isn't it? Like why do I have to ride out to the middle of nowhere, haul out 25 gallons of gasoline in a sled, haul out camera equipment, and then have to live out there for 12 days? Okay, 12 days to get out there. Oh my gosh, you guys don't understand the struggle that we went through just to get out there, because there was ice. It was just solid ice when we went out there originally. Like let me show you what we
You're on fire, man. You're on
yeah,
fire right now. Like you have so much great stuff.
let me show you
Show
guys
us.
some stuff when we got there. So when we arrived, this is what the lake looked like. We weren't even able to ride on the lake, because this is what the surroundings looked like. All the surrounding little lakes, they were toast. You know, they were just not covered in ice at all. We rode in from over here, this lake. We actually crossed this lake, and I did a super awesome opening shot. Oh, actually, that's the wrong lake. I'm sorry. That the lake I'm talking about would be Raven Lake, which should be right here. That should be Raven Lake. We rode in on this lake right here, and I did an awesome shot from that lake. This is the lake. It's just ice. You see these fissures? That's where those ice chunks are sticking up, is along these fissure lines.
Mm-hmm.
In between, there's huge sections that are just flat ice. I mean, we're staying, if I can show you, I might be able to show you where we're actually staying. We're staying in a little cabin that is like, there's like no insulation. I'll show you the cabin we're in. But do you see the shoreline? There's no snow on the shoreline, guys.
Yeah.
There's none. I mean, there's some ice. This is all ice. This isn't snow. This is solid ice. We actually wrecked trying to get to the cabin that night because it was getting dark, and we crashed into an ice berm, flipped over our sled, and almost broke the hitch on the sled clean off. It almost broke the
That
entire.
dude, don't do that. That's a bad time.
Yeah, we flipped everything. It was crazy. And I mean, you
Jeez.
fly down, like, look at how flat this all looks. You know, from up top, it's like, oh my gosh, it's like, you know, fissures and stuff. But it's like you get
Yeah.
down near it, and it's like, golly, this thing's pretty stinking flat, y'all.
I think the only defense would be that this would be like an exceptionally flat spot on the globe, right?
Yeah, this is where we're
I
staying.
can't think of any other excuse.
Yeah, well, it's just an exceptionally flat spot. I mean, it's almost a perfect sphere. The world is the smoothest cue ball. In the words of Neil deGrasse Tyson, it's the smoothest cue ball ever built. But you know, it's just a little bit flatter in this one spot, you know. know what I mean? So like
Oh yeah.
giving you some parallax of the lake here. That's what I was trying to do, was give some parallax. So you can see what's going on there. And I mean, it's just, this is what we were working with, you know. It's here's the shore. I came down to the shore for people to see. Like, look at all this ice. There's snow, like a little bit, but it's all just icy snow. It's not even real snow. That's ice. That's none of that snow. There's some snow. You can't ride out here. There was so much burn that so much deadfall. You can't ride over burned trees. You know, you need snow to be able to ride over them. I did some fun cinematic shots there where I was. I'll be using some of this stuff for the video.
This
You know,
is
there I
like
am.
trailer worthy, like good B-roll.
Yeah, that's exactly. It's all B-roll. Because I'm going to have to narrate a lot of my story because you
Mhm.
know, just a lot of it you can't. You know, we're not out there acting. You know what I mean? We're not actors. We're not sitting there like, oh yeah, and every 2 minutes I saw the sun, the moon, the stars against a starfield background. You know, we're not sitting there making crap up. We're just recording. And I knew, okay, I'm going to need some B-roll, so I spent a lot of time. People don't recognize that. I went out there with the intent, I'm going to make a movie. So in my mind, it was like, we need to have footage for the movie, but we also have to do observations. And it's really tough to do both of those if you don't have a third guy doing it exclusively for the movie, and then the other two guys doing it for the observations. Makes it really difficult. And we were supposed to have 3 people, and one of the guys bailed out, and I don't blame him. He was terrified. He was just
Yeah.
absolutely. He grew up here. He knows exactly how dangerous this lake is. People have died on this lake. It is the most dangerous lake in Alaska. Bar none. It is recognized as the most dangerous lake. More people have died on this lake than any other lake. They usually die in the summer because nobody's insane enough to come out here and ride snow machines on this. So we were shooting some B-roll. What else did we do this day? You know, we had to get firewood. People don't recognize we actually had to go get our own firewood to stay warm. You know, we restocked some of the firewood.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a lot of challenges involved in this. So we were out there 12 days, but like,
Yeah,
we
it's
had to
full
go.
displacement. I mean, you're gone for half a month. There's prep,
Yeah,
there's money, there's resources, and then if you run out, you're fucked. There's a
exactly.
whole bunch of risk, and then your hitch breaks, ruins the whole trip. You know, like
Right.
there's a lot that can go wrong very quickly.
Like, look at this. Like, we're
Yeah,
getting water.
that's okay. Well, that's just retarded. Don't do that.
You know,
I don't
we had to get water.
recommend doing what this
We
man
had
is
to get,
doing on film right
we had,
now.
we had to get water somehow, man. You know what I mean?
I mean, I guess
We just,
maybe don't
besides,
like crack a hole.
no, we had to get it somehow. We didn't have I don't even think we had the auger yet.
Oh,
I think
jeez.
the auger came out later. So
Yeah, I mean,
uh
if you drilling a hole is better than like punching a hole, man. Just saying.
yeah. Well, thank God we had water there. But like, again, so then it
Yeah.
snowed, right? It snowed the morning, and it was like, whoa, dude, it snowed. Like, totally different world out here after it snows. We got 4 to 5 inches, 4 to 5 inches of snow on the lake. So now everything looks super flat. Um, you know, I took there's our cabin, fly it out. You know, you get to see some of the really cool environment. We had to mark our water hole. You know, we went out. Do you
Mhm.
know how hard it was to find our water hole? We didn't have the auger yet, so we went out there and marked our water hole.
What's the problem with the snow? Is it just
Uh,
not good?
it was all powder. It was just fresh powder. So
Oh,
if you like come over here, you'll see we had almost no traction, and it's just pure ice underneath. Like, yeah, you can ride, but
but
it's really.
I mean, no, you can't use that for water. Sam.
Oh, I don't want to boil snow. That's like it takes, if you fill a 5 gallon bucket with water, you'll get 1 gallon. Oh my gosh, that takes
Gotcha. Okay.
forever.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I've never even tried to do it before. So.
yeah. And so then, like, you know, this was that opening shot everybody saw in the trailer. And
Mm.
what we did was we went back and we picked up more gear. Now we have the auger. We're coming back. Sun's going down. And you know, we took out the telescope, and you know, I set up the shot. And if you pay attention, we actually had been out here before. So when we rode back, we rode the shoreline because I knew I wanted this shot. And what's hilarious is you won't see it, but he actually got stuck. because this was glare ice underneath all this snow. It looks like great riding snow, right? But it's pure powder. And so he went to turn around, he got stuck. Like, people don't recognize just some of the challenges involved in this. And I shot this really sweet shot. I accidentally bumped my drone and turned a little sharp, and I had to take that out in post. But I mean, this is here's the shot, and this shot made it look a little bit more colder than it was. It was actually quite a bit, like, everything was a lot more yellow, kind of like how it was here. And then it changed the white balance, and we get this cooler shot. You can actually see the white balance change right here, and it goes cooler. But then we get this shot here.
People will never understand. You're just gonna have to get over that.
Right.
I've been on adventures like this, and it's like, if you're not there, no one will get it.
Yeah, like, I mean, there is so much involved here. We had to pack up all of our gear, hauled our sleds on, a tow truck, and so, yeah, I know there's a phone number on the side of that. Don't worry, that phone number is debunked. So no worries. No one's going to be getting a call there anymore. We're augering for water, so we're setting up a drone, showing people, we're augering water. We struggled because we actually broke the throttle. I didn't pack the auger, and something got wedged between the throttle of the auger. So we ended up breaking the throttle right off the auger on the way out. So I had to sit there and struggle to get it started by having the gas. You had to give a little bit of throttle to even get it started, and having no throttle handle, I had to, like, hurt the living daylights out of my finger to be able to pull the throttle. We auger down, we get water. Water comes right up to the surface. There's so much going on. The day I crashed, this is what my snow machine looked like. Skis jutted out way far, bent the handlebar, broke the windshield, this is my radius arm. Notice how it's completely missing one half of it, and it's not connected to anything. Problem there, not supposed to be like that. Here's where it was broken here. It's like, wow, the fact that I even got back is a miracle in of itself.
Well, this is also early on, 2000.
Oh yeah,
or 20. I remember when I met you a few years back, and you had. I mean, you've done so much more since then.
Yeah, I mean, a lot's happened.
I thought you were going to quit because you had trouble getting help. I think you told me back then the guy quit, and you were scared because you couldn't go alone.
Yeah. So I'll show you guys what happened. I mean, here I am, riding along. This is actually footage of the crash, and I just want you to experience. I want you to know the camera could see better than I could see. I just want you to know that it actually had a better view. I know it's pointed down, and sadly, I should have gotten a chin mount. I wanted a chin mount. I couldn't afford a chin mount. I was totally out of money. I blew, like, all of the money, like, this whole trip easily, like, just for finances of just the raw materials, not including any labor, is like somewhere in, like, probably the 70,000 area for both trips that we did. This trip alone is probably 40,000. The one before it was probably 30.
Jeez.
I mean, really bad, really expensive, and people are just like, "Oh, just go out and do it for yourself." It's like, "Oh yeah, I don't see you just dropping that casual amount of money to go do any of this for anybody besides yourself." It takes a lot, and it's all donated. I don't have so it's aiming down, but I lifted my head up because what happened is I was looking down through my visor because the wind was sweeping across the lake. It was blowing. And so what was happening was snow was blowing up into the slit of my visor. And it was really hard to see because there was all this fine snow in the air and it was hitting my eyes. And so I looked up so I could look through the slit of my visor here in a moment. I went out on this ice. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm on glare ice. I don't know how thick this is. And, I'm going like 50 miles an hour trying to slow down. So I'm looking up more and more to look through my slit. the slit of my helmet because I have my visor cracked barely. I don't even see what I'm coming up on right now. The camera sees it. I can't see it. I see it right about now. I'm like,
Now.
oh crap, I can't turn. I can't turn. And I hit it dead on because I knew if I tried to turn, I was going to wipe out one of my skis. I saw this chunk. I didn't even see the chunk beyond it. I didn't even see this yet. All I saw was this because I recognized this is a problem. I have to hit this thing dead on with my skid plate. So I was like, hit it with your skid plate. So I aimed right into it. Then I saw this. I'm like, oh crap, turn. And then I saw this. I'm like, uh-oh, there's no dodging this one. So I gunned it trying to get my thing over
Yeah,
and
yeah, no, you want the momentum.
you
Yeah.
know, and it's oh
Well,
my gosh.
thank God that the stiffer piece was just where you landed.
Oh my
Thank
gosh, like
God.
right, like look at this. My
Oh,
skis,
gee.
they had hit these chunks. I probably would have like totally flipped right there. My skis straddled this chunk. Totally straddled that chunk. I would have gone flipping, flying. I slowed down so much here before.
You could have
And you see
oh
this
my
auger?
gosh.
Look at the sharp blade. That went right past
Yeah.
my neck. That went right past my neck, people. Like I almost got my jugular sliced right open during this. I was like, oh my gosh.
That could have happened at any point as you were going over that ice. That's so insane that you just happened to make it cross the finish line.
Well, and the thing is, I don't know if that was like, I don't think that ice was very thin. Like looking back, it's like, nah, it was like this after this crash. Oh my gosh, I was like, golly, the ice is thicker out here than I thought. You know, we didn't have time to auger like a whole bunch of holes. We only augered a few holes the whole time we were out here. Because once this happened, I was like, oh, if it's this thick right here, I'm probably okay. You know, I'm probably okay to ride. Okay. And I'd already been out here once. I just couldn't see where my tracks were anymore. I was just going to follow my tracks exactly when I crossed that area, but they were gone. You know, the snow blew away. My tracks were no longer existent. I barely made it back to the station here, and I didn't recognize, oh my gosh, I should just pack this station up and abandon this station. I should have done that. I didn't do it. So I rode out with a damaged ski. And on the return trip, right? On the return trip, the weather got so bad, I only started recording this near the end. I actually started riding towards the cabin, what I thought was towards the cabin. And as I was going across, the wind was blowing so hard during this time, I didn't recognize that I got blown all the way across the lake. I was right next to Caribou Island, and I was trying to drive in a diagonal. And I literally got blown sideways. And I was like, oh my gosh, I was trying to go in a straight line and I ended up on the other side of the lake. I have to drive in a straight line across this lake if I'm going to get there. And all the snow was disappearing, you know? Like it was gradually starting to become pockets of snow like this. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what happens if all the snow gets blown off and I'm trapped on the other side of the lake? And my sled is damaged like this, you know, my radius arm is just destroyed. Like, I mean, this was a whole ordeal. Like I'm just, I want people to, people should be really excited for this movie because it's not so much for the FE community as it is for the FE community, the people who love Christ, if they want to save people, to be able to show people something that is so exhilarating and fun to watch that, and it not immediately scream like, oh, I'm a flat Earth movie, but it turns into a flat Earth movie, we went out together after that wreck. We were like, yeah, we're going to scout out our next position right here. We almost died here. We crossed here and didn't recognize how thin this ice was. We didn't know how thin this ice was here. Look at this water boundary here. This is like 2-inch thick ice.
Super thin.
Oh, it's super thin. It's insanely thin. Let me I was making a clip there. Let me go to, I think it was Joaquin who's recording here. This was us crossing it. We were like, dude, like we were running out of time in the day. We needed to be able to do stuff. So we are like, let's just do it. Let's get as fast as we can. So we sped up to 20 miles an hour. That's as fast as I got. We're on a snow machine, the only snow machine we have left. It doesn't have a paddle track. This thing will not climb out of water whatsoever. And we're just like, let's do it. Let's cut across. We don't know there's open water over here yet. None of us know there's open water over here yet. And we go. And we're on this super thin ice. And we recognize, oh my God, ice looks way thinner than any of the other ice.
Looks like you're about to swim.
Yeah, well, we would have died. We just would have fallen through and probably been stuck under the ice. And it's really hard to climb up out of ice because as you try to climb up, your weight breaks the ice around you. And
Yeah,
so it's
and then it's
really
just
difficult.
cascade. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a cascading problem. He's going to look backwards and I'm going to slow it down frame per frame because he looks backwards and I'm keeping the skis straight. And look at these fracture marks. The ice is literally breaking behind us.
This
It
is where you heard the sounds of the cracking.
Right. Yep. I heard a really big sound. And when we
Oh.
rode back, which he didn't record the ride back, but on the way back, we crossed over where we went way further in, by the way. We went way further in than we did here. And we crossed over the crack where you can now see running water coming through where that big crack happened. And it's like, oh my gosh, we were just moments from going in the drink. And I didn't really slow down here either because it was like, well, let's just keep going. I kind of slowed down to like 15, but it's like, we're just going to run through this, even though it's like super, just jarring the crap out of us. And then I finally started to slow down some once I was like, okay, we're on a little bit thicker stuff, obviously, because it's up and whatever. But yeah, and then we got here. It was just open water. So just not
You need to
safe.
be more careful.
Well, now if I did this again, right, it would be different, right? We now have a lot better respect for the lake
Yeah.
than we did before. We have a lot of other refraction shots that we did with the P1000. Like, oh, this is that day. I already showed this one. That's the one where we made it technically the furthest that we ever went. And then 229 on this day. We did it several times in the day, rode out. Thankfully, he started bright, but as he zooms in, the f-stop naturally stalks down. I'm going to have to do some color correction here and stabilization as well. We're using a super smooth tripod and still having problems because we would have needed a geared tripod, which is like $2,000. And we went out on this one. I haven't stabilized. I haven't really looked at this day very closely yet, but it would need to be stabilized and color corrected. And I make it, however far until he loses sight of me. I don't know if I disappear because I haven't stabilized it yet enough to actually see. You'd be surprised what happens to what you can see when it's stabilized.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then on this day, this was the day we were going to do the this would have been the day we would have been able to see the furthest, like no doubt. This was easily like everything just looked so clear. It was just such a nice day, and sadly our comms totally failed and I couldn't talk to him. And I mean, you can see like this is supposed to be roughly the same height as the camera and it's lower. So it looks
How come
like
the moon doesn't look like this? How come the moon doesn't look like this when we're on the moon? Nice big landscape, clear visibility,
So like on this day, we rode out. I rode out as far as I could. And then we lost comms here and my radio had a bad transmitter. We know because at this distance, I stood on top of my snow machine and I was trying to talk to him. And you can actually see, I like got on my snow machine and like, you can see me through the top of it, just barely.
Look at that.
And, I walked around and whatnot, but I couldn't get a hold of him and I struggled for so long and I was so mad. I'm going to be honest with you. I was just getting angry and I was trying not to get angry, but I knew today was like the best visual day for clarity. And by the time this happened, the visual clarity started getting worse. The light started going away. And so then we rode back. But on another day, something I regret doing is I had this as an idea when I went out there and we were going to do it. We were trying to show how high we were off surface here, roughly like 42.5 inches or something, 43 maybe. Something I would have done different was yes, I wore a safety vest upside down and gave myself a man diaper for the name of higher visibility. Okay. I did that. I did that for you. Yep. I did that for everybody.
Okay.
Now and that's even though you're sitting on it. Okay, when you're standing, then okay.
Yes, the whole idea is so I can stand
I
up and
got
be
you.
slightly visible. Which I ended up writing anyway, mostly on my butt, because just by this time my back was starting to get messed up from all the heavy writing. But here you can see I kind of like prop my butt up so you can see my butt. I was trying to make myself a bigger target. I didn't know what it looked like, yet. Totally. I mean, I could kind of see it, but disappear into the inferior mirage on that day. Then we had some help, and I was showing how it was broken, and trying to get pictures of it because we had help, we had help come out and repair it for us.
Well, how about this?
Yep.
I want to put out there. Let's field for any final questions or comments or anything, and you can go ahead and show whatever you have left you want to show, and let's try to aim for somewhere at the hour.
Oh shoot, I'm almost yeah, I'll just carry on, just trying to breeze through some of these observations to show people, we do have a plethora. I mean, you're talking just to get so there's some visual proof that we have these files. I have the raw data. It's not, AI generated crap for people later. This is why I want people to see all this. You can see on other days the horizon seems really, really low below this.
The only problem with stuff like this, and some of it's really amazing, is that there's not really
there's not really like what's going on.
There's
no context.
Yeah, there's no context.
Right.
And
that's
so the
saying.
stories are really nice when you're able to tell us, like, okay, we did this, that.
Right.
It's very beneficial.
So, yeah, I mean, ultimately, guys, I have a story to tell with the movie, and I can show you just clip after clip of refraction, but I know Riggs is right, and I was kind of feeling the same way, like,
That's okay. You have a lot of really strong stuff.
So, I mean, the lake was a dangerous place, and we tried our best. We did our best. We ran into so many problems that are totally unanticipated, and this is one of the fissures I'm talking about. So, yeah, just we didn't do this lightly. That's really the end. I don't need to end at the end of the hour. If anyone wants to ask any questions.
No, I'm going to start bringing people up. If you want to play stuff, that's cool. This is Apocryphon, old friend of mine. I'm sure he's got some questions for you.
Fire away, man.
Hey, what's up, Lanolin? You showed the video. I think the one where at first you're like jamming, and you said your buddy was following you as the further away you got. It was a little bit brighter in the day. I think the last video you just showed was like along those lines, but it's where you do disappear into that inferior mirage. But that wasn't the same one that you had shown last time that you showed that video that I'm talking about. And I was just wondering if you still if you could show that again, but then pause it so I could I want to take a screenshot of when you are visible, then when you really start to morph. And it's not the one where you go behind the ice boulders. It's you are literally just going away from him. It's not even the one where you set up the your, I guess, a telescope or something like that. It's not even that one. It's another one that you have, but I haven't seen it yet. Maybe you showed it earlier when I wasn't here, but do you know which one I'm talking about?
Well, I know of one that was it like a really blue day or something?
Yeah, well, the ground was really white, so it looked really light. But it's like you're going and you can just see, it almost looks like when you're looking over a desert and you just see everything waving from the heat, but obviously in this case it's from the cold, and you see it, and then you're the guy you have recording, he zooms into you, and you really start to look like, you know how Sky Free, the way the boats start to disappear really weirdly, like you literally look like that on the snowmobile, and then eventually, like you go a little bit further, and boom, you're gone. Like you're just gone. And that's when I said that's what I said last time. Like if you had a flag, then we would still see the flag. It's that one.
So you're talking about the massive sublimation day where we're showing off, and I think it is this one where we have this massive mirage going on.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, you're right. That's the beginning. You're like setting up your snowmobile, and then you just take off. Oh, it is. Oh, you did set up the thing. Okay, let's see here.
And, we have massive sublimation going on. Huge inferior mirage. We can even see right in the near field. It's so wavy right there in the near field. Just immense sublimation. All right. And here I go. You know.
Here it is. This is the one. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know how far into it you'd like to see, but I'll speed it up here. And
well, this is cool because you're visible, and then there's gonna be a part where you're flickering in and out of it. You know, like it's like you're disappearing into it, and then eventually you're just gone. Like you get behind it, but you're not behind. You're like, go ahead.
Yeah, this is obviously not going to be any curvature blocking me. It's obviously upward light refraction and a very egregious amount of upward light refraction.
Right.
I mean, it's just super insane how much it's on.
There you go. That's the one. That's it right there. And you go a little farther, and then you just disappear. This is what I was talking about. Perfect.
And light would have to bend up so much on this day for it to happen on a globe, like an absurd amount, by the way.
What a strange effect.
This is the one I was talking about, Riggs. Like, isn't this amazing? Like, Globers, you need to pay attention to this because this is where you think the ships are going over the horizon. This is exactly what he's proving right here. How you're not going.
I disappear from this well before any globe curvature would block me. I don't even think, I think I make it like 3 miles. So like, I think maybe like just my ankles should be missing. I think maybe I make it like, I think I only make it like 3 miles. I don't think I ever make it more than 3 miles. I had to go to a point that was like 4.7 miles away. Maybe it was like 4.9 or something like that. I can't remember. But I had to go to a point where I had to climb up on the shoreline, and I had to get like almost 15 feet above the surface of the lake just so you can see this nasty distorted view of me again briefly. So
well, that's what I mean. If you had like a 15-foot flag, we would perfectly. I'm predicting or theorizing that we would be able to see that maybe because it wouldn't be as affected as you are on the surface directly. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, if you had a high enough flag, you could probably see it over that inversion layer, because that inversion layer is kind of like an assault lake. What I learned from Taylor was that there's, especially over certain surfaces, there's a massive exponential fall off sometimes, and especially like if you got above this. So he lost me, by the way. He lost me.
You're disappeared right now.
I was like, hey, go look at the hill. Go look at the dirt hill. And he's like, I don't see it. I'm like, no, look directly at the dirt hill. You'll see me. And so he's looking for me. He doesn't see me. He still doesn't see. There I am. So here I'm about to materialize out of just thin air in just a moment. There I came.
Yeah. And right there, a glober would say, "Oh, it's because you were behind the curvature of the Earth." But no, that's still a planar position. Yeah.
Yeah. That's still that's what we would expect to see if the Earth is a plane and light is bending up egregiously in the near field.
Yeah. Thank you for showing that. That I wanted to come up just for you to break that down because I loved it the first time I saw it, and I loved it even more this time. It's just it's just another nail to add in their coffin with their dead globe in it. But I appreciate it, brother.
Yep. And that's, I mean, guys, I mean, now we've seen like the only other observation I have is the video that I put out. So I'll cover that just right quick and just so it's in here, I suppose, and go from there. So the very last one was if I go to The video. Well, it's probably going to be in the archives. I don't know how well this is going to load because it's on my archive drive now, but we'll try it. We'll try it. Showing off some of my work files while we're here. And I kind of want to use the black and white high contrast. I think this is the one that I want right here. So on this day, light's bending down is juxtaposed to light bending up on the day we just watched, right? And I showed this video on my YouTube channel. It was like my big opener because I felt like it was important. So these snow machine tracks, I'm writing out and I'm going to start compressing as I get out further and further. I start out looking fairly proportional, but the bottom of me is going to very rapidly start to just press up into me. I pass these snow machine tracks, which are above my head. And as I go out, I just start flattening. And I'm flattening because light is bending down this day. And just like the globe would say, right? Oh, the more it bends down, the further you're going to be able to see. Well, no. And this is why I'm trying to say, like, if you actually plug in those numbers that Ruhif's even providing, all of a sudden it doesn't make sense anymore because the layers that you would have to refract through are changing. You would get massive distortions on days we can see too far. And when we can see too far, we don't get usually massive distortions. I mean, some days you do. But like here, I'm getting totally warped. It's hard to see on the stream because I'm all the way zoomed out. But you saw my light actually flicker there for a moment. And we know we can see the surface the whole time. It's not like I'm going over any curve. We can see my snow machine track trail behind me.
That is actually so pivotal. The fact that you can see the trail is so important to whatever the fuck I'm looking at right now.
Right, you can see like what's happening. Lights
exactly, but it tells the story.
It does, and then all of a sudden, just without any expectation that it's going to happen, because everything about a globe would say the more it bends down, the further you should see. When in reality, I didn't even make it 2 miles from the camera, and I'm gone, just like that, vanished from downward light.
You can still see the trail though, too. That's so crazy.
You can still see the trail, but you can't see me. And I'm gone. It's not like I stopped. I kept going, and he's like, it took him a little bit to tell me that he lost me. I'm like, you're kidding me. Are you serious? I had no idea. I was like, you've got to be joking. Like, you lost me?
You forgot to check the Discord messages. That's why.
Yeah, I mean,
if a glober, or not even a glober at this point, like anti-flat earthers, if they can't see this and like something click, and then they realize, wow, I'm defending a lie because clearly this is like perfect evidence. But then you have a glober who, like, maybe, like the way, me, for myself, I once believed in the globe. Obviously, most of us did, if not all of us. But a glober, I would say, would see this and be like, wow, like that might wake them up. Like, oh, that might be the final like push over that line if they had any, like hesitance, if any. So like, I just feel like videos like this. I'm really glad that you're making this movie, and I look forward to seeing it. And we'll see how the cope goes. But I know there's some anti-flat earthers. They're like, their blood pressure's boiling. Like they probably got to go to the hospital or something, get it checked out. But I know it's destroying their paradigm for sure.
Yeah.
But thanks for sharing, bro.
Yeah, I just want to point out that downward light refraction is a very destructive process. So is upward light refraction, and the globe demands so much more downward light refraction than a flat plane, all the time, immensely so. And it's such a destructive process because the closer you are to the ground, if light's bending down on that day, the more it's going to bend down near the ground. So things that are close to the ground are not going to refract up over and around the surface because they're just going to intersect with the surface. Like super quick. I don't even make it far enough to have any curvature blocking me. And I took into account not only my camera height, how tall I was, I even accounted for the fact that the snow was about 5 inches high this day. And so technically I'm 5 inches lower to the ground this day. And I still, not a single inch of me would be gone at this distance. And I just loop right out of existence right at the end. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit here, and I'm getting ready to go.
Now, if you were a 40-foot boat, it would look like half of you would be cut because, like you said, the top wouldn't be behind that inversion. And this is, again, Globers need to understand. That's why they have these photos saying, look at the shift cut off. Ha ha, you flat dummies. Like, this proves a globe earth. Like, no. They have to watch this video, and hopefully their brain, like, could use critical thinking and be like, that's why we see those things like that in the distance. And you're not even as far as those boats. They're showing boats that are like 7 miles away. You're like, I mean, and it's doing exactly what you're doing in 3 miles. And they just have to realize, like, this is, obviously what's happening.
I value everybody's time who's been here, like, so immensely, that, whoever hopped in, wanted to watch, whoever stuck around and watched. I think there's people in here who have literally been in here since the beginning, and then there's a lot of new people who hopped in halfway. But Riggs, thank you so much, man, for like letting me present a lot of this stuff for the duration that I did. I'm sorry that we had some hiccups, and it adds more work to your ability to compile this into a digestible.
Not that big a deal. It's not that
But
big a deal. It'll be just fine. Yeah. Well, all the pleasures on this side, man. People stuck out here because you put in so much work, and you've been an excellent, valuable guest here today, and couldn't ask for anything more, honestly. So anytime you got anything new, if you want to come by, hang out, you're more than welcome, man. Wide open arms.
I'm going to be very busy. I want to let everybody know I'm probably going to be
disappear.
I'm going to disappear because I just simply can't do these presentations, and I can't hang out in Discord. When I'm working, I'm basically turning away from all my family and everything. I'm just working at a computer all day long, day in, day out. I mean, I'm taking time off. I'm not even working for for cash right now. We kind of sorted this out in advance. Like, this is just more of the money required to do all this, and it's the hidden cost that nobody sees. So, I'm putting that out. I'll be advertising on YouTube. I'll be putting ads up.
You will be rewarded, man.
I hope that God gives me the reward. I hope the reward is many people led directly into his arms, led to Jesus Christ. So, I'm looking to save souls. I know a lot of people here want to do that too, and so that's what the movie's about. I know it's got a very provocative name. It's intended to, but the movie itself is not the Abomination of Desolation. That is the beast, and that is the AI being injected into the mind of man and usurping his will, turning him into a beast. So, dig in, people. Dig your boots in. We've got them. They don't want to. They won't accept it if they don't want to see the truth. You can't rape somebody and make them see the truth. If you peel open their eyes on them, that's no different than rape. So we can't do that. They have to choose, and so people are going to choose. And I doubt we'll see very much improvement going forward in the field on this study. Truth be told, from both sides. Both sides, like, I really doubt there's the the fortitude for them to carry on.
Don't say that.
I don't mean
there's
for
a lot of. I think there's a lot of people out there that are ready to try new things.
Riggs, I won't be wrong. And I want to be wrong, and I won't claim that it won't happen.
Well, I want to be wrong too. That's why I can't give up.
That's right. I am hoping that people can, one of the best ways to just show this is we need people who can supply a refractometer would be the easiest way to do this. Get a refractometer and check the.
You said that's what, 15,000, 20,000?
Yeah, it's totally, but
that's not a big deal.
Not a big deal, right? And then somebody has to be able to recognize how to use the data, be trusted with the data to then supply the data. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we can throw the data up on the internet and people can just say you made it up. It's no different. Like, how do you prove it to even an artificial intelligence or a general intelligence?
Just tell AI to spit out the data from a refractometer on that would support a flat Earth conclusion, and there's your data.
Well, and so that's what I mean is like it's like there's no refractometer data out there. It sucks. Like all the I mean, there is some. There's a few studies, but most of them are completely hidden behind large corporations, just like the documents on blue screen. So it's a terrible position we're in, where this is old tech, this is ancient technology, like a air cell, refractometer. It's still well over $16,000, despite all the advancements we've had in manufacturing and the ease of accessibility, and it's still just arm's lengths out of most people's grasps. So, you know, so that would be one of the largest improvements, because we already recognize that they're cooking the books. We know how they're cooking the books, and basically all their data is now flipping garbage because they won't supply any raw numbers. And at this point, honestly, I would want to see our own numbers. I don't really trust somebody just throwing up, oh, I did this for my measurement or whatever. It's like, I'm getting a little bit callous. Like they'd have to do something like doing the video work the way we did and proving that they really don't have a bunch of money behind them. Just that's my own 2 cents. So, yeah.
All right, Caleb, thank you so much for coming out. Anytime, man. Love it.
Yep.
Love all this stuff. I'm sorry I'm getting tired, but I don't know what else to do. I'm about to pass out. Well, what's up? Did you have? What were you saying?
To say, if you want to check me out, I showed my channel off. That's Speaking the Truth in All the Realm. That's where the videos go drop. I'm really behind on the other video publishing services. So like I have a Rumble and a BitChute, but I'm really behind on those because I've just been focusing in on the data. And so YouTube is right now the only channel that's really up to date. So
well, I have 50 loyal subscribers, so I will definitely drop your info into my description.
Well, thanks, Rich. But yeah. Thank you, man.
Thank you, everybody. I'm gonna conclude the event and drop down to the live stream room. Here we go.